Well, shit, man, I wasn't ready. Hold on.
Now you've got the clap.
Okay, all right. We're warming up. We're ready to go.
How's my hair look?
Fantastic. Almost as good as ours.
You
The first guest
immediately
to ask
just
you that.
piqued everybody's interest.
All our audience is like, wait, what? Is going on?
That's a wig and a face mask, right? Like facial recognition.
It's for
Totally.
her CIA work. She's deep undercover right now.
That's right.
We brought in Hollywood.
Yeah. So for you guys listening today, very special guest, very interesting dynamic. So Rachel Cuda, so her father was a team guy and her husband is a current team guy. And
He's retired.
Retired team guy.
Yeah.
And she's also a former CIA officer and now currently still works at the Pentagon doing stuff that we will not be talking about, things that we can't talk about on the air. But if you are joining us in audio, you should probably switch over to video because your hair looks fantastic.
Yes.
As does ours.
Much better
That's
looking
right.
than us.
Ours is a
look
little
great.
grayer, but yeah, pretty good. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for joining us today. We're excited to have a totally, well, it's not a team guy conversation, but Nick's it's still kind of team guy adjacent. So
It's all right. I'm just here for the ride.
Nick's like, thank God.
I'm just a step in.
After yesterday we had Duffy, and then tomorrow we've got Eddie.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
your book ended by two team guys.
Very team guy conversations.
Yeah.
What else is new?
Well, from your background, I'm sure you're used to hanging out with Frogman all the time.
Yes.
So let's
Yes.
just dive into that because we've had a bunch of team guys on the show. Most team guys we have on the show have sons and daughters, but we've never had a person who grew up in that environment with a team guy as a dad. And I could imagine, I mean, that depends probably on like what type of dad he was, but how was growing up with a Frogman as a father? Was that a noticeable thing or was it just like dad?
It was dad for the longest time. And then I got to college because, growing up here, high school, everybody kind of knows what's the deal is.
Mm-hmm.
So going to college, I went to the University of Tennessee. That's when it really started to click like, oh, this whole team guy thing is a little different having a dad that, would pop up in daycare and neoprene. So, well, it's one of my favorite stories. Like Glorietta Bay used to have a lot of grass and I would go to daycare there. And my dad was at SDV's when SDV's was still in San Diego.
Yeah.
And I'd get like, whatever, the workers there that would call me over and I'd run over there, and then there'd be my dad in the water with like a little SDV bobbing up and down. He's like, hey, Rachel, I'm going to get you today. And it's like, okay, Dad.
Just drives away in the SDV.
Yeah.
Just like dual hand fights.
So not realizing that was abnormal.
Yeah.
Didn't really click until probably college.
All the other kids are like, God damn, your dad's
Well, I was
a
gonna
fucking
say,
superhero.
Was it abnormal? Like, how many other, I guess, like SEAL dad kids were there, like in your school?
There were not a lot.
No.
Because I would say the early 90s, it was not really a family-friendly organization. I mean, it was still...
I see that.
Still like that.
Well, there are a lot more support groups now for families. But it was like we were one of the only families. I mean, can you imagine graduating buds and you've got like a 4-year-old little girl? Because my parents had me when they were 17, 18 years old.
Dang.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So my dad
That's crazy.
went to Texas A&M, went through on scholarship, and then he originally was going to become a Marine. He did not want to be on a ship, had the Navy scholarship. And then he kind of, the way that he describes it, it was just kind of one day like, oh, you want to try this Navy SEAL thing? And no one knew what it was. There was no...
It was different back then.
Yeah.
So different.
Was there any clout in school being like an NSW child?
Absolutely not. No. If anything, it was the opposite.
Did you guys live in Coronado?
Yeah.
At like Strand Housing or something, or did you just live on the island proper?
So get ready for this. We moved to Imperial Beach initially in the 90s.
Nice.
And my parents talk about we had a Jeep Wrangler. If it was not bolted down, everything was stolen out of it.
Yeah.
The
IB was
wheel
different back
cover
then.
was
Yeah.
stolen.
Really? You
That's
wouldn't
where I
really
live
think
now.
that for Imperial Beach.
And I know it's gentrified a lot now, but there was a point where there was an explosion that went off in our neighbor's trash can, and my mom was like, "We're done. We're moving to Coronado. Like, we're done." And my dad's like, it's fine. He's like, EOD, it's fine.
Like, this is great.
Yeah.
Wasn't even high order.
got my demo requal for the month.
It
Yeah.
wasn't even a shape charge.
And so we moved to, Coronado proper. If you're familiar with Coronado,
Very.
they're on the main drag
Yeah.
across from the
Orange.
police station. There's
Oh, yeah.
a yellow house with a white picket
Oh,
fence
okay.
That's
Sweet.
you?
Wow.
I
Right
live
off
there.
of Orange?
on the first floor.
Damn.
Nice.
Yeah. So you want to talk about shenanigans? Like, we would get waken up in the middle of the night because, again, this Jeep Wrangler, I guess, was famous. They'd have drunk Navy sailors that would just climb in it and like just pretend to be. I mean, they were just absolutely plastered. You'd pretend to be
Weird.
driving it, and so we'd get calls from the neighbors like, I don't know if they're trying to steal your car or if they're just like wasted.
That's
Taking
hilarious.
selfies in it.
Yeah. Before
What
selfies
color
were
was
big.
the Jeep Wrangler?
It was brown.
Remember, it was what?
It was brown.
Huh.
You
Might
got a
be.
picture that you and that.
Brown of color.
Yeah. Before selfies were a thing. Taking selfies with a portable camera.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we got lucky. We actually moved on to North Island. So we were in the little officer housing there.
Oh, cool.
It was really cool.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
What year did your dad go through, Buds? It was like 170, right?
171. So it had to have been around like 91.
What wasn't yours 92? Then you were 200.
I went through in 94.
Oh, okay.
So 198 started in August of 94. I graduated August 95
Okay, yeah.
with 200.
So
Yeah.
early 80s.
And you figure, yeah, 5 classes a year. I mean, that's probably, 5 classes worth of.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's like 5 years. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
like
about
5
right.
years.
So you
Yeah.
guys are 5 years separated from being her dad?
Right.
Yeah.
Where were you in
terrible
91?
decisions.
Basically. Yeah.
Well, my wife's
Weird.
14 years younger than me. She had you at 17, so pretty close.
14's a good stretch.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 38.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're supposed
I was
to
just saying,
ask
my
that,
boys are. I have twin boys that are 20. Well, they turned 21 this year. So, but we
Yeah.
started late in life. I mean,
They started early drinking, I'm sure.
yeah, but I mean, me and my wife, we didn't get married until we were both like 30, basically. So,
Yeah.
That's smart.
yeah.
The kids me on podcast one day. My dad never showed up in a fucking SDV.
I know.
It's at a Camaro.
Instead, he just brings home a pug.
Yeah. Right.
This team guy thing is bullshit.
No, I
Yeah.
got the full experience because we actually lived in Colorado for 6 months. So every weekend, I hated it as a kid, but he drugged me to the mountains, and we would do like
What are you doing in Colorado?
he was working for. This was
North Palm
after
or
the
some
SEAL
shit?
teams.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Were you at Carson, the Springs?
No, we were in Pueblo, Colorado.
Pueblo.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was. I know.
Yeah.
So hence why my dad was like, "We're getting out of here every single weekend."
Yeah.
But we would do like these like. I didn't realize how ridiculous this was, but we do like 17-mile hikes with me and my mom,
Damn.
and we would.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we'd pitch a tent. My dad would taught me a lot of like land nav and
That's sick.
I
That's
mean,
Getting
cool.
you ready.
Yeah.
The apocalypse training.
Yeah.
You know what I've noticed is like, we were talking about this yesterday on the podcast, how like every team dude refuses to get in the water.
yes.
I'm the army guy that refuses to go on a hike.
See,
You don't wanna
I
rock?
get it.
I've
Yeah.
hiked everywhere. And so my wife, being big in the fitness, is like, let's go on a hike. I'm like, over my
Yeah.
fucking dead
See,
body,
now
I'm
you
not
feel
going to
our
walk in
pain,
a
bro.
circle.
Yeah.
No, I walk to like waypoints. I
Yeah.
don't walk in a circle to come back like, "Ah, that was fun.
We got some friends whose son joined the army and became a medic and was sent to fucking Fort Drum at 10th
Ooh.
Mountain. And
That's
like,
cold.
He comes home on leave or some shit, and I just remember Gabby was like, "Hey, what are you guys gonna do this week?" I'm like, "I don't know. I thought we maybe go hiking." I'm like, that motherfucker is not gonna want to go hiking.
No.
Yeah.
That's all they do is fucking rut hump
That's
their
all I
asses
did
off,
is walk
dude.
everywhere with a lot of weight.
Yep.
Dude, I remember the first time I went hiking after I was out a couple of years and I got my backpack on. I'm walking around. I'm like, I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm so
Yeah.
used to holding
You're
a
all
gun.
like, "Where's this?"
I felt I have this overwhelming like sense of anxiety and dread, like I'm missing something. Where's my fucking gun?
Yeah.
I was like,
Do I have
"No."
enough water?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
She's gonna weigh my rook.
You're like stripping MREs.
Yeah. No
They're
thanks.
shit,
No
man.
thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys were in Colorado, and then
Yeah, we kind of
or that
bounced.
was afterwards.
Yeah, so this was afterwards, and we were only there for 6 months, and then we were back out here. But so coming right back here, we were talking about, just were you special as a team guy kid? No, and I didn't really figure this out till later. But my dad, excellent runner, runs a 10K 6 days a week,
Damn.
my entire life, very like on it.
Yeah.
Buzzes his own hair. Like he's
Is his name Jocko?
he's got more hair than Jocko. Sorry, Jocko.
That's funny.
But I didn't realize when I got into high school, the way that my high school is set up, you have essentially like 1 or 2 lines that go into the high school to go park. And when I finally was driving, my dad switched his running route to go right at the right time, right next to all of the high school cars. And he's got a little team guy signal, and people know what that means here.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd make sure he waved at me
Mhm.
every single time.
Hey,
Wearing his
honey.
UDT shorts,
Yeah.
navy blue
Silkies.
shirt.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So people ask me like, "Oh, did you date in high?" No, I never got a date in high school because I got
gonna
my
ask.
That
Dad.
makes
I
sense.
felt it was inappropriate, but I'm like, you probably didn't hold hands until college.
No, you're exactly right. Like, and there was no shotgun needed, right? Like you've got like the image of dad, you're bringing home your daughter's bringing home a guy and you're there cleaning your shotgun. No, my dad never needed to do that because he came to the school and
Yeah.
made sure everybody knew.
He had the running shorts. Did he have a mustache too?
No, that
It-
would have been great.
Just bud shorts and a hog.
Yep.
So did you have any crazy experiences? Like, was your dad, because a lot of team guys are like the sauce. Like we like to drink a little bit. We like to party, like have a good time, right? Pretty gregarious characters. Was your dad like that? Or was he pretty like, I was an officer, so he's probably more reserved.
Yeah, he was a little bit more reserved. And I mean, he's a mechanical engineer by trade.
Oh yeah.
So he was even more kind
Yeah.
of reserved. And
That's cool.
He just hit his garage building IEDs and drones.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like when I was in college, he was like rebuilding an entire Land Rover. And I
Damn.
mean, he's brilliant. Like
That's sick.
but yeah, and he was not the same type of wild man that I grew up with in terms of seeing all of the shenanigans that his friends would get into.
Yeah.
Like-
I remember, I think it was Rob Guzzo was telling me a story because his dad, he died years ago, but his dad was also a team guy.
Yeah.
He was telling a story one time. I think it was him. Maybe I'm screwing the story up, but his dad was a partier. He was one of those party guys, super fun. He still is. He's an amazing guy. But Rob was telling us a story about he was maybe like 10 or 12, came in, his dad, typical like 80s team guy, had like the short shorts on, the tank top, the mustaches. His dad and his buddies were in the kitchen all fucked up, like just been hammered drinking all night.
Yep.
And apparently they either couldn't figure out how to fire up the grill or it wasn't working or they're out of charcoal. So they're trying to cook these steaks and all they had was a fucking iron. So they hooded up the iron and they're ironing the steak to try to
Oh
cook
my
it.
That's actually a great.
I mean,
That's pretty funny.
if you think about it, it would probably work. That's basically
Yeah.
the George Foreman grill.
Well, dude,
Yeah.
that dude,
Literally.
Guzzo's dad, I believe he was either a plank owner or he was at Red Cell.
Oh, no shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've only
When,
met him a handful of
Morcinko
times,
was there.
but yeah, he seemed really
Yeah.
cool.
Fucking iron.
Yeah.
Dude, you right? Dude.
With our powers combined, he's just got 2 of them.
Go get another iron.
Can you,
Max
imagine, can
wattage.
you imagine how excited the rest of the guys were when the one guy's like, oh, we can't cook this steak. And the one guy's like, I got an idea. They're like, you're the smartest man ever.
That's genius.
His type B though is like
It's like, geez, you think of turning the oven on, maybe?
Yeah.
Or-
fucked up my iron,
Or his
man.
wife comes in the next day. She's
Yes.
like, what?
I love how the grill marks are dots.
They're just steaming it.
There's no crisscross. It's just dots on the
That
outside
might
of the
actually
steak.
work pretty well, actually.
Actually,
Steaming
let's roll with it. Let's try it on the next cigar night.
Oh, my
Oh
we
my
gotta try
God.
that.
Yeah, we'll just crank it up late.
Go get a $10
Cuda
iron.
special.
Do not ruin your wife's irons. Here, that's my advice for the
Kevin
day.
can't even spell iron. We're fine.
Yeah.
We're gonna take Gabby's.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Gabby would be like, what the fuck? Like,
Why
are
does
you
my shirt
serious?
smell great?
She's like, are you serious?
Yeah. Why does my shirt smell
What did you
great?
do, Kevin? So growing up, because you would hang out with the other
Yeah.
kids whose dads were in the community as well.
The two.
Yeah. So did they have any wild and crazy stories, or was it kind of reserved?
They, I think most team guys were pretty insular. I will say the kids that I did hang out with, I hung out with this one crew and they had 4 boys, and the spouse was actually a former professional cheerleader.
Oh wow.
And so I was like her only little girl.
That's funny.
Mm.
And so it was kind of a raucous house in the first place. And then you layer on like all those personalities. And
It's a whole little fire team over there.
yes, exactly. Yeah. So nothing too out of sorts for my dad. And like I said, I mean, I think at the time there had never even been an Admiral SEAL at that point. So it wasn't really like a career
Yeah.
that you thought of. It was something you did for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember who was the first SEAL admiral.
Wasn't Olsen? Was it?
Chedwigan and Jag.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the era when, to basically make flag rank, you had to disassociate and you had to basically go sit on somebody's staff, like 7th Fleet or some
Yeah.
bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I think, one of the first, when Admiral, was it Olsen?
I don't know. Warfighters weren't as highly valued in the 80s and 90s. There's nothing going on. you
Yeah.
know?
So is that poster.
Except for that.
Now I
Except for Navy SEALs.
now I gotta look it up.
Except for
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dale Hawkins. you
So-
know.
Would you guys say Charlie Sheen put him on the map? It's my favorite movie.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely put, I mean, shit, everybody in my era and our era was, I mean, I remember I wanted to join out of high school. And, of course, I was dating this chick and she was like, oh, you should just try college. And I'm like, and I friggin' hated high school. I missed like 60 days of school my senior year. And,
Not a shocker.
and I
at
mean,
all.
I still managed to graduate. I mean, I wasn't necessarily challenged at all. I mean,
D's get degrees, baby.
oh, dude, it was like I remember my senior year. I had one book, which was an English book. I took like
Had
typing.
pictures in it.
I had typing, drama, which was something that was good for. I remember my brother was like, dude, take speech and drama.
For podcasting later.
See,
Okay.
it's gonna
It's
be
like,
like,
dude,
dude,
40 years later.
Yeah.
it's like it's easy to hook up with chicks. I was
There you
like,
go.
really? I'm like, all right,
That's why I took tap and jazz, dude.
yeah, right.
Dad.
That shit still kills me.
It didn't
to
work,
this day.
but it was fun trying.
I love to see Ryan.
Oh
tap
my
it.
God.
Oh,
So
I
funny.
can do a mean shuffle ball change, bro. Watch out.
Yeah. That's hilarious. But yeah, I literally went to college for like one semester and was like, I am the fuck out of here. And one of my best friends, we were working at Fisher Price Toys, and these
Like a
big-ass-
retail location?
No, like these giant
In the warehouse?
factory.
Manufacturing.
Yeah, these giant
You're
injection
making
molds.
slides?
We're making all this plastic shit. Like, dude, some of these injection molds are like the size of this room.
Yeah.
You're like putting off this bullshit plastic parts, and you're like shaving all the shit off the side of it and putting it in boxes. And yeah, I remember my best friend at the time was like, dude, he's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna join the Marines. I was like, Marines? I'm like, fuck that shit, dude. I'm like, because
Sounds
dude, they got
hard.
the best uniforms. I'm like,
That's true. They do though. There's some dope.
I was
uniforms.
like, dude, I'm like, if you want to be a badass, and we went home and dude, right in the fucking I still think it was a fucking VCR. Probably fucking put
Oh,
that
yeah,
bitch in
dude.
there.
Of course
and,
it
like,
was.
Yeah.
because that came out in what 89, I think.
I don't know. Maybe I think 90. Maybe.
Just something
but
like
yeah,
that, pretty
let's
close.
check it out. We have the technology.
I didn't even know that. I don't remember seeing that movie until much later. For me, it was
Yeah.
the Rogue Warrior books.
Okay.
That was where I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, this sounds fucking
Yeah,
cool.
came out in 1990.
And then what's the documentary books?
Biography.
I was like, what?
You can tell he fucking
Did you say
graduated.
documentary book?
Like, what?
Biography.
Wow.
So this is my wife is so frustrated in my speech because she's like being married to you and talking to you is like playing fucking charades. You have the weirdest words for shit that make no
Dude,
fucking
honestly, it's the
sense.
same with Nikki. Like, I gotta play charades.
Yeah. So what I meant is a book about like documenting the process of buds and like people
Oh.
going through buds. So it's a
Oh.
book documentary.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
But yes, a biography would make no
how-to
sense.
guide.
Yeah, how-to guide.
You made that less stupid.
Step number 1: be dumb.
I did
Actually,
like,
you gotta have to be somewhat smart, ASVAB wise.
What is it, a 100 GT or 110 GT for buds?
I think it only
Fuck,
goes
I
up
don't
to
even-
100.
No, it goes up.
It's
It
combined
goes up to
score.
like 140, but like GT
Yeah.
is your general technical.
I mean, it was different in the 90s. I don't remember. You couldn't get a score
In the
over
90s,
100.
it was probably fucking 80, but like in the Army for Green Berets, snipers, or whatever, it had to be a 110 base for GT.
I got
score.
like a 92 on the ASVAB, but I thought it only went up to 100.
Well, no, so
They
your
look at
ASVAB
combined scores.
yeah,
and
your
shit.
ASVAB score is much different, which actually that's a really high ASVAB score.
what to say.
But what you
I'm not
have is
completely
a
retarded,
GT score, which is like your general technical, and so it's kind of like the overarching like theme,
Yeah.
and that is the only thing that the military looks at as far as like schools and
Okay.
acquisition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know
So-
that
Okay.
shit.
It at a 90 fucking whatever ASVAB score, you're probably like a 115, 120 GT
Oh,
score.
okay.
Yeah, that was a weird
for
thing
somebody
too.
that didn't graduate high school is fucking
Well,
sick.
I did not graduate because I'm dumb. I didn't graduate because it was 5
No
fucking
one
high
said that,
schools in
Ryan.
3 states. I'm just saying 'cause that's usually the case.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I went to the recruiter too, and I don't know what my score was, but it was high enough that they wanted me to go in the nuke program,
Yeah,
and I was
same.
like,
Big
wow,
fucking play
fuck
chess.
you, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm like, no.
Like, nope. Because originally I wanted to go in and go to EOD school.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
Because my dad was an EOD guy, and it was when I go in there, and they're like, "Well, you can be in the pipeline, but you can't actually go to the school until you're an E5." And I was like, what? And that's when the dude was like, "We got this thing called SEALs," and I was like, fuck yeah, I'll do that." And then I wound up not doing it for the longest time, and fucked off and went to a semester of college, and was like, "This is dumb." That's when I revisited it, and then me and my buddy joined at the same time, and we were like,
That's what your teens and
Yeah.
20s are for, though, man. Just got kind of
Yeah.
finding shit out. You
Yeah.
got to try a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff to figure out what you like and what you don't like. You got to suck a couple dicks. Make sure you don't act gay.
"Make sure you don't like it."
Sorry.
So speaking of sucking dicks, how'd you meet your husband?
I thought I was the bad one here.
You did this.
I didn't do that. All right, hold on.
I'm so sorry.
Let me rephrase this. We'll back up. Yes. How did you and your nice
So
husband meet?
vulgar. I can't believe my
How dare
virgin ears.
I can't say I didn't get warned. So, growing up, got out of college, worked for a startup for a little bit, and then made it back out to San Diego. Was working military contracts. So
Where'd you go to school?
Tennessee.
Oh, UT in
Mhm.
Knoxville.
Yeah,
Woo!
yeah.
I grew up in Tennessee.
Oh, what part?
Yeah, West Tennessee.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Up in the mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's on Flatland.
No, the mountains is in East Tennessee.
Oh, no,
That's
the other
Wow.
side?
Is that the
Knoxville. Yeah.
qualify as Appalachian American?
No,
That's what. That's East.
See, the-
Okay.
yeah, you gotta be in
Hillbilly.
Hillbilly.
He still had a still in his backyard.
We're in the hills of Tennessee, but not the mountains of
Ah,
Tennessee.
gotcha.
Yeah.
All right,
the
sorry.
holler.
We have less teeth.
Yeah. Yeah, but I do remember going to like Neyland Stadium, and dude, I was like, holy shit, this is a big fucking stadium. It was at the time, it was like,
It's amazing.
I mean,
it's still
it's still like 110,000.
That's
No
big.
way.
Yeah.
it's massive.
That's
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think at the time it was only second to like maybe the Big House in Michigan.
Yeah.
Now there's got to be bigger stadiums, I would think.
Yeah,
but-
there are a few. Because Joel and I my husband's name is Joel. We finally did a home game at Nayland this last fall, and he went to the Naval Academy.
Who they play? Georgia?
It was the Vandy game.
Oh, Vandy. Okay, that's not as bad, but yeah, the Tennessee-Georgia game is like,
Is that like the biggest
oh,
rivalry?
dude, it's like,
Or Bama.
yeah, oh yeah, Alabama. Fucking everybody hates Alabama.
Is that the Sooners?
No,
Oh
Roll
my
Tide,
gosh.
the Crimson
no.
Tide.
I'll
Oh, you are
comment
the
people from
Sooners.
Alabama be like,
no,
you fucking
I played
fucking-
golf. I never watched football.
But yeah, dude, the Tennessee-Georgia game is always just. I mean, there's like shit just raining down on Georgia fans. Like, I mean,
Oh, do you remember the golf ball with
just
Lane
ridiculous.
Kiffin? Okay, so Lane Kiffin was the coach when I was like upperclassman,
Mhm.
and he had come from Alabama, great young coach, just ups and quits to go to USC.
Oh, I
And
do remember that.
Tennessee, I mean, we are not a forgiving fan base. We
Hold
will
grudges.
remember things. And so he bounces around. He eventually, I think he ended up at Ole Miss as the head coach, and they play Tennessee. And so he came to Knoxville, and you hear him talk about it. But yeah, I shouldn't say I was not there, but Tennessee fans were throwing stuff at him. Golf ball, French's mustard came down the field.
Mustard.
Like just
Dang.
mustard
Dude,
bottles.
Anything you can get your hands on, like anything that's not nailed down.
Yep.
In that upper deck, dude. I mean, there's
Meanwhile, there's 40 teeth in the entire stadium
Yeah.
combined.
yeah, literally
Just grabbing
summer teeth.
condiments from the hot dog guy. Fucking
Yeah, dude, seriously, literally throwing shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
out down the stadium. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was enemy number one.
I almost feel bad.
And I know
Almost.
like you're definitely from there is like VILLE is Vol.
That's right.
It's like Louisville.
Yep.
Nashville.
Nashville, Knoxville.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not Ville, it's Vol.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how you can tell a
Nashville.
local
Yeah.
or somebody
sure.
that's lived there for a
Yeah,
while.
my brother still lives in Brentwood, and then my
Ooh.
other brother lives. My grandmother left me and my two brothers a farm in West Tennessee. And one of my brothers and my mom still live there, but
It's a great state. It's so much fun.
I
San Diego.
like going back there. The thing for me is, after being out in San Diego, I remember,
We're jaded.
yeah, the weather is so nice, and I remember even just being out here for like a year. Like when I went through Buds, I'd been out here, 94 to 95, and then I remember I had a Pathfinder, and I drove it back to go to jump school, and I was going to trade it in. And I just remember crossing over the Mississippi River. We're pulling into Memphis, and there's like a rest stop right there. As soon as you get out, and it was like August,
Oh.
and just the fucking stickiness and the bugs,
So
and you're
gross,
like,
dude.
oh, what the fuck?
Yep.
Even to
No.
this day, I remember going back. When I go back there, it's typically between like November and like March.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because I'm like,
Dude,
man,
you
I
gotta
don't
wear,
like
like-
the humidity, and
It's
I could
gross.
do without all those fucking bugs, man. Like I remember being in like Boy Scouts back there, and we'd like go to summer camp, and you just like clawing and shit, and your goddamn legs are raw from all the mosquitoes and
No.
bullshit. I'm like, man, fuck this place.
There's two things I don't fuck with, and especially after the military, is cactus and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like over my dead body. Like
Dude.
nothing will turn me into more of a diva than mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm
Yeah.
just
You're
sitting
like,
here
"Oh."
like slapping my head, I'm like,
Oh, it's heat for me, bro. If I was hot and hungry, I'm done. If
Hot?
if Buds is about being hot instead of cold, I would have been the first motherfucker to the bell, bro.
That's fucking hilarious.
No way.
Yeah.
it's like mildly inappropriate, but I always kind of wondered is individuals that live in kind of like deep heat, humid South, like if you go on a date, right, you go dancing,
Oh no.
and then you
I
go
know where
back
this is
home.
going.
That can't be
Got
legit.
that swass. That sweaty ass.
It's like you better have an above ground pool.
Yeah.
And just kind of like rinse. Because if not, like you got to smell like a toad's
That's what
ass.
showers are for, man.
Yeah. Luckily I
Depends
don't have to
on
deal with it.
for
Just
like
crank that
especially
AC up.
team guys. Like it depends on what your shower looks like.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
Like yeah,
point.
I mean it's
Yeah.
questionable with some of those houses.
Well, so let's get back to you. How did you meet your husband?
Okay,
How did you and Joel meet?
it was a complete accident. I got tricked. I
That's
legitimately.
how we all trick our wives. That's how every team guy.
I'm still tricking her to this day.
Yeah.
So we met online. We met on Match. And I had bigger plans. I was not looking to stay in San Diego. I was trying to get back to DC. I was a contractor.
Says
So
no one.
for me, that's
Work.
what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I get this message online, we match or whatever. And I start talking to him and it's like, okay, this guy is not a total creep. Because normally you can tell, at least back then, you could kind of tell like, what are they after?
He's got most of his teeth.
Yeah.
You're like, you're not from Tennessee, are you?
And he had just made a profile, so I could tell, like, all right, there's not too much information on here, but I didn't really think anything of it. And so I was just really going on these dates to get off of work at a reasonable hour, because otherwise I'll be at work for 12 hours. But I'd be like, oh, I have a date. I'm going to go have meet somebody cool, and then whatever.
Gives you an excuse to take a shower.
Yeah, that too. And so we're going back and forth. And so finally I'm like, okay, this person's, not a total psychopath. So I'll give him my phone number. And this is a weeknight, no makeup, pajamas. I'm on the floor and he FaceTimes me immediately.
Bold.
Yeah. Yeah. And at this point I'm just like, whatever, fuck it. Like, I just answer it. It's like, this is me. This is what you're going to get,
He's like
buddy.
totally butt-ass naked. Just like, hey!
Which honestly though, like it is respectable as a dude on like that end of the spectrum where
How'd you know he's on the spectrum?
I was going to say
He's a team guy. We're on the
he's a team
spectrum.
guy.
I've slept with many of women, and the woman I went to bed with is not the woman I woke up next to.
Right.
And so, like, show it.
Yeah.
Like, this is me.
This is me,
And if
man.
you're good with this, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we made a date, and I'm telling you, he had none of the normal signs of being a team guy. So up to this point, I'd never been on a date with a team guy. I just was like, y'all are special.
Yeah.
Like, we're just gonna keep you over here. We'll
Actually,
be friends.
were you jaded because your dad was a team guy?
Yes, absolutely. Are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
well, and the culture had changed so much post 9/11 that, like, I grew up with like a very old school, like, we don't get tattoos and we don't talk about being a SEAL and we don't, like very, very insular. And so I was not having it. And so he shows up to our date.
What year did you guys meet? What year is this?
2014, 2013-ish. Yeah.
Wow.
And why? Is that a long time ago?
No, I
know where Kevin's going with this.
No, you said your husband, he's retired now, which is crazy, right?
Medical retirement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just remember you said, and I probably put him through training, and that's literally like 13 fucking years ago when I retired.
Flies, bro.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and then Kevin and I got out the same year. So what I was thinking of 2014 is like, boy, was I trying to figure life out.
Yeah. Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no plan when I got out either. I'm like, fuck it, I'll go contract. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah. Yo, TBN.
Stripper money.
Yeah. Yeah. And so he shows up. He's in an electric blue Mini Cooper.
Wow.
Okay. Hell no.
Shit, you didn't tell us he was gay.
And I was like, all right. And he's blonde hair, blue eyes. Definitely hair was out of regs. And no tattoos.
Flip flops.
Oh, yeah, of course, the flip flops.
Yep.
Yeah.
G-Shock.
Garmin.
No G-Shock.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Not
wow,
even
man.
Gators.
Not
No,
even Gators.
No
Okay.
Gators.
None of those things are peaking. I'm like,
Yes.
wow, this guy really knows how to play the game.
Yes.
But did he have nice hair?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Especially with an electric
Oh.
blue Mini Cooper,
It's like
though.
it's like a graphic geeklizer.
Yeah.
You got to have a few of those things peaked out.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful hair.
Equalizer. So, like, the bass is like, ping.
Yeah. So when I say I got tricked, I mean, I was looking for all the signs. I was trying to, and he shows up in Ray-Bans. I remember it.
All right. It's
Yeah.
got class.
The
Yeah.
Mini Cooper would have completely dissolved any apprehensions I had.
But at least it was electric blue, not electric.
That's true.
Yeah.
So random.
Yeah, very true.
Some double
So,
A's.
yeah.
But yeah, no, and San Diego, it's not like DC where it's like immediate, like, what do you do for work?
Yeah.
It was, all right, like we both like to work out, whatever. And so a few weeks goes by and it's like,
Did he
okay.
have a really nice butt? I'm just kidding.
He works out.
Wow, he must work out.
Yeah, it was like a few weeks and we could kind of tell, like I could tell where this was going. I was like, all right, we're getting pretty serious here. This is probably going to go this direction.
And you still didn't know what he did at this point?
So that was around the time that
Oh,
he
okay.
sat me down
Mhm.
and said, Rachel, I have something very important to tell you about my life.
I'm
Like,
kind of
I
a
knew
big
it.
deal.
You're bi.
No, I was thinking, because it was phrased in like, this will affect our future and like our relationship from here on out. It was like phrased in a
Yeah.
way I was like, this guy's gone to prison.
Like,
This guy's
oh,
definitely-
man. He's got like 7 kids.
I want to
Yeah.
introduce you to my other wife.
It was anything.
I'm Mormon.
Well, I wouldn't mind
How
that.
do you feel about sister wives?
You get Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then he's like, well, I'm a Navy SEAL. And I guess my face was not the normal face that women make when they find this out. Because I was just like,
You didn't swoon?
Well, did he know about your dad?
no.
Oh.
Even better.
Yeah. So he sees my face.
I love
it
these
drops.
secrets.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm like, and I'm thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, joke's on you, buddy.
As your dad runs up.
What's your class, bitch?
Yeah.
Especially to have like the little necklace with the trident. You're like this?
Yeah. No, I could. So that was like one thing that I had to get over like later in life was we had a rule in our house. Unless you earned the trident, you couldn't wear it.
So there was
Nice.
none of SEAL, or wait, what do they call it? Oh, Pink Squadron.
No.
There was no
that's-
Pink Squadron necklaces.
No, absolutely not. So I was like very
That's funny.
excited when Joel got medically retired. Some of the guys out here went and got me a little trident necklace
Oh,
and then
that's cool.
shipped it. And yeah, it was very
Aw.
cute. Very cute. And so I could wear it then. I was like, my dad's like, I'm like, I don't care. Like, I've earned this at this point. Like, Jesus.
Especially to like try and sneak in and like paint it blue. Like, that shit's inert.
Well, actually, this kind of begs like another question, especially for the Army dude here, is like, was your dad against you dating another team guy, or was he like, hey, he's a team guy, I'm on board? Because it can go both ways.
Well, and I think that was his kind of framing was this could go either way.
Yeah. Depends on the team guy.
Keep
Yeah.
one foot in, one
Yeah.
foot out.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
was, and I mean, by that time, I mean, my mom was kind of giving my dad hell, like, don't screw this up. Like, do not be mean to him. Like, you be nice. Like,
Yeah.
and, they'd been married.
We need our daughter to find a
Yeah.
good man.
So,
Just
So-
be happy he's not black. I'm fucking kidding.
surprise, he is.
Joke's on you, bitch.
Check out the hog on this one.
Actually, isn't today Juneteenth?
It is.
It
It
is.
is. There we go.
See?
Yeah.
See?
I'm all about it.
We got to get
Come
a
on.
Juneteenth joke in. There we go.
Oh my gosh.
So when he saw your face, was he like? Because we've all had this conversation. We're like, I'm gonna drop this bomb. She's gonna be so impressed. I'm gonna look so cool. And then she's like, kind of like, oh, this
Oh.
motherfucker.
Like, what?
What was his reaction when he saw your face?
Oh, I mean, he was concerned. He was like, what?
Mhm.
And I'm like, well, my dad was a team guy. And then you just see his like horror in his face. He's
Yeah.
like, oh,
Just the role reversal there.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hence-
Back on you.
He's like, oh no.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Joke's on you, bitch. I
Yeah.
grew up in Coronado.
Yep.
I had to try it before you.
And my dad didn't drive a Mini Cooper.
Oh man, I loved that car. It was so fun.
Yeah.
Oh
They're
my
pretty fun
gosh.
cars.
It's like
They're
a little
fun.
race. It's like a
Yeah.
little race car.
It's a
Especially like
fucking
the
go-kart.
Yes.
turbo ones.
You just gotta tint the
Yes.
windows so nobody sees you in it.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's my buddy Keith. So Keith Willard, he had one. He might still have one. Dude, the thing was like all fucking tricked out and shit and like turbocharged and like, dude, I look like fucking Grape Ape getting out of that motherfucker. I'm like, Jesus.
His like head sticking through the sunroof,
Yeah.
dude.
Dude, like Keith gets out of it. I'm like peeling this fucking car off of me. I'm going, dude, I look like such a fucking clown climbing out of this thing.
Yeah, well, I think he eventually figured out with the teams, just with all the crap you guys have to haul around occasionally. So we ended up trading cars. I had a Jeep Wrangler at the time that was red, beautiful. My dad still has it. And so I took the Mini Cooper a lot. I mean, I loved that thing because you can fit in any little space. You can go any.
It's a go-kart.
Yeah.
These are awesome.
Literally.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And oh gosh. No, it wasn't as dramatic as I was kind of expecting that meeting to go between my dad and Joel.
I was going to ask, like, how'd that go when they met?
And did you already tell your dad?
Yeah. Oh, I prepped them fully.
I feel like it would have been like that, like Arnold, like, you know, the big biceps and just like,
Dylan!
Yeah.
You son of a bitch!
Yeah, that one. That one. But then he pulls him in and he's like, don't fuck this up.
Whatever you do to her, I'm going to do to you.
No, and so I think the only real time that it got really interesting is when Joel had to go ask for my hand in marriage. Like that was, I know he was just, shaking like a leaf doing that. So much so to where, I kind of had pre-briefed Dad. I was like, hey, don't be a dick. Like he's a good guy. And
that's funny.
So they met up at the Pancake House up near Encinitas, and they go, and my dad knows what it's about, but Joel's like, like kind of beating around the bush. And I guess my dad was just like, so you want to marry Rachel? And he's like, yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And my dad, I guess, was like, yeah, good luck. Like, so yeah, I got rid of one of them.
Do you have siblings?
How many siblings do you have?
I've got 2 younger siblings.
Oh, right on.
There's big spaces between us. So I've got
Same with me.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got a baby sister. There's like 11 years between us. She just graduated from West Point.
Oh,
She's
that's cool.
a Spitfire, like kind of crazy.
What's her, what is she going to go into?
So she's in field artillery.
Dang.
Woof.
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
She's a hoss. She was the captain of the women's rugby team.
We
at
should
West
buy
Point.
her ear pro.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
She has to get CTE.
Ryan's like, huh?
So this is why you guys have to have head and bones.
Yeah. Concussive helmet.
Literally.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's rad, though.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she's.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah, she's.
What about the youngest one?
So the youngest one just started college. So there's a big gap between us.
And where's she going to school at?
He's at. What's the name of that school? Cal Poly?
Cal
Poly.
Poly.
Yeah. My little
Cal Poly
brother's
Slow?
I think so. I
Or
don't know.
Pomona. I think there's 2, right?
Are there?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah.
One of my little brothers is 21.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
know.
Oh, my daughter's 20. So it's like, I know about the big difference.
Yeah, how's that go?
You've never put it in that context for the 15 years I've known you.
Yeah, her uncle is like 6 months older than her. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. He's a dope
That's so
kid.
crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's a wild dynamic. But
Yeah, no.
So then after you got hitched, where did you kind of fall into NSW and go east or west?
So we stayed out here. So Joel's at 3. And yeah, I mean, we got married at the Naval Academy. I mean, it was a whole thing.
is that
It
where
was
Joel
pretty
went?
cool. Yeah.
Swords and everything?
Yes, I finally caved to the swords.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's a beautiful ceremony, though.
It was gorgeous.
Honestly, swords are sick.
They're pretty dope, dude.
And then especially champagne and shit.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah, and at the end, they walk through the thing, and like the last guy like swats the chick in the ass with the fucking sword. And,
They both tried.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
It was like his OIC, who I'd chewed out before, and another one of my guy friend is Marine. I was like, you guys. But we did it because my grandma was like, are they going to do the sword arch? And I was like, okay, we'll do what
That's
grandma.
really cool.
But I'm
Like,
putting
shut up, Grandma!
She got a sword smacking her on the ass.
I don't think grandma knew about that.
Oh, Waffle House.
Well, that's like I got stories. So the ceremony was great, beautiful, and it was a graduation weekend when we did it. So it was even cooler than I
My
expected.
daughter's at the Naval Academy now, too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with me, except I think maybe she just wants me to salute her one day. Is maybe that's what she's going for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joke's on you. I'm a civilian. I don't salute.
Respect my authority!
Does she know what she wants to do?
I would probably know this if she would talk to me. She doesn't talk to me. So
Okay.
that's a whole different story.
At all? I thought
Okay.
you guys were on speaking terms for a while.
I did too. And then she left me on red. Dude, the last message I sent her, she left me on red for like months. So last message I sent her, I put a picture
She
of
probably
her.
watched our podcast.
Well, I put a picture of her and Regina George next to each other. I'm like, are you mean girling me, bro? I don't think she got the reference.
no.
And either way, it was a gamble. It didn't work. So,
What do you mean left you on red?
I mean, I'm texting her. She
What do you
hasn't
mean? What do you mean?
responded in months. He never gets left on red. That's why.
Well, yeah, it's because his typewriter's not plugged in.
You know,
That's
do you have like the red notifications when you text people?
No.
Oh, like the text didn't go through?
No. I'll
Never
show you
mind.
later.
No, it just means she's ignoring
Catch
me.
you up, Grandpa.
She's ignoring me.
Yeah, right.
No, I don't get any of that shit.
I
That's
don't think she
weird.
actually has red notifications on. She just is ignoring me.
Oh,
Mm,
That's what it is.
all right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the whole Sword Arch thing was a
Oh,
thing because bunch of team guys, and I was like, none of you are in charge. I'm putting a Marine in charge
There you
because
go.
you guys are all going to be a shit show. I
Third
know how
party.
this goes.
Third party.
Yes.
This actually kind of falls into what we were talking about yesterday. Where it's like you guys walk into special operations versus like the Marines have to like earn their way into it.
Oh,
Well,
what do
wouldn't
you
say-
mean by that? Will you
I wouldn't say it's a
expand on
walk.
that?
Right. So
It's more of a swim.
So the expansion, right? Like in the Army, up until the 18 X-ray program, like you had to do 5 years in the Army before you could go to SFAS. Or Ranger Battalion, obviously you could like walk right in. However, you got your ship pushed in until you had your tab and a long tab.
Oh, you're talking about the opportunity to apply to go through.
Right.
Okay. got
Right.
it, yeah.
And versus like you guys have BUDS contracts and you pick your whatever language you guys speak in the Navy. And then you go to BUDS.
pig Latin.
So like essentially there's a large majority of you guys that like don't know like what it means to just suck dick and like take shit
Well,
on the
we
chin.
are in
Well,
the Navy.
Pre 9/11 though,
Yeah.
I mean, any team guy that was in like pre 9/11, like, because
Yeah.
dude, we did some ARGs and some
And-
shit like that where
And even that, you had to go through A
So
school
you have
before.
a test, like you have
Yeah.
a taste
You,
of it.
you know enough about the regular Navy
Know
to
what I
give you
don't wanna
good
do.
motivation to make it through BUDS.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's essentially what it boils
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
to.
Well, dude, I
right? It's
remember,
like I can't. Fuck
I did
this
a
up.
couple of ARG Bravos and we're in Okinawa and they would always do these big fucking exercises and they were like, oh, this is our SOC. And we're like, what? Like special operations capable. They're like, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh.
That means you can launch a fucking rubber boat? Like, how fucking stupid is that? And there was some really, it's so weird. Like it's like the regular military wants so bad to have that. Like, oh, we're special operations capable. You're like,
You don't know what that means.
like, dude, you guys are
Which is
literally you're
cool.
on a fucking boat and yeah. If I want a fucking airfield taken down, fuck yeah, I want a shit ton of fucking Marines taking that bitch
Yeah,
down.
that's not a Navy SEAL job.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And it's
Rangers,
yeah.
Marines, way
Storm
better
that
at
fucking beach, fuck yeah. Take that hill, fuck yeah.
Right.
You know,
Right.
but
Yeah.
but everybody's got to be like, oh, we're even like when they
Yeah.
first started MARSOC, when when SOCOM first formed up, they wanted from every branch, and the Marines were like, no,
Well, the Marines are
we're
like,
already special ops.
Yeah, they-
They're like, all right, bitch, you fucking hang out over there. When you want some real funding,
Yeah.
then join SOCOM. And they inevitably
you
did
guys
like
take all their funding.
2004
Well,
or
I
some
understand
shit.
what they're trying to do, but they fucked themselves for decades by taking that stance.
Yeah.
But I will say, man, every of all the special forces guys we've worked with over the years, and I just have my own experience on this. Everybody's got their own experience, but holy shit, man, the recon and force recon guys were some of the most impressive
Yeah, they're good
guys
dudes.
I've ever
All those dudes are
parted
good.
with. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the Air Force dudes are fucking.
I
Lock
still
onto it.
remember
Yeah.
Tommy Crimmins saying it, which just burns up Air Force dudes right and left because he's like, only thing you need to get in Air Force Special Operations is a set of orders because all their pilots, I mean, they don't go through some high speed fucking pilot train like TF-160 for the Army is like, dude, these motherfuckers are
Yeah,
hot shit,
And they're the
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
ones.
and they're
Yeah.
like,
they're a
you
different
know,
level,
it's a
dude.
process to get into 160th, but.
Yeah,
And not to say there's not a process for, Air Force pilots to go in through, to be the best of the best and, flying the fucking pave lows and all that shit. But Crimmins being Crimmins, like, you guys don't need anything, just a set of orders. Like It's basically saying you don't have to pass any
you just
fucking
show
wickets
up.
or some
Yeah.
shit. And then especially like if you're a fucking PJ or a
Yeah,
or controller,
But if you're a
dude, like those
PJ
motherfuckers are like,
I would put a PJ up against any dude that's coming out of like SQT and the teams as far as like just initial baseline, like
Oh, of technical knowledge?
CQC, they're all Halo, they're all
definitely medics.
dives.
Yeah, I don't
Dude,
know.
those
I don't,
guys are
they're all
like fucking
deltas.
doctors,
well,
dude.
hold on. I don't know what their tactical knowledge is, but at way above average team guy as far as like medical knowledge,
Yeah.
smokes us for
But
sure.
Yeah,
they
for sure.
spend
And their
4 months
cast,
on
like-
CQC and CQB.
Well, that's a
What
different
is-
style.
Which is,
right?
like I said, coming out of like
see,
the teams.
here's the difference between Navy SEALs and
I was
the Air
gonna say
Force
the Coast
Spec Ops.
Guard, their shit's like 8 weeks
So,
long too. But
It comes down to this.
Let's go.
It comes down to this. The Air Force's tagline is "So others may live." Ours is more like "So others may die." Like it's just a
Ours, don't
difference.
fuck with us.
It's just a difference of culture.
Which is why they're attachments.
Yeah, and
yeah.
they're and people get all lost in the sauce and like who's the best, and but they miss the point of like we're all different tools for different jobs.
Yeah.
There is no best.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
not going to take a Gerber to something that needs a jackhammer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
There are so many situations where like the best option is not a Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
airfield sieger, bro.
Yeah.
Rangers. all
Rangers
day.
In the Rangers.
Marines,
Yeah.
absolutely. Taking a hill, Marines.
Yep.
Occupy this fucking
there was-
large space.
Talk to
Army.
Indige and jerk them off.
Right.
Green Berets.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a very few specific mission sets that Navy SEAls are a good choice for. There are others that fit.
So I saw this
their
fucking
choice.
reel where there was a guy and he was an agency guy. He was like billed as a spy.
Is this the guy with the
or-
fro?
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that
Oh,
guy.
no,
Yeah. Everyday
no.
spy guy.
Bustamante?
And so-
Bustamante. No.
I can't wait to ask you
Yeah,
about
we
this.
wanna
But
ask
dude,
you
it was
about
so
that,
fucking
yeah.
funny. He was talking about how fucking badass Delta guys are. And somebody in the comments was like, yeah, I mean, Delta they're fucking tier 1. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, badass.
But are you sending those motherfuckers to climb a fucking gas and oil platform? Or
Yeah.
are you sending those guys to dive? No,
no,
because that's why you
that's not
have
what they do.
team guys to do that shit because it's
Yeah.
near the fucking water. Like, of course you're going to send.
Well, even Team 6, you're not going to send them on a dive op, bro. Like that's SDV. Like there's
Yeah.
there's
Exactly,
different things.
1000%.
Yeah.
And that's why our military is the best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
We
Yeah.
dedicate specialties.
But it was so funny that there's so many people just arguing with this dude on there, like, "Oh no,
I know.
Delta fucking dive circles around fucking Navy." So you're like,
Yeah.
Shut the
yeah.
fuck
I'm
up.
like, all right,
Yeah.
like,
Not the
You
STVs.
can barely
No.
get your rig on, bro. I don't know
Dude.
about that. Dude, SDV is a whole different
you want
level
a
too.
biggest fucking fiasco ever? Just add a little bit of water to it. You're
Yeah.
fucked.
Well,
Dude, it's crazy.
and if you want to know one of the most, so like speaking of Joel and I's relationship, so you want to know the most Navy SEAL proposal ever?
Oh, shit.
Sounds like you're super happy with the way it turned out.
I don't know many men that have figured out how to bring a dive knife into a proposal,
That's interesting.
but my husband figured it out.
Okay.
I thought this was going to involve the creature from the Black Lagoon. So you want to marry a frogman, huh?
He's got muscle.
Guys in his teeth.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so Joel and I both dive. We both have been scuba divers forever. And he likes to go down to Cozumel and dive the reef. I mean, it's beautiful down
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So we go down there and we've been dating for a year and a half or something like that. And we know, like, okay, this is going to work out. And well, first off, he decided to bring protein powder down there that was white. Yeah.
In Mexico.
Yep.
Way to read the room, Joel.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah.
I swear it's protein.
They're like, yeah, sure it is.
So literally, they didn't put the cap all the way back on, and so it's everywhere in his bag.
Nice.
And the place we're staying, thank goodness, had this like outdoor hot tub thing. So we're out there trying to wash everything out, dip everything. And I grab like a pair of his socks and I feel like a box in
They're
there.
already
Oh,
crunchy.
no.
And I just
And this is when I apply to the CIA.
Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
But yeah, he snatches it real quick. He's like, give me that. And I'm like, okay, something's up. Something's weird. And I
Done.
just expected it was going to be like some, I don't want to say like lame beach proposal because there have been some cute ones. But I was like, all right, like I figured out, okay, like something's going to happen
Like
here.
underwater, he drops the ring. Oh, fuck.
So he plans a scuba dive. And I'm not thinking anything about this at this point. And So we go on the dive. It's beautiful. And we get near the end of the dive and he's breathed his whole rig down.
Nuh-uh.
So he's sitting there talking to the
Who's
dive
probably
master.
anxious, dude.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. His gauge is just dwindling.
Yeah. And so I see him talking to the dive master and I get waved over and I'm like, I'm going to have to freaking buddy breathe with this dumbass. Like, here's my octopus.
Give me that octopus.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's Joel standing on like a sandy part of the reef. And, you know, I kind of like come down and I'm like, I'm about to, and he gets down on one knee and pulls out
One flipper.
the box and it's lanyarded in with a shoelace. And so when he opens it, like the ring is actually on the shoelace. And so he has to bring out the dive knife. And yeah, he was smart and cut it away. And
Because it probably wasn't insured yet.
Yeah. It's like, shit, what if she says no?
It's like, it doesn't fit.
I'm going to be able to return this bitch.
Cut the 550 cord.
well, it was kind of genius because he didn't have to say anything.
Mhm.
It was like,
Yeah.
And you can't say no.
well, I mean, yeah, it'd be pretty hard.
Is this a this or this?
He's like, I've got 30 seconds of air. Make a decision.
Yep, make a
like-
decision.
He just pulls her off.
Yeah, right. Just grabs it. Yeah. So
That's awesome.
yeah, we got up and I was just like, that
Yeah.
was actually really creative.
If you said
Yeah.
no, he's going to fucking emergency descent.
He just takes said dive knife and pops her back.
Yeah, exactly. Starts turning off my air. Yeah.
AGE to the surface, like, oh, fucking air
The untiable
envelopes him.
knot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gives
jeez.
her a whammy knot.
So how
Yeah.
long were you all together, and like what were you doing at this time?
So I was still military contractor. So
For whom? Can you say?
Well,
Yeah.
how about this? Let's back up because we kind of skipped ahead from your upbringing with your dad, and then we jumped ahead to meeting your husband. But I think to basically amplify and echo your question here, because you've done you're not just a daughter, you're not just a wife, you are your own person that's done significant stuff on your own. What was the catalyst that made you, or what was the drive to make you decide to go do this kind of a different path than most people choose?
yeah, I think for me, my family has always been in government service. And literally we can trace it back.
What a bunch of losers.
Certainly we're getting rich off
I'm
of it.
just kidding.
No, so
No, that's awesome.
So you weren't politicians, got it.
Right.
That is the last thing we are. But literally going back on both sides, 250 years. So all the
Yeah.
way back to the American Revolution.
Damn.
Wow.
Both sides. Every single war, I've got family that have fought in them.
Fuck yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. So there's a little pressure.
Yeah.
But I think for me, growing up, I think there was just like that natural, like, oh, I want to do what dad did. And my dad's not going to be a jerk about it and be like, you can't because you're a girl. He instead was just like, hey.
Sorry, hon, you've got a vagina.
Yeah, it's like, he was
Well,
like,
also, you didn't G.I. Jane it.
no, I was, I was my own person. I had my own like little
Yeah,
personality, even just
exactly.
growing up. And I think my dad recognized I was really good at languages. So I had all sorts of like dual language books
That's
growing
cool.
Oh
up.
shit.
Yeah.
Did
How
you
many
grow
do
up
you
with
speak?
that, or was that?
Yeah, like that was something. So like when my parents, so my dad was an engineer and my mom was an art history major. And so she would pull like books on Diego Rivera that were dual language, books on Monet. I know these are all people you know exactly who I'm talking about
I
artist-wise.
do. They don't.
I know Monet, motherfucker.
I took art history. Come on.
good.
I'm surprised you didn't say Monet.
I have a degree in cinematography. I had to take art history.
It says Captain ISO.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
right.
He knew the Roman Coliseum things with fucking Zach.
Very true.
Anyway,
Very true.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry to
Yeah.
side quest. Let's
No,
get
no,
on.
I love it. And it's just, it was, so my dad was kind of like, hey, like, yeah, I mean, I guess you could dive and do all these. You have to hang out with a bunch of team guys though. But maybe you should think about this agency thing because
Yeah.
you can go and be your own person and,
So
You
your
know,
dad
be the-
was kind of incentivizing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, smart.
well, and when he got out, he was getting recruited like crazy to be
Yeah.
a paramilitary officer.
Yeah.
I bet.
So just
like
with the
the
Ground branch
TFO,
and shit.
TZ, GRS kind of route.
yeah, like straight paramilitary officer. Yeah, exactly. And so, and he said no to him several times, and so that was it was a path, right? And I was always thinking about it, and I was like, oh, okay. But after when I was graduating college, I talked to my dad about it because I had gotten recruited by CIA by that time.
What was your degree in?
It was finance.
Oh, okay.
I started out actually as an agriculture major. I
Wow.
was going to
Very
be
exciting.
a farmer.
Nice.
Yeah.
If it ain't head high by the 4th of July.
And I loved it because I mean, I really loved East Tennessee. I loved the people out there. And
So,
my dad was like, you have to get a job.
What
So
does recruitment from the CIA look like? Is like they meet you at a coffee place and like
Is it an
pass
email?
They pass you a note and they're like, "Oh, that's boring. What the fuck?"
well, I think
Do you want to be a CIA? Do you want to be a spy? Circle yes or no.
Pass me a note back.
Do you like me? Yes or no?
you like me. I think through the university system, generally like a professors generally have some sort of hookup.
Mm.
And so
Do you think that that's a tie-in to where the agency might talk to and or speak with professors and it's like, hey, if you see anybody in your program that might fit the bill, like send them our way?
yeah. I mean, and that's the way they've done it for a while too.
I'm naive as fuck to that, but that's intelligent.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it used to be like primarily Ivy Leagues. Now they're at every university.
Yeah.
Yeah. And CIA will come and do like a big recruiting event at one of the job fairs normally. But for me, I got invited to like a small group presentation by CIA. And so there were like maybe half a dozen of us in there. And, they sit there and they're like, oh, we're so cool. We drive boats really fast and we do this. And I'm sitting there and I'm kind of, like,
Did
I'm
you
just
see
kinda
Austin
like,
Powers?
yeah, exactly.
International
And-
Man of Mystery.
Yeah. I was just like, oh,
Our
okay.
counterparts in MI6.
No, but I went home and I was kind of talking to my dad about it. And my dad's like, you could, but why don't you try the private sector first? Kind of like that idea in your 20s, like try other things
Yeah.
first. The government will be there.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, they're not going away.
anywhere.
Mm.
And so that's kind of what
Very true.
took me on that path to go to a startup. And I was a developer, so it was very technical fields.
Wow.
And yeah, and so
Like a coding developer?
Mhm.
How'd you get coding developing skills after going from agriculture?
So, great question. Early on, dad being a mechanical engineer, we had a PC at home, and he was also in the master's program at Texas A&M in the robotics laboratory. So I had really early exposure on both sides. So like I had my mom that was driving a lot of the arts, and then my dad was, big nerd.
Yeah.
And so like he would bring me to labs and just sit me in front of the computer and be like, you're going to load this, you're going to do this.
Is this like C++?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I loved like loading games and, figuring that
God,
out.
Are you
Such a
saying
nerd.
you taught yourself coding?
My dad helped. Obviously. No, I did not. But
That's
like
wild.
you have trial and error, and
Yeah.
I would totally screw stuff up all
Yeah,
the
of
time. I'd be
course.
like, Dad.
A
But
plus B doesn't equal C.
yeah.
What the hell?
And it was cool. Like the
I need to add another
university.
0.
Yeah. Like,
Or a one.
oh my gosh.
Sorry. Continue.
I had exposure to like the World Wide Web in the 90s, right, through the university. And so I'd get on there, and it was really, it was not exciting back then. There was no real
Like
good
AOL.
interface.
Fucking
Yeah.
dial up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it in your disc for another 100 minutes.
So,
Alright.
Yeah.
so you basically taught yourself coding,
No.
which is amazing.
I don't know about that, but so when I got to Tennessee, I loved the program, but I just knew, I was like, okay, either I'm going to end up working for USDA as like an economist or what. And so I switched over to finance just because I liked the numbers aspect, but it wasn't like this perfection type
Mm.
accounting brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the computer science program wasn't super developed at that time for Tennessee.
So when you came out of you went to Coronado High.
No, I went to La Costa Canyon.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
I was going to say, what drove you to go to Tennessee versus UCSD or UCLA or
I wanted out of here.
yeah.
I mean,
Nice.
you're a kid. I know, and as your
But-
kid, you just don't appreciate it until you leave.
Yeah, you want to
Sure.
get out of everywhere.
Yeah.
I think especially if you have that inner drive to like go build or find or adventure, explore. Like, no matter, you could grow up in the best place ever. You have to go experience the world, even if you end up right back where you started.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's how I
Completely
felt.
fair.
No better place than the SEC.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, I took, this is a terrible way to find a college, but I remember looking at like the top 25 universities for sports and looking at like the women's sports too.
Yeah.
And I was like, Kentucky. And my dad's like, absolutely not. Ole Miss, absolutely not. Tennessee, okay. All right.
That's funny.
You know, so it was a dart at the map because I had never been there.
Yeah.
And so it was truly an adventure.
You guys didn't visit or anything? I
did.
mean, you obviously applied and was
Yeah.
accepted, but
Yeah, I spent a couple days there with my mom.
Nice.
And then I was like, yeah, this is good. This is all
Your
right.
mom's like, these boys are so hot.
Mom was-
And then just like knuckle bumping mom.
yeah. I mean, my parents were nervous about me being so far away, you know, as their first kid, their
Yeah.
daughter. But yeah, I mean, it was totally
what's
an adventure.
interesting too, you say your dad was in A&M?
Yeah.
So, and they're in the SEC. Well, they weren't at the
They
time.
weren't. They were Big
yeah.
12.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And Texas, and man, I mean, I remember as a kid, I don't know how familiar you guys are with Texas A&M. So he was in the Corps of Cadets, and they used to do those big bonfires.
Uh-huh.
Do you
Yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
So they had these, I don't know if you guys know, there's like these
Dude,
massive.
like fucking pallet upon pallet, like,
It's just
Stories
all Walmart's
high.
pallets
Like
in the
Burning
entire
Man
state.
style, yeah.
Yeah.
Burning Man style.
dude, like
That's-
100 feet fucking tall and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't get within 100 feet either.
Oh, I'm
well,
sure.
Well, and they had one collapse, and so they had stopped doing
Yeah,
it.
they.
Yeah.
Did they kill somebody? doing
Yeah, I
that?
think they
yeah,
killed
they fucked some
somebody.
people up.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
know.
a bunch of rednecks and JP8, duh.
Wait,
Yeah.
drunk college students, 100-foot tall rack of fire? No way that's going to
Yeah.
go wrong.
And 100 racks of beer.
No way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, what could go wrong?
In Texas.
In Texas.
Everything's bigger in Texas. You're like, well,
Hold my twisted teeth.
not now. Yeah. No shit.
Twisted ice pop tea.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I wanted to go to school with that like type of spirit. And
Mhm.
Tennessee had that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
On layers. So I mean, it was a fantastic decision. I mean, you want to talk about lucked out as well. Because you've got the Smoky Mountains right there. And so for me, getting out in the woods and being able to get away from stuff and then come back to school and oh man.
Got the
like, it was
Chattahoochee.
awesome. That's right. Yeah. The Tennessee
Yeah.
River
Yep.
there.
Speaking of hoochie, ready to take a break?
You got to drain your coochie?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Break time.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
we can talk about some of the CIA stuff because they did put me through some soft training.
Well, you're
All
a
right,
spook.
all right.
And
Oh, yeah.
actually, I was just having drinks last night with, oh no, it was yesterday. It wasn't even last night, tomato pineapple. With the whole, and I would actually love to know if you have any knowledge of that lioness program.
Oh,
It's like those bitches.
I love that you rolled your eyes.
I mean, that's Hollywood for you.
It
Yeah,
seems
exactly.
overrated. To me.
It is.
Yeah,
I mean,
It
the
is.
show is pretty good, but dude, the first season, when you see some of that shit and you see like Zoe Saldana is like a fucking 100 pounds soaking wet
Yeah.
and she's tossing motherfuckers around like
Yeah.
our size.
You're not Gracie.
Yeah. You're
Yeah.
like, what?
You're
like,
just getting
the
hammer
fuck
fisted,
outta
bro.
here.
Like, get away.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all about, all about
Women's empowerment.
keeping the shit real. And I mean,
Yeah.
dude, I know some, like Tatiana, who's married to Taryn Butler.
Oh, yeah.
So she can shoot her fucking ass off, dude. Like, she is phenomenal with a weapon.
Probably better than us, yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, shit. When you live at a fucking shooting range, I would hope your ass would be fucking
Especially with
legit.
squid loads.
Definitely better than us.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, dude, she's zipping through there. The range that John Wick or Keanu.
I've been to that
shooting
range,
at.
and it's absolute trash.
No, man, I love it. Like I've trained a handful of people there. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not
Agree to
terrible.
disagree.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just full of paint and 5 fucking targets.
yeah, I mean, there's metal targets all over the fucking place, and
I love about the clip from John Wick, though, is every time I see it, it's sped up 10%. Bro, he's so fast. Like, no.
I will say, dude, you look at Terran shoot, that motherfucker can shoot. It's just, I mean, he's like shooting from the fucking hip and doing 6-plate tests and shit. I mean, yeah, the motherfucker's a speed shooter. He is a phenomenal shot, and he's good at what he does.
Super cool.
Yeah, no, but I've always, I mean, going through some of this training, it's like, if I'm having to unholster my weapon, everybody's dead.
Yeah, something went wrong.
Yeah, something went really wrong.
Yeah.
If I'm the one that's,
Right.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
kicking somebody's ass. Like, no. Like, well, I'll bring you guys along
How
and like
Chris
you
and
do your
Bigelow
thing.
were you?
How what?
Chris and Bigelow were
Who's
you?
that?
Now, what's her name?
What's her name?
Catherine.
Catherine.
Bigelow. Lo siento.
Who's Catherine Bigelow?
The
She's
one in 13 hours.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Zero
I
Dark
didn't-
30.
Or Zero Dark 30.
I have never seen any Team Guy movie other than Navy SEALs, just for reference.
Really?
No.
Really?
Oh, well,
That's because nothing can compare, obviously.
what?
Well, no, bullshit, because you went and saw Warfare with me.
Is that a Team Guy movie or a documentary?
No, it was all
Well,
about
I mean, Navy
Team Guys.
SEALs is kind of a documentary too, so I guess it's kind of the same thing.
Definitely.
That's a documentary.
Yes. Yes.
I'd love
Yep.
to know your jaded perspective of military history.
Well,
I stole that joke from
and to
someone.
caveat that shit too,
Smart.
like Catherine Bigelow was actually the director of Zero Dark 30.
Yeah, it was Jessica
she wasn't,
Chastain.
she wasn't the
No shit.
she
Oh,
was
cool.
the chick that was in it. And
Yeah.
She did the Hurt Locker too, and
Yeah.
she's some other.
Yeah, cool
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know if you could actually say Zero Dark 30 was a Team Guy movie. That was the funniest thing, is going to see that movie with friends, like both girls and guys, and you got the guys all revved up. They're like, oh, we're going to see like a bunch of team guys.
I
It's
don't even know what it's about.
Zero Dark 30?
Hunting Bin
fucking
Laden.
Ryan,
about the
God
fucking
damn, you live under a
the
rock.
Bin Laden raid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
oh,
about,
okay, cool.
it's
Got it.
about the whole agency.
So that's how it was marketed.
Mm.
So you got a bunch of guys that are going in there thinking, I'm going to see the team guys and we're going to see them all smash. Like 90% of the movie is following one woman,
Yeah,
a targeter, trying to find him.
Jessica Chastain
Yeah.
plays.
I
Is
heard-
that her name?
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
I
Red-
heard that
Red
character in real life is just such a fucking gangster, though.
Well, dude,
I
she's
heard
been
that
on
she
Shawn
was
Ryan a
dialed.
couple times.
Is that the one that has a code name? I'm gonna fuck up the code name in a bad
You
way.
might not even want
She's
to
the
know
blonde. She's the blonde-haired girl, I think.
What's her code name?
There was
Ruby
on-
Red.
Twinkster or something like that. It's not. It's not Twinkster.
No,
but,
I don't know what her code name is,
but
but
super bad.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, super bad.
Yeah, it was super
I think
bad.
that's her, right?
Yeah.
I
I don't know if that was her, but she's also like super talented.
She is.
Yeah.
She's also a targeter,
Yeah.
very talented. But yeah, I mean, Zero Dark 30 is far better
Yeah.
a representation of the agency than Linus. We'll say it that way.
I,
Yeah.
I made it halfway through the first episode.
What
of
about Jack
Lioness.
Ryan?
Aside from that big guy, it's pretty good.
Well, they do film at headquarters.
Yeah.
And so they'll put out like notices like, hey, Jack Ryan's going to be filming. Don't
No
go in
way.
this quarter if you're undercover.
They didn't take me, of course, fuckers.
It's because you got them red stripes on your
I
sleeve.
know.
Dude, I forgot that he was on it. I'm watching Jack Ryan, and I see him throw John Krasinski out of a helicopter. He's like, "Bye, bitch," or some Kevin
You
Taggart.
were in the last one?
I've
The-
been in all 4 seasons.
Shut
Well, I know that
up.
you were participating. I didn't know that you were actually like on camera.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he threw him out. He had like some Kevinism at the right moment. I was like,
Have a nice swim.
Yeah, that's
All right, now you
it.
gotta
That's a
rewatch
big,
it
yeah, now I
tonight.
really, okay.
Yeah.
I want to know.
I think
Yeah.
I took a screenshot and sent it to you.
Dude,
Like,
yeah.
like season 1, I play like 5 different fucking people. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah.
You look like a big Yugoslavian fuck that
Oh,
would be in
dude.
it.
And season 2, I play like this. So you know the guy from The Mummy? His name's Arnold Vosloo. He's a very good actor, but he played one of the bad guys on season 2, and he's supposed to be this South African mercenary. Well, I'm like one of his like right hand men,
Mhm.
and I had a line where I say something. I pull money out of the bag, and I'm supposed to say it with like this South African fucking accent, and he was kind of coaching me on it. It comes out Irish as fuck, and he goes, "It's Irish, but fuck it, good enough."
Struck
And then they
Irish.
cut it out of the fucking shit because it was so fucking horrible.
Shocker.
Yeah.
No shit.
I'm like, hey, I'm not an actor.
No shit.
All
They're
right.
like, yeah, you.
So back to
you're
our
not.
host with the most.
Oh gosh, that's y'all. No, it's hard because I think women in the CIA are portrayed one way in movies, and then it's totally different in real life. It's just
How so?
Well, that's Hollywood.
And
Yeah.
elaborate on that though.
Yeah.
Can you expand on for the audience the differences between So I think most of our audience is probably familiar with Linus and some of these larger shows. Can you pinpoint a few things you're like, oh God, that's not reality or whatever? Is it the way they hold a gun? Is it the way like the big picture architecture of the plot goes? Or which parts in general are just like, just get your goat?
I think it's the job in general. I mean, when you sign up to join the CIA, there are different directorates that you can join, right? You can be in science and technology and create masks and all that stuff. But for a lot of people, and for my goal, it was to be in operations. So Directorate of Operations, DO. And those are the people that are going out to meet with assets, foreigners that are collecting information.
Right.
And I don't think people realize how boring that is in a good way.
Yeah.
Like in a good way, because what you see in movies is
you're not fucking Ethan Hunt.
No.
Fucking Mission Impossible.
No.
Switching fucking face mask. Yeah, exactly.
Well, even just like the basics of SDRs, right? So surveillance detection runs. You better not get in some sort of car chase. Oh my God. You are effed.
It's like
if you are
low
doing
profile,
that.
bro.
You want to be as boring as possible.
Yeah.
And you want to be able to tell if you have surveillance. That's the whole goal. And that keeps your asset safe. And I love doing that. That was like some of my favorite stuff to do.
So fun.
Doesn't it seem like that would be more like, because I know, it is walking to the place and you feel like everybody's looking at you. Because
I know exactly what you're talking
there's
about.
a large percentage of people
you start
that
like
are,
feeling for your, like, dude, did I forget to zip up?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a weird feeling, but I've come to the conclusion that a large percentage of the population is just NPCs. I mean, I don't mean like literal NPCs like they don't exist. I mean, like they're just very average people that just exist, and they're running a program that they're told to think and feel and present and whatever. And then you have a certain percentage of people, smaller percentage, that are like main characters in their own lives, and they're all interacting in different ways.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's a big difference when you walk into like an Applebee's, that's an epicenter of NPCs, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's like you stand out when you walk into Applebee's, but you walk into like Shore Club, which is epicenter for like main characters. Nobody really bats an eye because it's all a bunch of main characters. But,
Yeah.
And that's all entirely up to the agent. And that's very situationally dependent, right? Because actually, when I was just in Japan and Rome with Zach, and Zach was a blue badger with the agency.
What has that guy not done?
I know, right? But one of the things when I was applying for the agency and like going through Ground Branch was because, especially like me and my skin color and my aptitude for languages, I am so fucking chameleon, I guess, for lack of a better term, which actually is what they called it. I can be Arabic, I can be Italian, I can be Greek, I can be Mexican, I can be fucking any of these different things.
Anything
so
but white.
That allows you anything but white. Although I'm here.
Yeah, right.
But that allows me different opportunities that other people can't pass. Like if I walk into an Applebee's with Kevin, they're like, dude, this motherfucker's about to hammer us down on the buffet.
It's go time.
And then I will
Let's go,
baby.
baby. Oh, wait, that's Chili's.
Like, let me get that hurricane. But there's like nuances to that, like to your point.
Yeah, and I'll counter that with, we need more people like you, but they don't recruit for at least operations. For the DO, it's a lot of white dudes.
What's the DO?
The Directorate of Operations.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's
You haven't been
agency
paying
speak.
attention.
No.
I love the acronyms. Keep them going.
Yeah, no. Oh gosh, between that and the Pentagon.
So when you kind of first started, what's like, and I know there's some of the shit you probably can't get into, but like length of time for like pipeline for like, okay, day one, you come in, you probably have to do
Like, did you have to go through the farm?
certain amount of stuff do you have to do before, like, what is the pipe, like, how long is the pipeline before you're officially considered like a case officer or something?
Yeah. So when I came in, we were post-COVID, so there was a big backup, as you would imagine. And I also came in a very strange set of circumstances because I speak Russian, Ukrainian, and German.
Dang.
I started...
Was ist los, man?
Was is los.
I started February 14th, 2022. About 2 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine.
Oh shit!
Wow.
I bet you were a hot
So
commodity.
you got
then.
fast tracked. Yeah.
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
Mhm.
And so my training pipeline was the same, but also kind of a little different just because of what I was working on.
Right.
And there just weren't many Ukrainian speakers. I mean, think about like the general populace.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I got pulled in, and working a war is different than just like your run of the mill. You work in Vienna or wherever
Right.
as an officer. It was great. Like I loved it. I
Were
loved
you in
it.
Ukraine in 2018, 2019? Based out of Poland.
I could tell you, but I'd have to go.
Yeah, I was in Russia.
Have you ever been to Ukraine?
Yes.
I
Yeah,
have
so
a-
I've been to Ukraine. I've been to Russia.
Have you ever been to the Hotel 11 Mirrors?
Why?
My wife and I went there.
Is that in Kiev?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife and I went there. It was
Kiev.
well, we
Don't.
we had a weird. It was before the war, obviously. It was after their revolution. They still had bullet holes in their monuments. It was crazy. Not to sidetrack, but
No,
we
yeah.
had a very very interesting experience at 11 Mirrors there. Come to find out, we realized later that it's a KGB listening post.
Yes.
The whole hotel is wired for that. They magically upgraded us to this like suite that overlooks all the shit. And I'm like,
no way.
super
Yep.
weird.
Why are you
super
just
weird.
now telling us this?
I told it before. Maybe
Yeah, he told
you
us.
probably missed the show.
We
far
talked
as
about it at
working.
some point. I can't remember who our guest was, but
Yeah, I went through the whole thing, so I don't want to go through it now and bore our audience. But it was to the point. My wife has no training at all and stuff. She's not a tactical person, but she's
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah.
But yeah, we go into this hotel, and it's the most expensive hotel in Ukraine, which is like $120 a night. Like it's not
Yeah.
crazy, but it's the nicest place. So we go in.
it's got an
Yeah.
Applebee's in the lobby.
Yeah. So we go in, and there's this little like top hat guy, and and Ukraine is like, they're not known for their personality. Everybody is like, nobody smiles, nobody does nothing. I mean,
It's Eastern Europe.
The fucking
Yeah.
gray
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
yeah,
the block.
totally. Yeah, it's very Eastern Bloc. And then, but this dude like opens up the hotel door, and he's got this top hat from like 1920s, like a circus performer. He's like, "Hey guys, this and that." And he's all animated, and we're like, "Okay, cool." And then we go to the front desk.
Calm
Like,
down,
"Oh."
Monopoly man.
Yeah, exactly. It was
got a,
exactly
got a
Monopoly
fucking
Man.
monocle.
Yeah. And so we go to the front desk, and the dude's like, "Oh, we magically upgraded you to this penthouse room." Like, okay, that's cool, awesome. And then the bellboy shows up, and this dude's like 6'5", 280. I mean, this dude is huge. And like, he's like, "This is the bellboy. He's gonna take your shit up. This is Igor or some shit." I'm like, "Bro, this guy's KGB. He's not a fucking bellboy." And he's got this scowl on his face. I'm like, "Bro, that's cool. I'll get my bags, And then so my wife is like kind of a little bit perked up.
So
paying
she even
attention.
knows. She can tell something's
Yeah,
off.
it's kind of weird. And then we go in this elevator. It's like the size of like two of these coffee tables put together. And so like Igor is behind me, and my wife's here, and the top hat guy is like, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm thinking like, Jason Bourne shit. Like, what am I going to do in this fucking situation? I'm just like, well, fuck it. We'll ride it out. And then we go up to the hotel, or to the room, and he's showing us all the stuff. And we're kind of like, so we go up to the hotel. The weird thing about this hotel too is
It's like turning on all the microphones and cameras and shit.
yeah, totally.
You start hearing buzzing.
But the weird thing about it is it's right at a T intersection, and the whole front wall was glass. And you look out, and there's T intersection, and the two buildings opposite, all the windows are blacked out, but the drapes are open. So it's like, I mean, they're obviously like, they got internal stuff, they got external stuff, but it was super fucking weird to the point where my wife didn't even say anything, and we didn't want to talk. So the guy's like explaining, Igor's like blocking the doorway, and he's like showing us how the hot tub works and shit. We're like, hell yeah, we got it, And then we leave, or the guy leaves, and we didn't want to talk because we're like, bro, this is for sure like wired.
Turn the TV on really loud.
Yeah.
Go
So
on the
we
balcony.
ended up texting, but not texting each other, just writing on the phone and then showing her. And we're like, bro, what are we gonna do? And we ended up figuring out that like, okay, they obviously know who I am,
Yeah.
but I'm literally a dude on vacation. I'm
Yeah.
nobody. I'm
Yeah.
a regular
They
civilian.
don't know that.
That's
No,
fucking crazy.
but I
though.
was like, this is actually great because we're super safe because they're watching us. They don't want anything to happen to me because now it's a fucking big issue. So I'm like, this is actually great. We have our own security. This is awesome. So we just went and had a good time after a while, but it was kind of a sketchy for a while. And then
You're like,
when-
we better have sex under the covers. Should be streaming on fucking Pornhub.
But the weird thing is, we went
Ukrainian couple.
we went to breakfast the next morning, and now I realize, after telling the story last time, I realized this was probably a setup. But we went to breakfast the next morning, and their whole dining area is like the size of this like office here, the studio, like not big. And it's only us and this group of like 8 people, like from me to Kevin, or a little bit further. And they're talking about like heads of state shit. I'm like, and we're having pancakes or something, and they're talking about like legit head of state shit. I'm like, this is either the weirdest, like, and now
Coincidence.
now I realize they were just actors and they were trying to feed me information and see what I would do with the information. I'm like, no, bro, we're gonna go see the sights. I'm going to the fucking playground or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, but it was very obvious. Like, this is, I didn't realize the surveillance state and how like pervasive it is.
Yeah.
It was
Absolutely.
wild how obvious. Like, that was very obviously a KGB listening post. The entire hotel.
Fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
And I mean, the story I can tell about is, so I went to Russia right after they picked up Paul Whelan, who, if you're not familiar with that story,
Mm.
like,
Give us the clip notes.
random
For the
guy
audience.
goes to Russia and basically gets pulled out of his hotel.
As a journal, right?
Oh, a journal? Oh, yeah. It was like a
Journalist?
USB stick or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And gets thrown in jail. And this is like a common tactic of Putin to grab Americans off the street and use them as political prisoners.
Leverage.
Yes. And so I went like a week. I went like maybe a month after.
Mhm.
And I went to St. Petersburg, and it's in the middle of winter.
Did you go? Sorry. Did you go under like official, or were you like
Black or blue passport?
Yeah. Or can you say?
No.
I was blue.
Okay.
It was fine. It was, I mean, legitimately, like I was going for a vacation.
Right. Of
And
course.
yeah. And
I'm
so
Tucker Carlson.
Mhm.
No
and
laptop or phone.
I had been to Russia before. It was just kind of strange because I think this time it was so obvious. It was like they were trying to make it
Really?
obvious. Yeah. And one of the things, to your point, anytime you do SDRs, anytime you're out and about, I mean, even just in training at the agency, I'm like, like I should feel really unsafe, but I got people watching me. Like, I'm good. Like,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
we're okay. So I land in St. Petersburg. I get to the hotel, and the whole point, I wanted to go to see the Hermitage
Mhm.
Museum there. It's got Monet's. And
Monets.
go do that. And then I had booked an Airbnb, have a dinner with a Russian family. I was just like,
Nice.
all right, yeah. So I get a call maybe an hour before, and this lady's telling me, she's saying, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, we've got, my dad is really sick, so I'm going to have this other person come pick you up. I'm
Mm.
like,
Sure
okay.
you are.
All right.
It's my uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this woman comes, she's about my age, and she picks me up, and she's like, okay, I'm going to take you to, my apartment, and we're going to pick up one of my girlfriends though. And she starts talking, and similarly, she's like talking about the medical field. And I started to realize at that time, if you Googled my name, it had Dr. Cuda and
Mm.
Dr. Rachel Cuda. And so they had built a targeting package on me entirely
Interesting.
based on like the medical field. And this woman was blonde hair.
But not the actual field. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And so I kind of had to look at her and be like, that's not me. And she's like, oh, I just like to know who my people are that I'm going to be, I'm
Mhm.
going to be talking to, and I just want to be able to relate to them. I was like,
Mhm,
okay,
mhm.
all right.
Gotcha.
Like, hold my drink, bitch.
But it was literally like we pick up her girlfriend that's a flight attendant on the Russian airlines, and they're like, I mean, they're having a grand old time at this point because I think they're realizing like, okay, we got to just try anything. And so she's talking about like fights that break out on Russian airlines because they give them too much alcohol. And so, we're talking. And I really like to cross country ski. I love biathlon. I love that.
Yeah.
Weirdo.
I know.
I like going downhill.
I like that too. But she goes, "Oh, well, do you want to come cross country ski tomorrow?" And I was like, "All right, like let's make a date. Like why not? Like
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
What a great
Sure.
place for an agency convo.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's go
Yes.
What are you
way
gonna
out
do,
into
wire
the
a fucking
wilderness.
tree?
Yeah. And so it was kind of funny because she gives me the address and it is way outside the zone that I should probably be in. But I was
Were you
like,
given buffer limits?
"What do you mean?"
Well, I mean, you weren't operational like there,
Supposed to
but
go
like,
out of the-
are you given kind of like a left and right limit as far as like operate within this entity?
Yeah, like
Because
especially
we can
in
handle
Russia.
you here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Russia, especially, like she
Right.
sent me out on a regional train, not like the normal St. Peter's Metro train. I had to get on a regional train. Like,
And
Get
that's the
out
point that
there.
I'm getting out is where they're trying to get you outside of the buffer limit
Yeah.
of like your
Ah,
comfort.
yeah. I
see what you
and
mean.
security.
yeah. But I was like, fuck it. Like, send it. Let's go. You know, like, because,
I'm Mrs. Bourne.
well, I mean, at that point, it's like, I'm literally in Russia. Like,
we
I'm,
didn't get all dressed up for nothing.
Nicho, suka.
like, I am effed anyways, you know, and with Paul having been just picked up, I was like, all right, we're like, if they want me, they're going to get me. Like,
yeah.
let's just go have some fun.
Yeah.
But-
Admirable.
Oh, yeah. I was like, you know, and they don't speak any English out there, but
They put you in the same prison with Brittany Griner.
oh, God, bless that woman. Yeah.
And then you just match
Oh
hogs.
no, wait. She was in a male prison, right?
She better be.
Y'all, be nice. Be
Over a
nice.
It was stuck in her foreskin.
Oh, God.
Sorry. Anyway.
I know the things that they grab people on. But so I get out there, and in Russia, they have these like huge regional parks that you can cross country ski, and you can actually rent the cross country skis there. So we show up, and she's talking to this guy that's in the hut, and I talk to him a little bit, and he kind of looks at me, and he's like, "You're not quite right. Like, where are you from?" And I say, "I'm an American," and you could just tell like his face was just like, fuck, like I'm gonna have to actually report that. Like, you know, like I didn't know you were coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm kind of
Great.
surprised about though is knowing what I know. I usually tell people I'm Canadian when I'm overseas.
Yeah.
Because it's very disarming.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. But I mean, the person I'm with already knows I'm
Yeah,
an
yeah.
American.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they've got my
You
information.
ain't got to lie to kick
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
So we get out there, and to your point, like we're out there in the middle of nowhere, and I was starting to get a little bit nervous, and so I was like, look, like I almost didn't come to Russia entirely and spend my money because I was concerned about what just happened to Paul Whelan, and so we got into that conversation
Yeah.
about like, look, like if you're gonna pick me up, like be ready. Like this is not okay to just be randomly grabbing Americans off the street.
Just bring a sandwich or something, you know?
Yeah.
But it was a really she kind of backtracked and she was like, "Oh, well that's really if you're just doing anything suspicious. You're so nice."
Everything's
and
suspicious to them though.
yeah.
Did you have a pace plan?
What's a
Alright.
pace plan for the audience?
Primary,
Well,
alternate,
and-
contingent, and emergency.
Well, and me a little bit. I don't remember.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like the bread and butter of like recce or like recon or even at the agency where it's like, if this doesn't go right and this is my route, what's my next one? If
Yep.
that doesn't go right and that's not my route, what's my next one? My next one, my
And you
next
got
one.
your
Like so, you
fail-safes
have a,
behind
Yeah.
you,
a pace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cuz I mean that could have gone.
Check-ins, Yeah.
Did you see
Really
that
south.
movie Behind Enemy Lines with Owen Wilson?
Shut the fuck
It's
up.
nothing like that.
I saw Spies Like Us. You like that?
There you go.
Yeah. You're right. Also hasn't watched the movie
Why?
since '95.
Why are you here?
Yeah, right?
Why are you here? I was sent to kill the premiere.
So digging into this, you went to the farm or did you go to Colorado?
I went to the farm.
Okay.
So and I went to a few other schools other than that. So
right, and that was going to be my next question is like, how many of these other schools kind of like prep you for international travel and policy and like, because we just had a guest on that was with GRS, Blue Badger,
Mhm.
and it was fascinating to me because I was once also GRS, but I was static and like never got to see the side of the agency that he did. and he's like, "Oh, this is perfect for like the switchbacks and like the turnarounds and like all those nuances."
When you guys are traveling?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's
Provocative
like, so we're
maneuvers.
like on a bridge, and he's like, if you're doing a case, whatever it might be, then go down and do this, and you circle back. And then if anybody else does that, you immediately identify the fucking person. So there's like nuances like that.
Yeah, because
And I don't
that's
want to
part
give
of
away trade
surveillance.
secrets because our
No.
country's the fucking sickest, but this is
Bro, I do that
impeccable
driving around
information.
PB, man.
No, you throw trees through fucking windows.
No, that bitch threw a tree in my car.
What did you do?
I stole her parking spot.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I didn't steal, but she thought I stole her parking spot. Anyway, we got some beef.
But
Beef.
so as a collective, and without going into the farm, how informational or how much do you think that you picked up or garnered after going to the farm? Like, do you feel like it was really good?
Yeah, and yes, like it was. I think they've changed some of it even since I've left, but I would say with the farm, compared to some of the other training blocks that I did, the only real way that they can kind of like give you that stress test that you really need is to just sleep deprive you. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys know this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's really the
Yeah.
only way they can kind of turn the screws on you, as opposed to, I went to a special operations type training.
Like sear?
Well, that was part of it,
Yeah.
which is hilarious,
Fun.
probably compared to what you guys have had to deal with.
Oh, no, ours is
Ours
not.
is really stupid too.
No, it was really
Really?
No, it was very useless.
Mine wasn't.
Yeah.
No, no.
Ours was like we went to, or at least the one I went to was probably the same one you went to. It was at North Island.
Yeah, it
and
was
then-
pre 9/11.
Yeah.
So it was,
Oh.
yeah.
and it was just
It was made for aircrew guys from Vietnam. It was not updated.
And it was on North Island?
Yeah. Well, also this is like 99.
the operational phase is in
Exactly.
Warner Springs.
Okay.
But like you go through all the classroom shit at North Island, and then you go out to Warner Springs, and they turn you loose with your land nav partner,
Yeah.
which you're literally land naving like shit that's like 500 meters away.
Oh.
You know, just like, I mean, using like a little fucking button compass, some shit you'd find at a Cracker Jack box. You know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Needle
And then they
and water.
Yeah,
come
then
and pick you up.
Yeah, and then they
There's-
round everybody up and they're like, "Oh, go to the roads," and they round everybody up. Now they put you in this POW camp, and you basically do shit like it was like essentially from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it
mine
was
was
just
butt
dumb.
naked and backhands.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
It turns out if you wait long enough and they don't find you, they eventually come around with a pickup truck like, "Hey, no, we're serious. Get the fuck out. Get in the truck."
See, ours were way too proud to do that. They're like, "No, we will find you." And
they're
then
like,
they
"We're
brought
not
out
even, like,
dogs.
hey, we
They
can't
brought
find
out
you. Get the fuck
dogs?
in the truck.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
So one story from my dad was actually at SEER school because were you guys, was it all SEALs when you would go through
No,
or
no.
you were mixed?
It's made for air crew
Yeah.
guys. It's not made for spec
It
they
was
ops.
actually
Navy
put
in
they put a
general,
limit
right?
on how many billets they give to the teams because
Yes.
they don't want a shit ton of team guys going at once.
Because you guys would be
Because
menaces.
they took over the fucking camp.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys would be menaces.
Because
That's-
they did have an experience.
Was
my
that your-
dad.
that was your
That
dad,
was my
yeah.
dad.
No
he
way.
literally started fist fights.
I heard about that story where they
Yeah.
had
Dad changed the doctrine.
well, because what
Literally.
happened,
Yes.
Yeah.
what happened was they used to put whole platoons going through SEER school at the same time, and then they would. I think this happened multiple times where the students, the team guys, would take over the SEER
Yes.
camp and like commandeer it, and they're like, "Okay, no more than 3 team guys per class."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
It
They
is
were.
kind of sick though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they were having all right, timeout. Like, get you
Yeah.
guys
Training
shit
timeout.
apart. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
sitting in this little box.
Yeah,
and
ours
it's-
was everything and anyone
Okay.
that needed to go through. But
Yeah.
it was
Yeah. We had a wide range. We had a kid that, oh my gosh. So at one point they put a group of us in, a room, and they have like this fake terrorist that comes in that doesn't have it has a big mask on. You just see his eyes. And this kid, I mean, he was just shitting himself. And this terrorist kind of leans in on him. He's like, "What's your problem?" He goes, "Well, it's my 23rd birthday, and I just didn't think I would be here." And you're just like,
was he a pilot?
he was just like some little nerdy kid. just more
There
like
had
the
to be a
analyst.
reason.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
he was
I'm
there.
sure.
He's like an
Yeah.
ill.
You're not getting that billet.
Well,
Yeah, no.
I think an analyst has different expectations of performance than an
Analyst.
operative.
They did.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, to give you an example of this poor kid, I mean, I loved him by the end of it, but they make you get into a windowless van at some point, and it's padded, no seats, and then the front's obviously blocked off, so you can't, get to
Yeah.
the driver. And so it's me, him, and then 2 others, and so I start ripping the van apart. So like I started ripping all of the
Panels.
the panels off, all of the soft stuff. And so I'm trying to get to the door latch just so I could like wiggle it open. And I got it. And he's there in the back going, "Can they turn the AC on? I'm kind of hot back." Yeah, back here.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
So, and of course, like
The
the other 2
Wi-Fi
are like,
sucks
"Shut
back
up."
here, dude.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. They're like, "Shut the fuck!" Like you realize she's. I actually broke the door.
Good.
So they take
That's
us.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah, they took us to some like weird encampment. We had actually been there before, so I kind of
Was this East or West Coast?
East Coast.
Okay.
And so I pop open the door and they're like, "No, like okay, like you guys got to get up here." And I'm watching them from the upper window and they're like trying to shut the door and they cannot get it closed.
Fucked
And
it all up.
yes,
Like,
and they're
God damn
Fuck
it.
'em. You
Yeah.
did this.
Yep. Yeah. No, I'm sure I'll get a bill
That's
in the mail
hilarious.
from CIA.
Were you in the school of like fully nude and like beatdowns, or
Oh, the
did
sear-
you
the
get
sear
like the
portion?
bras and panties?
No,
For the sear
yeah, we
portion?
didn't.
Huh?
For the sear portion?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they didn't have us stripped down or anything like that. I mean, yeah, good luck with
Now,
that.
was this in conjunction with the military, or was it strictly agency?
Yeah, it was military as well.
In conjunction.
Yeah. No, it was great. I mean, they brought dogs. I
Oh,
got to hang out with the dogs last night. I mean, it was great.
Were they like pugs?
Who's a good boy?
You're just like getting them bacon, let them lick your nuts.
Like, this dog is great.
You're such a good boy. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Yeah, they had us out. I mean, so many different training blocks. I was out there for a couple. I mean, you could imagine where they thought they were going to end up sending me. Right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
they needed me to have
They're
a lot of
trying to
that training.
Prep
Yeah.
you for, yeah.
Yeah, and just to get a little bit of that exposure. But I mean, it was great because there were a lot of like old team guys there that were
As instructors?
running. Yeah, as instructors.
I think I know one of them. Yeah.
Oh, really?
As an
Yeah.
instructor at
Yeah, they were like at this.
SEER?
Yeah,
Because and for the audience, there's only a 1-year pipeline billet at SEER school, because it's been proven, and this is well documented, that if you're in such kind of like this hierarchical like power like
Mm.
divide with students, they tried it on for like 4 years, where they would keep an instructor like at SEER school for 4 years, and it completely jaded them. And like it destroyed all marriages and everything, because they had this like holier than thou aspect over like all the students.
Sounds like a Buds instructor.
And so they brought in literally, probably, but they brought in psychiatrists from like Harvard and like Brown University, and they're like, "Oh no, like we tried this shit on in the 50s, and like this doesn't check out." And so now you only get 1 year as a SEER
Interesting.
school instructor
I didn't
before
know
you have
that.
to move on.
yeah, and
makes
I think
sense.
it works well at what they were doing here is because they would have them rotate.
Yeah.
So you do different training blocks. So like I went through a vehicle training block where you learn how to do all of the crazy stuff in
Power,
the
yeah.
car, and like you do what they call down driver drills, is where it's
Yeah.
like if your
Oh,
driver
yeah.
gets
Pulling them
shot.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You jump over, put your foot on the pedal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's all sorts
You're
of
so
different
rad.
ways.
Serpentine.
Well, my driving instructor, I got really lucky for that one. It was an really old six guy, like a damn net guy.
Dang, that's
And I was paired up with a former or a Green Beret. And I get in, so it's these 2 knuckleheads in the car, and Rachel's gonna drive now. And I was like, "Oh, you motherfuckers, you get ready."
Here we go.
Buckle up,
Here you
buttercup.
go.
Do we have to parallel park?
Right? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. So,
It's
oh
like,
man.
shit, I hope we don't have to parallel park. God damn
Get the
it.
shitty car.
Yeah, and doing land nav. I mean, and the instructors would. I mean, obviously, once they started finding out, like,
Do you know how
my
to hot wire
background,
a car?
that yes. Well,
Dope.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
But they had to start some blocks with very basic stuff like how to change a tire,
Wow.
because some of these kids coming out of school, they
That's
just
Gen Z.
they don't know.
Yeah.
And so that was kind
Like, call
of
AAA? What do you That's what I do. So.
Like when
Yeah.
our Uber's down.
The thing that pisses me off the most is seeing like a 20-year-old with the tire right next to his flat tire, and he's like,
Yeah.
just scratches his head like a monkey.
Yeah.
I'm like, buddy.
I mean, I can do it. I just don't want to.
yeah, that's fair. I'm like that. I can do it. But
Also,
sometimes-
I'm pretty sure if you just like point at your fucking tire and you're on the side of the road, someone's gonna pull over and do it for you.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
I'm not gonna lie,
benefits.
though.
Undo
Yeah.
a couple buttons.
There's benefits to the tomahawk
Works for
wound.
Kevin. Works for
Works
Kevin.
for Kevin. I know it's
He's
pulling
shoving
over
up.
for
He's like,
Kevin.
what are you doing, bro? Let's go.
Yeah.
I got you a little angle.
Like, put my shirt through,
Tying it up.
show a little midriff.
Someone's going to pull up in an electric blue Mini
Yeah.
Cooper.
There you go. He's got you.
Mini Cooper.
But yeah, no, it was great. I mean, that was my favorite training by far, as you guys could imagine. And
How
then
long
they
was
started. Oh God, it was at least 6 weeks, maybe probably longer than
That
that.
sounds cool.
Oh yeah, it was great, and
That's more fun than ours, for sure.
oh probably, and I was paired with this Green Beret pretty much the whole time, and he was hilarious, and I think there's just something about like being around Soph and just feeling a lot more comfortable and
Yeah.
having like all of these old dudes that eventually are like, oh, you already know how to do this, so we're gonna just fuck with you the whole time. And so,
It's probably fun for them, too.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Like, now I get to have a good time.
yeah.
Well, can you kind of like elaborate on that more, right? And I barely ever saw women like in any course that I ever went through.
Yeah.
Right. And so the time that I did, I can understand that there's about a week where it's like, am I going to fuck her or be best friends with her?
God.
And then, but hold on. But then, like, once you realize that, like, the baseline's set, and then
Yeah.
you just become best friends and like mutual support.
Yeah.
Like, what was that like for you, or that transition? Because I know you have to have been objectified, for lack of a better term, and then also you have to prove yourself amongst all these soft individuals. Like, what is that process like?
So I will say, I don't know what it is, but like when I get around team guys, when I get around Soft, like I don't care. I will tell you, I just don't care what you think. I will tell you like it is. Like I said, I mean, I chewed out my husband's OIC. Probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but I was like, you're a dumbass. So I'm going to come yell at you at Danny's. Like,
You messed up my iron.
yes,
I was
you
just there
mess
last
with
night.
my iron. But to your point, I mean, I think for me, I talked about Joel like probably nonstop. It probably drove him nuts.
Which is a good thing, though.
Yeah.
You know, and it
Well,
shows
you-
like an ironclad spouse.
You
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
provide context
Yeah.
too, because like, especially spec ops dudes, like if you leave any opening, it gotta be like, so what's up? You're like, no, no.
We
So
must
you're saying there's a
we must
chance.
conserve our body heat.
yeah,
Yeah.
Especially in Syria.
yeah.
You're like, come here. And all of a
No,
sudden
no.
it just starts growing.
You're
You're like,
I'm
no,
good."
I'm Big Spoon. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
exactly.
Oh, you fucking weirdo.
You be small spoon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But like, I mean, that had to have been insanely tough for you. But also, your dad sounds like a hard ass.
yeah, my dad's such a hard ass that for me, like I could easily just be like,
Prep
We're
for
Put your
friends.
it.
fucking dick away, bitch.
yeah, like, and by that time, to
You
be
call
fair,
that a penis?
a lot of the guys were pretty scared of me.
That's also Sears school.
Down boy. Down.
What happened to the rest of it?
Yeah, because I'm trying
Caught it in a treadmill.
and I think it was just not on the table for me. It was
Yeah.
just so not on the table. And
Because
so,
you didn't put it on the table.
well, yeah, and I was also I've always been very competitive. So I know, well, here's a good story. I know I'm probably going to get my ass kicked by a seal doing something. So I'm still just going to try to fuck with them and give, you know, put them at a disadvantage somehow.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
like
Pull out the titties and start doing this.
so I think that's kind of part of just how I grew up and kind of the way that I viewed team guys. And my husband knew that too, where he knew I was like with most soft, and you just build that type of like brother, sister love. And
Yeah.
Because you're jaded to it.
oh my
Yeah, it's
God.
not-
Yeah.
I'd be mortified if my spouse was doing anything that you did. I'm
Really?
like, no. Just because, like, we know the guys that we surround ourselves by.
Dude, bro, my wife, I would feel sorry for anybody she's paired with. I'm like,
Yeah.
have fun, bro. I got a week vacation. Like, this is amazing. Like,
Yes.
good luck. You have fun.
Yes.
Go have fun.
And I think that was kind of Joel's attitude
Yeah.
was like, good luck,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
You were literally groomed for everything that you worked yourself into.
And
And earned.
Yeah, and that was kind of the sadness of leaving, but at the same rate, I mean, you guys will understand this story. So, being super active, fit in my 20s, like of course I wanted to beat the boys always. And so dating Joel, I started to realize like I'm not, he played water polo at the Naval Academy. Like, I'm not going to be this guy in the pool, which I
Never.
could usually beat guys in the pool. And then I figured out running, like, oh my God. So I decided one day, I was like, you're going to run the dunes. I'm going to run the hard pack and we'll meet at the rocks. And he's
That's cool.
like, yeah,
That's sick.
Yeah.
yeah. And he was like, okay. And we did that a couple of times. And then he's like, all right, you got to run the dunes with me. Like, this is bull, you know, like, no. And so I'm like, fine, like, I'll do it. And soft sand runs suck. And so you take that first step on the dunes and you're just like, what the
It's a different
fuck?
running pattern.
Like, why am I not going anywhere?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm sinking.
You're trying to run on your fucking toes and shit.
Mhm.
Doesn't work.
Fucking sucks.
Yeah. And so he takes off like it's flat land, of course. And I'm struggle buzz. And I come up over that last dune and I know he's at the rocks. And I look and there's a woman standing next to him. And Joel kind of like points my way and she turns around and she bolts.
Yeah,
And
pick up the pace a bit.
and at that point, I mean, you have to understand, like, I came over the dunes and I'm just like beet red, covered in sweat, like half sand everywhere. And I run up there and I'm just like, I'm all right. I'm just like,
Who the fuck was that bitch?
well, I'm like, who? Like, did you know her? And he's like, no, but she just came up and asked if she could run with me. He's like, and you came over that dune the perfect time because I went, sure, but you just got to ask my girlfriend. He's like, and she took one look at you, didn't even say anything, and just took off.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run on my own.
I feel like
the other
I
way.
feel like getting my fucking ass kicked today.
Juice
saying.
worth a squeeze.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, to give you an idea of like what a ball buster I could be. So I made it into one of Joel's last paddle poems.
What's a paddle
So-
poem?
At the unit, so we were out in Europe. At the unit, at the end, they would give you a paddle, and inscribed on it, a bunch of SEALs would come up with a poem about you.
Oh, I'm sure it's
Yeah,
great.
because they're fucking poets. I mean, they're great New York Times bestsellers, but
Yeah, and so as far as I know, I was the first spouse to ever make it into a poem.
All right.
And it was, I'm not sure this was a compliment, but it was something like, if I remember, and it was like, you know, something treat, but no one would dare make fun lest they feel Rachel's heat. And that gives you an idea of like how the other SEALs felt about me.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I was just really protective of Joel too. Like, it was like,
that's
you
awesome.
know.
We were chewing out his OSC. I'm sure that made us rounds.
yeah, yeah. I
They're
mean,
like, all right.
yeah, like, okay, we're not getting anything past this lady because she's.
No, that's awesome. I think that's what it takes to like. I think if you have a strong personality, you should have some, because we all our wives are strong personalities. Because if we didn't have somebody with a strong personality, we would just steamroll them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want a partner. I want somebody to push back. I want somebody to yin and yang with. I want somebody that we can build together and who's going to call me on my shit and I'll call them on their shit. And through that, we can sharpen each other and get better and progress and get our goals in life together, right?
Yeah.
But I find it that a lot of people don't understand that, so it looks weird from the outside, especially when they meet one partner and they're like, "Bro, you're such a dynamic person." I'm like, "How does your spouse deal with you?" And then they meet the spouse, like, "Oh, I get it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know what Gabby's like, but
My
I
wife
think
is
he
definitely the yin to my yang.
Really?
Oh, hands down. I mean, she's Canadian. And fuck, like we could not be polar opposites, but absolutely necessary.
she's super
Yeah.
nice, like nice Nikki. Her name's Nikki.
Almost
she's
to
like-
a fault.
She's like nice Nikki, but there's a point where she'll be like,
Well, there's a reason why we're filming in this studio and not still filming in Nick's house.
"Yeah." She got sick of drunk team guys tromping up and down her stairs, laughing. She's
Falling
like,
down.
He's like, "These
You
motherfuckers, dude."
You don't have to leave. You don't have to go home, but you can't fucking stay here.
Yeah.
That was exactly the
Yeah.
story.
You're like, "Yes, ma'am."
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
because I think that a lot of women think, oh, I'm gonna date this Navy SEAL. I'm gonna marry this American hero, and I don't think they realize y'all aren't around a lot. So if you can't hold the fort down,
Yeah.
like it's
Yeah.
gonna be a shitty life
dude,
for you.
Our spouses are fucking saints, and I when I retired, I gave a little spiel for my retirement, and it was
As you should have.
yeah, and it was basically paying homage to my wife. It was just like, I was like, I'm trying to see if I can fucking remember. Not that I want to rehash it all, but because my parents were there as well, and it was basically, my brothers. I got two older brothers. I'm like, my brothers used to beat the fucking shit out of me all the time, which made me tough. My parents gave me a sense of humor and stuff like that, and I'm not doing my fucking thing justice, but
You got it.
essentially, when I met Gabby, it was like, it's like, oh, he's got a really good sense of humor. He's not afraid to throw the first punch or some shit like that, but yeah, it was like basically came full circle. But yeah, my wife, I mean, she literally called the cops on, I remember at one point, Tage and Big Head.
Oh yeah.
They go over to my house. I wasn't even in fucking town. I think I was out in an island, like doing some SQT
The
shit or
typical
some shit.
Yeah, they show
And
up on your doorstep.
yeah, and
you're
like,
God,
Like, we're
We're
going
gonna
to
hang out with your wife.
we're going to Club Kent.
Yeah, literally, they're like, "Oh, we'll just go over and use Kevin's fucking pool." And
Yeah.
they go over there and jump in the fucking pool, and
They're all butt naked.
oh no, they were, I don't know what the fuck. They were probably just in board shorts and shit, and thinking Tage is like, Gabby won't care, and Gabby like opens the fucking window, like, "Hey, motherfuckers, the cops are on their way." And Tage's like, "What the fuck?" And like, "Hey, Gabby, it's me, Tage."
She's like, "I
I
know."
don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no shit. She's like, "Yeah, I know, motherfuckers." Like,
Dude, this is
why I
a
call
great
cops.
story.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear this out of her mouth.
yeah.
Oh, dude,
That's so
yeah.
funny.
We got to do that episode with us and all of our wives.
Oh my
too.
God.
Yeah,
That
it's
would
so
be-
weird.
That'd be wild, man.
I just got back from Rome, and all of a sudden, I opened up like my phone after getting off the airplane, and it's teed up with Ryan's wife, and because they run our schedules, and they're like, "Hey, let's just do." Actually, it was a fan request of having
Yeah.
our wives on,
Yeah, that's right. On our Patreon.
and they're
yeah.
like, "You guys talk about your wives all the time.
Yeah.
Throw them on," and I'm like,
yeah.
"Oh."
I don't think
Yep.
you know what you're asking for.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is going to be a thing, but the only way that my wife will do it is if Ryan's wife Disney will do it.
And the only way she'll do it is if she doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm like,
And if we can
this
talk
is-
Gabby into it,
if both girls are on, Gabby will do it.
Dude, I don't know. Gabby doesn't even like coming outside when we're doing the crew cat or doing
Yeah.
the cigar thing. Like, she's like, "I don't want to be on camera." I'm all like,
yeah.
"Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I
lighten
get
up,
that as
Francis."
a woman. Like that's, I mean, it's brutal.
Yeah,
So
It is a lot.
like,
No,
but
my,
I mean,
my wife will spend 3 hours like getting ready to get my good side. I can't wear a headset.
Yeah, it's going to ruin my hair.
I look like
Yeah.
a radio operator.
You are an RTO, ma'am.
yeah,
Wow.
no, that's
So let's get. You're in the agency. You went through the farm. what was kind of like your introduction? Like, were you stoked in what you were doing, or were you let down with like the job ask?
Well, before we get that, can we take a quick break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Shit, wait for me, motherfuckers.
That's right, I'm clapped in. I didn't give you clap.
You want a part of this?
Wait, what is the clap for something?
Yeah, so
Did it adjust the mics or something?
what pisses me off
it's an
is
STD.
it worked its way into like the whole podcast,
Yeah,
but essentially it's meant to time both cameras and audio together.
got it.
It's just
So when you look for like the 3 spikes of like the 3 clap, then you're like, all right, that way now like you're not faster or slower as far as like audio versus video,
Got it.
because we're not directly recording audio to video.
it's supposed to be behind the scenes, but I think
But they kept it in.
I think we accidentally included it one time, and then we were just like,
Pisses me off. But now it's become a thing.
now it's become a thing, and we're like, all
Yeah,
right,
everyone's like, wait, where's the clapping?
Yeah. Like, why didn't you guys clap into this one? You're like,
yeah.
what the fuck?
Well, I
Yeah,
think it's
I'm
our,
like,
our
what?
conversations are always so wild and like all over the place that I think the clap helps be like, oh, okay, now we're
we're
serious.
settled.
Now we're,
Yeah.
now we're serious. Now we're getting in. Yeah. I'm gonna
Okay.
grab an ice cube real quick. Do you want to lead off with your question?
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead, grab a cube.
All
right. Actually, I'm just gonna wait till you get back. Let's fuck off. So, no, you're all good. In the meantime,
Yeah.
did your husband have any like sick ass wedding vows or speeches like during your wedding? And how was your wedding?
So vows, we did the traditional vows at the Naval Academy. It just kept it simple.
Yeah.
And our wedding was kick ass after though. It's
To-
in Annapolis.
To
in
have and to
May.
hold to whatever.
I mean, it got to a point. We did the reception at the Calvert House. And for those that aren't familiar, it's this historic hotel in Annapolis that Mark Twain stayed at. So pretty cool, in an atrium. And everybody, including all the SEALs that came, were very well behaved during the reception, because they knew they had to either face me or they were even more shit scared of my dad.
Yeah.
You know,
It's a good motivation.
What is it, Lord
Yeah.
Calvert? Wasn't that like a fucking some type of booze or some
I
shit?
think that's a piercing.
No, that's
What?
Prince Albert.
No way.
no. So after, I was not totally privy to this, but we caught up. You know, they all go out on the town in Annapolis, and that's when the real, party
Shitstorm.
started.
Oh.
Yeah. And so we've got some of these like little plebes or just Naval Academy
Yeah, yeah.
midshipmen. And you've got a bunch of SEALs running around Annapolis.
Yeah.
And they're all kind of jaded. And as they get more and more alcohol in them, I can hear them going, "You don't want to be a fucking team guy. You want to do something else." Like that. No. Like,
Yeah.
just like giving them lots of very loud
Let's
life
quit
Quit now,
advice.
avoid the rush.
Yeah.
I
All
think
the
one of
best
my
life advice comes here, like 8 drinks in.
Ryan
Yeah.
was at my wedding, but like one of my favorite parts about my wedding, and the listeners have heard this before, and we've had my best man on, but my wife's family could not be more fucking Canadian, right? Like
Yeah.
docile Canadian.
Yeah.
And so my best man gets up. He was in 275 Ranger Battalion. He's all of like 6'2", handsome as fuck, and like 255 pounds. And
Really
he's
soft
like,
hands.
he's like, I need you all to take a look around the room. He's like, this is a room full of PJs, Green Berets, Navy SEALs, Dan Neck, Delta Force, blah, blah, blah. He's like, if anybody fucks with Nikki, we will slit their throats and wear the blood at their wake. And the fucking
All
Canadians
right.
are like,
Yeah, I'm
like
sure.
had no idea how to fucking respond to this. And I'm sitting over there, like obviously at like the bride and groom's table. I'm like, let's go. I was so fired up.
Just kidding.
Everyone's just like sweating, like there's like a bead coming down my father-in-law's.
Yeah. No, I mean, Joel and I were pretty sober throughout the night and ended up having to walk a couple of them home that got kicked out of the bars more than once. And
Yeah, that
know.
happened to us. We went to our after party was at McPee's.
okay. Oh gosh, did you do this on Coronado?
that thing that turned on?
Ish. So the wedding was at Coronado Cays,
Okay.
Is
Yacht Club,
that
which
power
is on
strip
Silver
not
Strand.
turned on?
Yeah.
And then
It's not
and
plugged
then
in.
we're really good friends with Pete over at McPee's,
Okay.
and so we had the after party there. But
Oh.
then there was a moment to where the bartenders kind of like moved out and probably like had to regroup because we brought in probably like 60 people. And then my buddies just like jumped behind the bar and started bartending, and that didn't go well. And they're like, fuck no. And he just, you want it single?
Oh,
And
no.
just kept going. And I'm like, oh, fuck no. And then this is like, it got really bad. Well, it didn't get really bad, but I'm a big fan of not ruining the situation. And then my sister just goes like full face
Yeah.
smash, like with the cake.
Mhm.
And I'm like,
Wait,
What
what
the
happened with the cake?
fuck you doing? So when we were at McPee's at my wedding, my sister fucking smashed a piece of cake in my face.
Oh, I heard about that.
And like I look
Yeah.
at my dad and like I'm like holding up like frosting like with my big beautiful eyelashes. And my dad looks at me and then he looks at my sister and he's like, I wouldn't have done that. Because unfortunately my
Is this
family
older or younger sister?
is very younger.
Okay.
Very much younger. And,
Okay.
I mean, like she's a mom, she's a saint, like love her to death. And like I can't even really knock her for it, hindsight being 2020. But it was just not the opportune time. Like maybe let's do this over here where I have like a bathroom that's close.
Yeah. Dude, my
And
wife.
I'm wearing, a G'd up suit,
It's
and then
not
I
the time.
go into the bathroom at McPee's, which
At least,
has-
at least you didn't have too much makeup to wipe off with it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Or fake eyelashes
Dude, that
for
was
that matter.
that was fucking Gabby at our wedding. She goes, "If you smash fucking cake in my face, I'll divorce your ass."
Dude, same. Disney and I have the same conversation. She's
Yeah.
like, you understand that if you do this, you're fucked. I'm like, no, trust me.
Yep. Like,
I've
yeah,
known
on the
you-
honeymoon.
Yeah. I've known you long enough to know that it's not on the table.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
wedding makeup is, I know you guys know this, but it's wildly expensive. Getting
Mm, it
ready,
is.
all of it, it's just so over the top.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Over the top.
and for the bride also.
yeah.
So one thing we did for the wedding that I've continued on because we got married in 2019, but so what we did is because you get married, it's like you as the groom don't get to experience too much because you're whisked away. You got so
Yeah.
much shit
Yeah.
to do, and you're trying to talk to people, and it's just a big
Dude.
fucking mess. And
Blink
it
of
goes
an eye.
by like that. And so what we did is, and everybody flies in to see you, and you don't really have a lot of time. So what we did is, we saved $10,000 on the wedding venue by having it on Thursday instead of Saturday.
Same.
And all
Same.
our friends are other entrepreneurs and shit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, dude, what's your Monday price, bro? Like, this would be
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we did it on Thursday.
We get Wing Wednesday.
Yeah. And then we had an Airbnb for, Wednesday night through like Monday. And so what we did that ended up working out really good. It wasn't intentional, but it ended up working out this way. But everybody flew in for San Diego. They did the wedding. They did their own thing on their own time with their families, like flying naked destination. They're having fun. But we're like, hey, we got this Airbnb. Come by anytime that is convenient for you. And then that was super special because we got to spend one-on-one time with people that came in, and it was an
Yeah.
extension of the wedding, and it just became such a I think that's what people should do. I mean, we didn't do it intentionally; it just happened to work out that way.
Yeah.
But now I think I'm so glad we did because that worked out freaking perfectly. And now every year, we use my birthday as an excuse to do this, but every year since then, on the it basically works out to like the first weekend in December. We rent an Airbnb and we just get everybody together from around the country. And it's not a wedding thing. It's not a birthday thing. It's just an excuse to get our friends together and come and hang out and like fly in, and
Yeah.
we pay
That's
for
cool.
That's
yeah, we
cool.
pay for the
Yeah.
thing, and we're just like, hey, come hang out and have a good time and reconnect. And dude, that is like one of my favorite things in the fucking world.
And when you
I've been
know-
privy to a lot.
It's so fun. And the
Yeah.
people you meet there too, because it's invite only. It's not like I don't send it out to everybody. And when I send out the invite, it's like, hey, you cannot invite anybody else
Yeah.
unless it's you plus this person.
Yeah.
And don't invite anybody unless it's clear.
Don't bring your fucking screaming ass kids either.
But it's been really cool. And I've had a lot of people tell me afterwards that, like, hey, they come in and then they meet other cool people.
Yeah.
And they're like, dude, everybody here is fucking amazing.
Like,
Yeah.
dude,
Everybody
the
is
swinger convention is great.
I didn't know
Wait a
your muff was
minute.
that tough.
We got pineapples up everywhere.
Oh my God.
Oh, God. No, it's not our
You're
jam.
like, huh?
Yeah.
What kind of place is this?
Well, it's good. It makes it predictable too. If it's right around your birthday, people can kind of know it's coming up and
Yeah.
plan around it.
Yeah,
if
it's
they do have lives.
been really, it's one of my favorite things.
Actually, where Ryan and I like solidified our relationship, because I mean, when we first met, which is probably 10 plus years ago,
Yeah.
you know, I was hiring him to like print my t-shirts when I thought that I could start an apparel company. And then it just kind of morphed over, and then I turned into like photographer for his brand, and then we turned into like best friends, and then now we're podcasting together.
And now business partners.
Yeah.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild. I mean, fuck. Like, I was just in Tokyo and Rome with a dude I met on Instagram. Like,
That's crazy.
It's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Life's
Wow.
crazy what you make it, man. I think a lot of people are just too afraid to take the step out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
And do the what if, and they get too locked into their little comfortable areas. And like, dude, that's not what life is supposed to be about. Life is supposed to be about searching and journeying and experiences and experiencing all that life has to offer, because it's fucking quick, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 48 now, and I used to think, like, I was in the team for 10 years, and I thought, oh man, that's a long time. And it is a long time. But now I've been out twice as long as I was ever in, and there's so much more to
Dude,
it.
it's
I'm
so
like, oh
fucking
man,
crazy, man.
10 years goes so fucking fast.
Yeah.
I feel like a boomer now. And like, I'm not a boomer. Actually, here's one of the funniest things. Like, Zach, who we just had on the podcast, dude, we were checking into this hotel in Rome, and the guy's like, all right, I need your passports. And I'm like, all right, here you go. And he like looked at him and looked at us and looked at him and looked at us, and he's like, are you really 39? I'm
Mhm.
like, yeah, dude, it's a fucking passport.
I moisturize.
Yeah.
Relax.
And he's
Yeah.
like, I don't know how to say this, but you look great for 39. Actually, I don't even know why I threw Russian
Just
on
cancel
on
the 39,
fucking
bro.
Italian.
I look great, period, motherfucker.
But I was like, how dare you?
How soft are your hands?
But how often do you guys like compliment each other like that? Is that
Never.
weird? Yeah. That's
It's
like a very
very odd.
sweet moment.
It's like 90% bullshit, 10%. You're like, bro, you look good.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
no.
no, it's not a thing. Whereas,
Yeah.
I mean, I noticed with my wife, she's like, oh my God, I love your dress.
Yeah.
And I'm like, never in my life would it be like, oh my God, Kevin, I love your jeans.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it's usually like underhanded shit. Like, do they sell men's clothes where you got those pants?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, looking slim, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and that's something Joel had to get used to
Like
with my
nice
family.
moose knuckle.
Yeah.
There's the comments on our YouTube, yeah.
Yeah. That's literally because my parents are super sarcastic. I mean, my dad's,
Where are they based out of?
what do you mean? Like San Diego?
Where they from? They're from San Diego?
No, they're from Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
I was
real
always
country folks.
figuring Bostonians or like New Yorkers or Jersey.
No,
If they were spicy.
no,
Mhm.
they've become more spicy. But that's something Joel had to get used to because he
Mhm.
comes from a family that, like mine, is very into service. His grandfather was CIA. Both of his parents were military officers. They were doctors. So, and then grandpa was in the Navy. But they like a family full of real diplomats.
Yeah.
And so they like to talk about serious issues
Cultured
and politics.
things, yeah.
And then he gets
Dude.
over to my house and we're making fun of one another the entire time.
And you're
he's
talking about
like-
Duck Dynasty.
yeah, we're
we did the same type shit. One of my roommates, one of my best friends that I went through buds with, his dad was a diplomat, and it's just a very different.
Yeah.
It's very dry.
Yes.
Very different.
It's almost like royalty
It's
type.
It's so
talk.
it's so much different than like team guys.
Yeah.
Like his dad was a I don't even know what the fuck you call it. Like a SES? Is
Yeah.
that a
Yeah, that's
so
a
he
thing.
gets
it's
appointed.
a sir, like a European, like a UK sir.
No,
Knighted guy?
no. He would get appointed like he was in charge of like U.S. it wasn't the CIA, but it was another intelligence agency. His dad was like the deputy director. So he gets appointed, like every time there's a new president, they reappoint him and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
But when his dad came out for our Bud's graduation, they fucking chewed his ass because his dad is like a flag rank essentially on paper. I mean, he's an appointee, but they were like, "What the fuck? Why didn't you tell us there's your dad's basically a vice admiral or some shit?" And he's like, "Oh, you're like, I don't fucking know, And
I know what that means. Yeah.
But it was so funny. So me and this guy, we were roommates, and when you still had a fucking house phone and answer machine, I put this shit on there, and it was like, "Hello, hello." So then people were like sitting there talking and shit, and they're like, "Ha, you dumbass! It's an answer machine."
One of those guys.
Great.
And so sure as shit, dude, he pushes play, and it's just like, "Hello, Sean. This is your father." And he's Virginian, but he's very like Northeast dialect, and he's like, "I swear, diplomacy overwhelms me." I'm just like, what the fuck does that even mean? To this day, you'd be like,
calm down, Ben
yeah,
Franklin.
he's like, diplomacy overwhelms me. I was like, all right. And then I just look at him and be like, what the fuck does
He's probably
it
on
even
the
mean?
Bill of Rights.
Oh, dude. It was so funny, though. And then Sean was like, yeah, man, my dad doesn't like that shit. He's got a very dry sense of humor. I was like, and then my dad would call, and he would lay on
the heat.
Oh, it would be like, "Hey, Kevin, here are your father." How you like just a most redneck ass shit. So if anybody else is listening to it, people were like, "Jesus Christ, your dad can't put a fucking sentence together. You fucking, redneck." And,
Dude, there's an art to humor, man. You remember Commander Wazotsky?
Yeah.
There's two dudes, but I remember. I know I told you guys a story about my going away speech at Team One when I told everybody to go fuck themselves. So he was the XO, and he's like, "Really? I can go fuck myself?" I'm like, "No, not you, sir. Not you, sir. You're cool." Which he really was. But his sense of humor was fucking legendary because he was so funny, but he would never break character. He would never smile, but he'd say the funniest shit. But you're like, but he's just saying it deadpan and staring your face. And you're like, but it's so hilarious. And like, wait, what are you?
Am I supposed to laugh?
Are you joking? Like, I don't get it, but that's hilarious. But like, you're not. It was weird.
Like two firefighters were butt fucking in a smoke-filled room.
And you're like, wow.
You're like, wait, what?
Yeah, dude. Some people have this like insane ability to command humor in a weird way. Yeah.
I think Rogan's onto something with it being like a social science, right? Like it's how to read the room and like how to manipulate them, and essentially what is this called?
Yeah,
marionettes.
A marionette. Like you're marionetting
Puppet
like
master.
the entire audience in order to kind of like get like what you want out of it. Like I remember like my original plan for my degree was sociology, just because I love being able to figure people out, and I love knowing nuances, right? And like it wasn't at the agency, but it was like doing EP of like being able to like read a room and like that guy is weird, and now I need to pay attention to those two and only those two, or even just being taught like look at people's shoes, and like shoes are like a defining factor of somebody.
It's funny you bring that up because like you see stupid shit now with kids in high school and stuff, and well, it's like the style now. They wear like a nice suit or whatever, and they're wearing fucking tennis shoes.
Yeah,
and you're just like, I mean, whenever I was growing up, that would be like the kid that's definitely on the spectrum
with Skechers,
and his shit's Velcro because they don't want to give him fucking laces because the kid's gonna fucking hang himself. But you're just like, dude, what? Like, nice suit there, fucking Corky.
Where he's gonna spend 10 minutes timing them perfectly.
Yeah,
but it is true. And actually, I'd love to like circle this back to you. Is there something to be told about people's shoes?
I mean, it's certainly a factor, but I wouldn't say I mean, in certain parts of the world.
So let me give you like a prime example, and this is like one of the ones that we had where if I had like a principal or somebody that needed to go to the restroom, I would be like, hold here. I would go under and I would look underneath and look at everybody that's taking a shit, and I would look at their shoes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, stall 3. Right. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Detailed.
might be sketchy. And the thing is like there's not a nuanced point on it, but you just know that it's out of place.
Yes.
It's like fucking clown
Yes.
shoes. Like, ooh.
Right. Or
Stall
like
4,
fucking-
he's going to be funny.
but or it could be like boots, or it could be a really dirty shoe.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's nuances like that tell you everything that you need to know without even seeing a face.
Chuck Taylor's.
I think
Well,
that
and-
only works with people that care about their shoes, though.
I don't know, but I
there's
think-
a lot of people that don't. Like, I don't care about my shoes. They look semi cool and they're comfortable as fuck.
But your shoes don't dime you out.
So, great example, not related to the agency, Texas. Are your boots dirty or not?
Mm,
Right? Like,
No.
how much are you really working on that farm?
Yeah, exactly.
Or,
we all had or all cattle. Yeah.
yeah. And so, there,
I've never heard that before.
yeah. So, I think there is something there.
But
There's a
there's
there.
also, right? So if we want to go in Texas, right? You either have like the hard hitting, dirty ass square toed boots, or you have the pointy ass fucking ostrich leather boots, which
Jesse.
immediately to me would be cartel. Or
See?
somebody that's fucking super
Or if they
affluent,
go
right?
up like ski.
Yeah.
It
shorts in the
tells me
front.
everything that I need to know about the dude that's taking a shit on the other side of the fucking door.
Yeah.
I think if they
It's
care
chess,
about it,
not
yeah.
checkers.
Yeah, but I think it's one marker, but there's a totality of like you got to take everything into account.
You do, but this is your only glance. And like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to wait to tell my principal that you can't take a shit or a piss.
Mhm.
But by looking, taking a quick glance underneath,
Yeah.
I know that like, all right, now I'm going to post up at the
Yeah.
corner.
It's information. So there's a weird thing where, like I was just having dinner with Brian Cunningham and his wife Jessica the other night, and they have a big TikTok influence. He's a former team guy officer, and we got connected on Instagram. So we're like, dude, they're doing similar shit. Like, cool, let's go just have dinner and chat. Super fun guy. She's very dynamic, and so
What kind of shoes did he wear?
I don't remember.
Kevin,
But
shut
so-
the fuck up.
but here's the thing. He's a team guy. He was at Damneck, I think, if I remember right. But he's not your typical team guy. Like if you look at him, he's got white hair, very unassuming, not a big build, very just kind of like a very discreet kind of demeanor. But the weird thing is, I was like, I knew he was a team guy, but I wouldn't have pegged him until I saw him walk. We walked to the bathroom together. I saw him walk a couple feet. I'm like, there it is.
And that's when you decided you
What
wanted
is
to
it,
peg him.
bow-legged?
No, but I've always said I can tell more about watching somebody walk 10 feet than I can talking to them for 10 minutes. Because people are bullshitting and they'll tell you what they want to hear or whatever. And you can train yourself a certain way, but how you carry yourself is very, very difficult to train yourself to carry yourself in a way where you're either you're pretending. How you walk belies who you
Yeah.
really are. And I saw him walk. I'm like, that's a fucking team guy.
Like, that's the team guy limp.
It's like a grinder reminder.
Yeah.
He's drinking gin
So
and juice.
did you
limping.
ever like were you ever trained in like those small nuances of looking for key lift outs of like social situations?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What, can you expand on that?
What can I expand on?
I mean, we already talked about a
without
large
giving away
majority of
anything,
them.
yeah.
But like shoes or a gait, aka walk, like or I mean, I think another like tall tale for me is like watches.
Yeah.
You know, like if a guy
Yeah.
wants to talk big but he's wearing a fucking Fossil.
Yeah.
Like no.
A fake Patek.
Yeah. I like nuances like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you really do have to your point, you have to assess the full package. I mean, if you're in a bathroom, that's all you got are shoes, then you're right. Like you can kind of assess what area you are, what area of the world are you on, what's standing out. But I mean, like I think about the Middle East a lot, and you think about like the women in burqas. Are they women? Right? Like you're having to look at gait. You're having to look at like
Mhm.
And
whatever
can
you can get.
Shoulder to hip ratio.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Seriously.
seriously. And so I think like it really is, it's a full body assessment. And then when you pick up on small things, whether it's a watch, whether it's shoes, whether it's the way that they're walking, or the way they're, I mean, really, like a lot of it is how are they looking around the room? Do they seem nervous? Like what is their demeanor?
Yeah.
Because that's, I mean, what they're looking for us as well.
Right.
They're looking for agency people. Like, how nervous are you? Are you looking around the room? Like,
yeah,
they're gonna grade you on that.
And that was a big tell when I went from normal contracting for the AMBO, and then I moved over on the GRS side. I mean, you look in any Dubai, Qatar airport, and you can spot one of us a fucking mile away.
Yes.
And so what we would do is, and I only learned this like moving over, all that shit goes out the window.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not wearing Vans. I'm not wearing fucking Converse. Or like, I'm not wearing Solomon's or, Arc'teryx.
Yeah.
Like none
Yeah.
of that.
Do you change the way you walk though when you know that you're being watched? Or is that something that's on your
Actually,
radar?
yes. And one of the things that I learned, not necessarily in the way that you walk, but what I learned or what I was taught, fuck, I don't know if this is proprietary or not.
I don't think walking is proprietary.
Well, there used to be
No,
like the
but,
CIA
like,
lean.
What I would do is like, I would
what's a CIA
I would
lean?
crouch down, right? Because I understood that the large majority of everybody that I'm surrounded by is like no taller than
and
like
also
5'9",
eye
5'10".
contact too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
5'9",
Yeah.
5'10", and I'm 6'1". And so what I would do is I would just kind of like hunch like over, and I would, because now you're not this, now you're this.
Well, and you're in a hunch stance, which implies a different
Like
level of
beta,
personality.
and kind of like
Yeah,
can
exactly,
see
Yeah.
like in,
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
you're not postured up like looking around. And so you're doing this. And then also like we were trained, like, don't take your eyes to a gaze and like look everywhere and like assess the situation. So as opposed to putting yourself in that situation and looking left and right, you stand back, you assess the situation first, and then you go into it without having to like break your neck. And then you can turn into like this like meek and like feeble individual with a hunch.
Whipped puppy dog.
Yeah, and take
Someone
yourself
to
from
ignore.
6'1" to 5'10".
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like
Someone to
this is part of the process.
Yeah.
And so that was hence
Yeah.
my question is like, were you trained in that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, you're trying to go into it, right? You're trying to assimilate, and there are going to be areas that you're not going to be able to do that. If we're putting, so I'll go back to lots of white guys in the CIA. So I know, but I loved the way one of my girlfriends put it. She had worked there as a Green Badger for like over 10 years, done lots of pumps, and she said that she actually got to a meeting, and this was in the Middle East, and the guy was like, "Where's the American?" And she's Asian, and she's like, "You're looking at him," and he's like, "No, I want the American."
Mhm.
And she literally, he was expecting, this Middle Eastern gentleman was expecting a
He was
white
expecting
dude.
you.
Well, a white dude.
Yeah.
Even, right? They didn't want to deal with they didn't want to deal with Asian women.
Well, and that's also kind of like fails on part of the
So-
agency, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're dealing with a misogynistic culture,
Yes.
Yeah.
why the fuck are you throwing a woman in that?
Yeah.
Shouldn't he be smarter than that?
Well, I mean, that's that's a good question, and it is something that's discussed. But at the end of the day, if you want to work for the United States of America and you're getting paid, you're going to work
You're
for
gonna do whatever
an
the
American.
fuck I tell you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think as a woman, like, you have to be ready for that because
Which-
but it's like, I'm in command of this meeting. I'm the American here. I'm holding the cards. Like, I want to be friendly. I want to make sure that you've got what you need. But at the end of the day, this is America.
So
Yeah.
that's a tit for tat, right?
Yeah.
Because also she's the same person that's very unassuming.
Yes.
However, she's also not the person that's commanding the presence in a very diplomatic meeting.
They're like,
And-
just don't
and
let
you
her
can't
drive.
have your No, that's Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods, yeah.
But like to your point, like
Yeah.
you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's why it's still like a conversation.
Which is-
It's not a,
Which is why you just need bold women like yourself in order to stand up and like fucking throw your hog on the table and be like, no,
Yeah.
I am it.
yeah, you got to be
You
able
deal
to
with
read.
me or you can fuck off.
Exactly. And I will say, I've talked to folks about this, but if you've got a highly valuable asset and they're into special ops stuff, you should be throwing a former team guy in there, right?
Makes
Make
sense,
the, recruit the guy get them in there,
Yeah.
get them excited about working
what
for the U.S.
response are you trying to elicit? right?
Exactly. And I think that's why it's a conversation. But certainly with the wars that we've been in and the work that we've done, I mean, you're in the Middle East, like, you got to have women in there and you got to assert some sort of like, hey, you're
Yeah.
working for me,
I
buddy.
have such a sick question for you. Have you seen gentlemen from special operations and tier 1, tier 2 assets that just absolutely suck at clandestine operations?
Yeah.
Probably team guys. Team guys don't blend in well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
And
I've seen both sides. So some are
feel to
excellent,
elaborate.
but y'all stick out. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You show up, and so the CIA lean thing.
Got the
I was going to ask,
Yeah.
what is this?
got
So-
the fucking 5'11" starter kit.
What is the CIA lane? Hold on, I want to know what the CIA lane
So
is.
there used to be this training that it's totally unclassified now, but Americans love to lean on things, and foreigners don't generally do that. So it used to be a training aspect
No
of
way.
saying, don't lean on stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you're just out and about.
Yeah.
Because even when I was in Germany, just some of the basic, military talks they told us was like, Germans can tell by the way you walk if
Yeah.
you're an American.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're all loud. I get my laugh from my dad, and it is loud as shit. And that's an American. So you
Yeah.
if you're aware,
That's why it fits in here.
yeah.
No, I mean, there's a reason why the ugly American stereotype
Yeah.
is the thing.
Most
It's-
stereotypes are based on
yeah,
truth, man.
Yeah.
And,
All of them.
and so it's hard, I think, if you're a GRS. I mean, you're there to protect somebody, but if you're trying to do actual clandestine work, there's the DO, but there's also what they call like the paramilitary officers, and it's part of
Yeah.
like SAC and stuff like that. And that is more appropriate for a special operations guy, and they'll get a lot of the same training, but that way, you can go do paramilitary stuff in Africa and
Yeah.
go have some fun, and you're supposed to stand out.
Yeah.
You're an American.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
doing clandestine work and, Eastern Europe.
Which is why, I was so getting ready to go over to ground, but the only thing I needed was a 2-year degree in poli-sci. And I'm like,
Mm.
do you not understand? And so here's the catalyst is when I was downrange in Afghanistan, we had GRS show up and I was SOG, so I was in the talk,
What's SOG?
Sergeant of the Guard.
Ah.
And there was this random unit that joined on our freak, and it's like, hey, we need to come in and refit. And I'm like, identify. And they identified, and I went out there to walk them in, and it was 15 Hiluxes and a bunch of dudes in tiger stripes and quad nods.
Tiger stripes, dude.
And this
All
is
right.
this is in 2012.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
What?
it's quads and tiger stripes.
You mean GB, not GRS?
I don't know who the fuck they were.
Do they have Hawaiian shirts on too?
No, dude, it was all just fucking tiger stripes and quads.
Yeah.
First time in my life I've ever seen quads outside of Bissonnette's book.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's up, dude? Who are you? And then their fucking Afghani counterpart comes up and he's like, hey, I'm Malik. And I'm like, I'm Nick, I guess.
Yickpot X3.
Dude, it was mind-blowing. Fucking mind-blowing. And I was like, all right, dude, who are you with?
It's different levels,
And
dude.
he was like, the agency. I'm like, okay.
Do you know how annoyed Joel was the first I called him one day? I was like, I got on white nods. And he was like, fuck you.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, what are white nods? Like white phosphorus?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
white phos.
Oh, the new stuff. Yeah.
I was
Were
like,
they quads?
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was
yeah.
like, I don't even know what green nods look like, Joel. And he's like, just fuck you. He's like- so that was sweet. And so I was like,
I will say, whenever I punched out or retired, and I did some contracting for teaching EOD guys how to fucking hold guns and shit, and then got fired from that, and then basically started working for the Coast Guard. And dude, the fucking Coasties, the MSRT, those motherfuckers were outfitted better than the fucking SEAL teams. I'm like, what?
Because
the
no one's chasing their
fuck,
job.
dude. I'm like, what the fuck? Like every dude had fucking quad nods and shit, and like, you know, the best fucking gear looked like it hadn't been, you know, ever worn. You're like, wait, what the fuck? Where the fuck do you guys? You know, granted, they fucking were horrible in the kill house, but
Yeah. But they had all the right gear.
yeah, they look good doing it.
They look sexy
Yeah.
losing.
Yeah.
Speaking of quads, this just remind me of.
They've gotten better since then. This was in its
Yeah.
infancy. Not to say it had anything to do with me, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to know how low key my dad keeps it, and he kind of looks like a regular guy now, other than the buzz cut and the running. But they lived in Texas for a while, and my dad didn't say anything about ever being a team guy or even in the military. And they lived in this beautiful neighborhood, big houses, lots of trees, and they had this rat infestation going on in the neighborhood, and they would be like in the trees. And so my dad turned this into a sport. So he got
is
one
a
of
sport.
those, those high-powered
BB gun.
BB guns. And I don't think he put it together, but he was on the porch at, dusk one day, and with the high-powered BB gun,
These things are accurate too.
and he was literally one shot done.
Yeah, you could shoot up
Done.
to 300 yards with those.
Mm.
And one of our neighbors saw, and they had questions after that. They were like,
Mind your business, Karen.
that's exactly.
Yeah.
He's got quad nods and a BB gun.
Well, that
Ready
was
to
the
go.
thing.
With a Pac 15 on top.
You got a
That-
pack 2 on it. You're ready to go.
He was asking my mom. He's like, I really want to get nods so I can do this at night. My mom actually entertained, and then she looked up how much they were, and she was like, absolutely
Yeah.
not, absolutely not. But he was like, yeah,
because then you need a rail for your
Yeah.
your BB gun.
and then you need a laser for it. Like it's
Yeah.
it's a whole.
Don't
Yeah.
tell my wife how much I paid for my 31s.
Yeah, next thing you know, you're into, 30 large for a bunch of optics and shit. For,
Yeah.
Paying $50 each rat.
Yeah.
Glasses
Just a-
ass is what we call it in the
Yeah.
cyber world.
Yeah.
Glasses ass.
Glasses ass. Because, there is a rule of thumb. Whatever you spend on your rifle, you should spend half of that on your glass.
Mm.
And meanwhile, I have a $10,000 rifle, which, I compete, but
Oh shit!
my
I thought it was
glass
like
is
Okay.
$5,000.
yeah. I was gonna say shit.
Wow.
All right. But
Spend
if I
twice
bought
as much on your fucking glass.
if I bought $1,000 Nikon fucking piece of shit, hands down, no. And also, if you show up with that, you're getting mocked. You're not doing anything.
nice Bushnell, buddy.
And maybe, maybe there's a ratio too for other people because there's a high percentage of people that spend money on the gear but have no idea how to train it. Like if you should spend whatever you spend on your kit, you should spend twice as much on training.
Yeah, dude, some of that shit is very legit. I mean, and I've built weapons for people, and they're like, "Oh, well, what kind of optic should I get?" And I'm like,
What are you using it
"It's
for?
like, well, yeah, what are you using it for?" And I've seen dudes literally go out and buy $700 EOTechs and shit like that. They're throwing on a fucking M4, and they have yet to even shoot the
They
goddamn
didn't sight
thing.
it in, yeah.
And you're like, dude, I mean, you could have just bought a fucking $100 POS red dot and then shoot the fuck out of it,
Yeah.
get trained, get good at it. And I mean, there is a difference. I mean, obviously you got a
Buy
lot of these
once,
dudes,
cry once.
they want to look military. So they buy all the fucking high speed fucking aim points and fucking EOTechs. And then, but it's like, dude, the reason the military is because our fucking life depends on the fucking gear, but doing it backwards or spending an exorbitant amount of money on
Don't
shit.
reverse engineer your
and then
gun.
and then it sits in a fucking closet because you never
Yeah.
train with it.
Yeah.
I've got a friend of mine and he's a great dude, but he's got
I feel like I know who this is
Is
already.
this the guy with the kazoo?
no different guy. He's
Too soon.
probably got $100,000 worth of rifles. And these are like carbon fiber barrels, all the nicest
Wow.
shit I've ever seen in my life. It's awesome. But I will not go to the range with him because I went one time and he's a dude that's like
Oh,
muzzle everywhere. I'm like,
Do I know this
Yeah.
guy?
no.
You're
I mean,
like,
but-
bro, stop fucking sweeping me, you asshole.
Yeah, but he's a great guy. But I'm like, bro, you should sell 2 of your guns and spend it on training, and you will get way more out of what you already have.
I can do
Yeah.
more with iron sights than fucking anybody. And like,
Yeah.
actually, this is a really shitty thing to say, like hands down. However, I see these mass shooting events, right? And they're like 15 wounded, 1 killed. If I ever decided to go out the fucking rails,
Stand the fuck by.
there ain't 15 wounded, 1 killed. There's
Yeah.
29 killed, fucking 1 wounded. And that's only because I ran out of ammo and I was fucking winded. I'm like, thank goodness, right? Like, I mean,
Because all the guys who go out the rails are fucking unhinged lunatics.
Well, actually, so my buddy has like an MO or kind of like a baseline for anybody that goes off the rails. And 99.9% of the time of anybody that decides to shoot up anything, whether it be a church, a school, fucking public place, whatever, if they're not Muslim, they're always
The trannies.
in celibate.
yeah,
They're always in celibate.
They're either trannies or incels. Yeah,
Insuls.
absolutely.
They are individuals that continuously get mocked
Which
on
means
social media.
Involuntarily celibate when nobody wants to fuck you because
That-
you're a loser.
That
Damn.
and they're fucking losers. And like, dude, at first I kind of laughed at it.
Yeah.
This is unequivocally a fact.
Oh yeah,
If you're an incel, you are prime pipeline for a mass shooter.
because you're searching.
Because
you're
it's
searching
like,
for
fuck
power.
the world, and now it's me against the world.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And now
Yeah.
everybody needs to die because I don't
can't
fit
get laid.
into a norm.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
which you made your bed.
I'm not in the cookie cutter.
Well,
Yeah.
nobody fits into norm, man. I think some people don't understand. It's like
Well,
there is no norm, and the people that normal is not something to strive for, dude. You know, like embrace your unique
but they
weirdness.
don't. I mean,
But they're so
Do you think-
afraid to do that.
Do you think a lot of this, because the incel culture, it's just people that spend a lot of time online?
yes,
Because I feel like if
and it
some of
jades
these,
them.
yeah, if they got outside and they met real people, you're going to meet a lot of dicks, yes, but
Mhm.
you're also going to
Mhm.
find your niche
Yeah, you'll find your
eventually.
people.
But also,
Go take a pottery class. You'll
Anything.
find people.
here's
Yeah,
the biggest
yeah.
question: is like when you meet a dick, how do you respond to that situation?
Yeah.
Is it with animosity, or is it with a conversation?
Yeah.
Like, how do you interact with that process? Because, I mean, I can throw so much shade out there for people that are like bullied, right? I was bullied.
Everybody gets bullied,
But
bro.
like, guess what? Now I got probably too big of an ego. And it's like, but also I understand like when I'm right and when I'm wrong. And if somebody wants to talk shit to me, I'm like, hold on, why the fuck do you say that? And I'm willing to hold somebody else accountable due to their statement, but they're not. And immediately they're just like, and then they get angry. And then all of a sudden they're like, I'm going to steal daddy's gun and I'm going to load up with a bunch of rounds. And then now I'm just going to go into a school.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's
Yeah.
all fucked. It's all fucked. But 99.9% of the white shooters in North America are all incels.
Damn.
We're trannies.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's a mental imbalance.
No.
But, I mean, I don't say that, but I
stop
don't
it.
say that in. I say that in a factual
Yeah.
term. That's just the fact.
It's fact. And also
not-
because
I'm
they
not
are
saying that to be
incels.
I'm not saying that to be mean, but
Oh.
that's literally the fucking data.
Also, they're
No.
mentally deranged.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
it-
always some mental
But I think
aspect.
I think
there has to
it
be.
all comes down to
mean,
humanity.
willing
Never
to-
in my life have I thought to chop off my dick, and like I think it's sick to like scissor.
Well, see, here's the thing. So I remember, like we were talking about how humor is an
Yeah.
equation, right?
Yeah.
So when I was growing up, I was raised by my mom. I think I saw my dad when I was like 4, and then I didn't see him again until like 15. He's a great dude. Just wasn't around. And so I was raised by my mom in a very like kind of like, and my mom's a big hippie. So we disagree on a lot of shit.
Same.
Yeah. But so I did not have like I think my main male figure growing up was like one of my best friends. His dad was like the coach of the rugby team and national, awesome guy, right?
Yeah.
But that was my only interaction with like guy humor. So when I went to the SEAL teams, I had no frame of reference for humor, sarcasm, anything. I did not grow up with that. So it was a big step. So, but before that, when I was a teenager, everybody wants to be cool in high school. And I got the unique opportunity, which I hated at the time, But looking back now, was the best things that I ever got to do. Was I went to 5 different high schools in 3 different states. I didn't graduate any of them, but anyway. But anyway, so I got the chance to reinvent myself at every high school, and this is pre-internet, which thank God. So I would make mistakes, but I was never pigeonholed into this one thing, and I was always very analytical. So my friends are funny, and I always wanted to hang out with the cool kids, not to be popular, but because they were the ones who were throwing parties and having cool experiences and doing fun shit. So I want to do fun shit. How do I hang out with the cool kids? A lot of that has to do with humor and personality. So it's like, okay, so as an introverted nerd, which is my baseline, like programmer type personality, I was analyzing humor. So guys would tell jokes or be funny or entertaining, be the life of the party. Like, how the fuck are they doing this? Is it the content of what they're saying? Is it the context of what they're saying? Is it the timing? Is it the delivery? I was going through all these things, trying to mathematically figure out how do you be funny. And so that begat my adventure of many misadventures of trying what I thought was humorous shit, which was not funny and was super awkward. And I said the most outlandish shit. I'm like, well, that didn't land. I check out the box like that. And then I moved to a new school. So I was like, okay, well, I've learned this.
Rinse and repeat.
Don't do that again.
But not fully
exactly.
repeat.
But then
so I got to learn and progress without the repercussions of being pigeonholed into who I used to be. So I got to reinvent myself every year. So by the time I got to the high school, well, that I didn't graduate from, I had a pretty good baseline for this stuff. And I felt like I had the data for it, but I didn't know how to do it yet until I got to the SEAL teams. I was like, oh, this is fucking humor. This is sarcasm. This is irony. This
Dark
and
humor.
it all played in. And it still took me,
Yeah.
like, I mean, you remember when I was a regular team guy, it was like, I was probably the most forgettable team guy you guys have ever met. I was super vanilla.
Great, man.
Dude, I was the guy that used to make fun of people like, oh, fucking gay, you wearing tight pants. Now I'm wearing tight pants all the time. I was so
he wants to
afraid
be
to stand out.
unforgettable, but he was a skinny jean Lambo driving fucking Buds instructor.
But that's the thing. You met me after that transition. But before that, there was most of my time in the SEAL teams, I was a Mark I motto, super average,
Gray man.
very forgettable person. I wasn't a main character.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I used those skills that I learned going through all that high school shit to honestly, like Mikey Sowers, like, dude, there's been certain key personalities in my life that it brought in. I'm like, bro, I learned so much from Mikey.
Yeah.
I learned so much from Jessica Crispy and all these other people that came into my life and taught me lessons. I'm like, oh, I don't have to give a fuck about what people think.
Yeah.
And that was so freeing once I figured it out.
That was what was so attractive to Joel, right? He just didn't care. He was like,
Yeah.
Mini Cooper, I like it.
It's
Fuck
dope.
you guys.
It's fun.
Like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, like he was so himself.
That is a quality.
Yeah. And he also, to be fair, was like, I want you to love me for me. I don't want you to love me because I'm a team guy. And I'm like, I love you
I
in
want
spite
you to
of that.
love me for my car.
How old was he when you guys met?
Probably 20 or
Oh,
25.
no. Doesn't check out.
What do you mean?
Well, I would maybe have guessed like 35, right? Because
Oh.
I'm at that point to where I'm divorced once, and going into my second marriage, like I didn't give a fuck. But I didn't give a fuck because, and only in the sense of like, I'm not going to placate to you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to change myself to be what you want.
Yeah.
What I am, and like I went full send with it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
almost to a detriment.
Well, some
where
people learn
like
that at
if you
different
don't like
levels,
this,
different times.
fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I get
because
that.
I'm not looking for a partner. And like if you love me for me,
Yes.
then this is what you get.
It took me to my late 20s to kind of get a handle on that. But some people just have it, which is awesome. And some people learn it at different times.
And I think, to be fair to Joel, like he was like that with me, but he so wanted to fit into the SEAL teams. He did. Like he wanted
Yeah.
to have that brotherhood experience and all
Everybody
of
does.
that.
I mean,
Yeah,
but that's like humanity,
yeah.
right? Like if anybody has watched a season of Alone, the only detriment to people failing out of that is the lack of like correspondence,
Yeah.
the lack of communication, the lack of like
Community.
a community.
Yeah.
Like it's loneliness.
Yeah.
That is the only reason why people fail.
Especially
9 times out of 10.
Especially in a community like that where it's so hard to get into that you want to be accepted so hard
Yes.
once you get in.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
remember telling him, like, I don't give a shit what that loser says. And he's
Yeah.
like,
But
and
that's-
she's
those-
like, he's a Navy SEAL. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like,
Those are important conversations
you
to
know?
have, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it took a while for him to kind of get to that point
It
with
takes
the
a while.
guys. But yeah, with me, I appreciated and obviously loved the fact that certainly with me, with other people in his life, he was like, this is me. This is it.
No,
Like,
dude, that's a huge strength.
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So speaking of you, can we go into the nitty gritty?
Sure.
AKA the agency, and what that kind of ended up turning out to be in your experience.
Yeah. So for me, and going back to one of your questions, so Joel gets hurt. We're at Walter Reed, and it's pretty much you got to medically retire. Like, you're done. The guy had 2 bilateral hip surgeries at that point.
Damn.
Mm.
I mean, we're going to probably have to get his replaced pretty prematurely, even
Wow.
not being in the teams anymore. Needs a knee replacement. I mean, all the crap you guys end up dealing with, slap tears in both shoulders. I mean, he's got it all. And then he had some of the mental health issues that a lot of y'all see. And
What do you mean?
He's too funny.
What version? Yeah. Are we using humor to compensate for something?
Yes.
Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
Yeah. Like,
That should be our other tagline.
Well, if you don't laugh, you're going to cry a lot of the
Exactly.
times. And so that was sort of the point where Joel and I had the conversation of, okay, this career is probably over. Rachel, it might be your time to serve. And I know that sounds real corny, but
No,
that's
it doesn't
kind of
actually.
that's what it was, because the idea of,
Tag, you're in.
yeah, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
And I was working at the Pentagon at the time anyways, but it was like, okay, here we go. We're going to kick it off. We're going to kick off the recruitment journey and see if I make it, you know?
Cool.
And so I joined when I was about 34, which is a lot older than most. I'd been recruited a few times. We talked about the college recruitment, but going into it, you know, you start off and you're showing up for like HR classes, right? Your typical, like, here's where you go, get your badge photo taken. Here's your blue badge.
Don't call people retards.
Oh, well, they didn't even have any of that. But,
Unless you're on a podcast.
Fucking Kevin.
Yeah. And like I said, I got thrown in pretty quickly. I had a lot of senior officers coming up to me, asking me questions about Ukraine and kind of what the deal is. And certainly, you know, I kept telling them, I was like, this is going to be a long war, guys. This is going to be, like, you guys don't understand how much, you know, America, we're ready to fight anybody. Ukraine has focused all of their energy on fighting Russia. For those that are purist for Ukraine, there had been a lot of, in the past, a lot of corruption in Ukraine, and they had been trying to fight that for a while. But for the Ukrainian people, they want to remain distinct. They are distinct. And that is something I don't think a lot of people, certainly a lot of analysts, even CIA analysts, didn't understand. And so it's trying to get that message out. And I had thought most of my life I was going to have to be running around CIA telling everybody, like, you should care about Ukraine because of this. And this is probably, I certainly didn't expect like a full out, you know, conventional warfare. But we had seen what happened in Crimea. I was like, this is probably going to be the deal. So when the war started, I got thrown into the fire pretty quickly. And that was amazing. Like, I had amazing leadership. I had great people around me. And then about 6 months in, 5 months, I had this colleague. I'd only known him for probably about 4 months of this. He ends up strangling me in a stairwell at CIA headquarters. And that set me on a path I never could have imagined myself.
Can you elaborate on that a bit more? Like why? Like what was the antithesis of him strengthening you in the stairwell?
Context, like, did you guys know each other before? Like, was
Yeah.
he mad at you or something? I mean, without getting too into
No.
the weeds, but like,
Yeah. Yeah. Like we had gone through a training course together and we had talked over like the internal messaging system. I would have considered him a friend at the time. And he was a Navy reservist. We had both worked for the same military contracting company. We were both older also.
Mhm.
So there was some commonality there. I made no secret of the fact I was married, like what we talked about. But you know what's really interesting about this, and I actually just came back from South Korea. The 8th Army had me out there talking about what had happened to me and kind of the aftermath. But it was really interesting because at this event, they actually had these psychologists and people that did a lot of research on the brain and why this happens and why people perpetrate, sexual assault or something like this. And they say a lot of it is just impulse. It's somebody making a poor decision in the moment. They're not Ted Bundy's out there sitting in a van.
Yeah.
You're not planning it.
Calculating.
That is very rare.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's usually somebody making a poor decision in that moment. It's an impulsive thing. And usually, and certainly in the military, what they talk about is it's usually has some sort of alcohol involved. And that can
reduces the impulse control.
Exactly.
Right.
And so for mine, it was strange. It was really weird. He had gifted me a scarf and we had walked the halls. I hadn't talked to him in about a month. He had said something really strange.
Isn't that part of the process too with like gifting?
No, I mean, it's not. It was a weird gift to get at the time. Honestly, like getting a scarf
Because
in
it means
July.
that's abstract though, right?
Yeah.
And like if that's not like normalcy, then it might kind of lead into whatever sociology is involved in whatever ended
just
up happening.
like big picture, is it normal to give somebody a gift in this type of scenario, or is it the kind of like, is it like a
No.
personal like?
It was
like a personal type.
It was a personal type
Okay.
thing.
And that's kind of what I'm alluding to.
Yeah. And they actually, if you go out and do the research there's resources like RAIN, they talk about gift giving as part of grooming.
Yeah.
That's something for like children looking
I
out
learned
for.
that in EP, like first and foremost.
Because you have the inherent
I didn't know that.
reciprocity.
Yeah. Yes.
Because
exactly.
like if you're gifted a $14,000 Rolex, you're more inclined to turn a blind eye to certain other things.
Yes.
Improprieties and shit.
Mhm.
Kind of like politics.
I mean,
Yeah, literally.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think the hard thing in the aftermath for me is, this is kind of like a heavier scarf. I've always sucked in describing it, but it was a Blue Angel scarf. And so it like I've got it in my hand. We're walking and catching up. And like I said, I hadn't seen him in a month because he had said something kind of creepy to me and it just kind of weirded me out. But you're at the agency. You're kind of like everybody's, like,
Yeah. Everybody's been vetted.
yeah, like
There's inherent level of trust. In
yeah.
Oh, massive.
Yeah. And so after our walk, he's like, "Hey, you want me to walk you back to your vault, your skiff?" And I worked up on the 5th floor and I just didn't take the elevator there. I was always taking stairs. Everybody knew Rachel takes the stairs.
Well, because you're not fat.
Well, I didn't really like. You get your steps in where you can at that place. 'Cause
right.
You're chained to a desk.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so going into the stairwell, he asked for it back, and I gave it back to him. And
So he asked for the scarf back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we went into the stairwell.
Did he say why?
He said something to the effect of like, "Oh, I want to see how long this is," or something.
But
he wasn't like taking it back. He's just like, "Oh, let me see it for a second," type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But was the original like delivery of the scarf public?
Yes. Yeah.
So that right, like so he wanted it to be seen. Right? Almost as
Maybe.
it's kind of like a show of love, gratitude, whatever it may be.
It could be, yes.
Let's see how it unfolds. Yeah.
So I don't generally relive like the whole thing, but to give you guys an idea, we go through the 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, and then it happened on the 4th floor. So I worked on the 5th floor. Everything that went down, a lot of people don't realize this, but I actually wear hearing aids nowadays. I was wearing hearing aids at the time. So he had come up behind me and put the scarf over me, and I couldn't obviously hear him
so we
that
had
well.
planned it. Oh, let me see the scarf, and then interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And then it came over my head. I'm turning around like, what the fuck's happening? Because I know this person, you
Yeah.
know?
Not expecting it, right?
Yeah. And then crosses the ends, and I won't get into it because I have really bad PTSD from it. But ends up trying to strangle me. I got out of it. He tried doing it again, laughing and all of that. But I get out of into the 5th floor because part of me, is like, oh, why didn't you go into the 4th floor? Why don't you just like get out? And people don't realize I can't badge in anywhere.
Woulda,
Right?
shoulda, coulda.
Yeah. And you're not, it was, confusion is the best word I could get it because this is not something I would have expected
Yeah. So you're not expecting
from
it.
anybody.
Right.
I mean, I had worked in male-dominated spaces my entire career. I'd been around teen guys, and no one even got close to. I never even thought of it. Somebody touching me.
Well, I think too, when you go through something traumatic like that, it's like, it's almost the same as being in like a fucking shooting or something. You get tunnel vision. You get that auditory exclusion. You want to get in that fetal position. So I'm sure what you knew was that muscle memory, like, fuck, if I just get up one floor, I know where this is. This is familiar to me, and
it's safe.
Yeah,
too.
Exactly.
Because I worked with almost all men that were just amazing. They were like my dads, and these were big dudes. Like,
So just get to a safe space.
Get to a safe space. And I was able to actually get the scarf back from him. And I know this doesn't make sense, but to me at the time it was like, oh, this is my proof this happened.
Yeah.
But so I got into my space, sat down, threw the scarf into a cupboard I didn't really use, and kind of like checked to see, you can tell like if people are at their desks or not. It's like green or yellow.
Really?
And so I checked his, and he's still yelling. I'm like, okay, he's probably going back to his desk that was totally different part of the building. And I was like, okay, I got to get out of here because I don't know what the fuck just happened. And it was about the end of the day. And for me, I had been showing up at work on Europe time. So I was in there like 4:00 in the morning. So it was like this was probably right around 4 in the afternoon that this happened. And so I got out of there. And on the way home, I was like starting to try to kind of like understand like what the fuck just happened. And so I text a buddy that is a contractor. He's worked at CIA for like 10 years, and he's obviously not in my chain of command. So I don't have to like, he's a really nice person, but I work with him every day. Yeah.
Somewhat impartial to the whole thing.
Exactly. And I text him. I was like, hey, do they have cameras in the stairwells? And I didn't really think of it at the time, but he was like, what the fuck? Like, who asked that? And so he calls me, and I tell him, I was like, I'm like, this thing happened, and I walk him through it, and he's like, holy shit, like, you got to report that. Like, oh my God. And so that set off a chain of reaction where, we didn't know how to report it. I spent like the whole next day trying to figure out like, how do I report this? Trying to look on the intranet.
Like a domestic.
Yeah. And there was nothing out there. And so my supervisors had noticed like, hey, there's something a little off with Rachel. And I talked to them. I said like, hey, you would have to mandatory report this. And I don't know if I want to report this because.
So are there no internal HR channels for this?
Oh, we'll get to that.
Okay. All
right.
Right.
That gets crazy. So basically, he's like, hey, here's the chief medical officer of CIA. She's a personal friend. Call her. And so I get with her. I go into a private office, and I'm talking to her, and I'm like, hey, I don't even understand like how to report this or what happens if I do. And I tell her what happened. She's like, holy shit. Like, she's like, go talk to security. And at the time she framed it as they'll know whether there are cameras in the stairwell. I was not going to go back into that stairwell to the scene of the crime, like to go check.
I'm going to take the elevator.
Like, no.
Fuck my steps. Yeah.
And I go down to security, and I don't know how much you had to deal with threat management unit, but they throw me into a tiny white room, and they have a male interviewer that has no clue what he's doing. No training is what I found out later. None. And I'm asking him, like, are there cameras in the stairwell? And he's like, which stairwell? And I was like, I'll go find out. And he's like, well, just tell me what happened. And so I do. I step him through it, or like what I could remember at the time. Because that's something I've learned about trauma or like PTSD is
compartmentalizing shit.
Yeah, like you'll remember islands of memories. That's something I learned at this conference. Like there are islands of memories, and they'll be like, it'll be inconsistent at first, and as you feel safer and safer and you rest and you sleep, your brain starts to actually put it back together appropriately. But I was still in like panic mode at this point. Like I was coming into work and just sweating through my blouse. Like there's something wrong with my body. I knew it, and it wasn't voluntary. It was just weird. And security asked me not to tell my husband.
That seems like kind
That's
of
fucking weird.
odd ask.
Yeah.
That's
they knew he was a
how
SEAL.
You know that there are hands involved in this.
Yeah. Well, and this guy kept leaving the room, and I found out later, but I was like, that's weird. He kept leaving the room because he was going to talk to the chief of this threat management, who were calling the lawyers at CIA.
You probably had your boss's boss watching your entire fucking interviews. And because, like I said, if security is watching this and they said, hey, don't say anything to your husband.
Yeah.
Meaning the whole gravity of your background and situation is under full disclosure right
That's
now.
such a strange ask, though. Like what?
You
want to know why?
It isn't.
They were worried about my attacker's safety.
Yeah.
Oh, knowing your husband.
Knowing my husband was a former
Facts.
SEAL.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
dude.
But also, I mean,
facts.
but even knowing that, I'm like, dude, I mean, is that even legal to tell? Like, how can you ask somebody to
It's
not
at the fucking
disclose
agency,
this
dude.
to your fucking spouse?
They killed Kennedy. They don't give a fuck about
That's
her.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit.
Yeah, like, all right,
Yeah.
I could see them being like that.
Like-
yeah.
So for me, if I was having all of these like crazy physical and mental issues afterwards. I'd never had a mental health issue in my life. Never been on
Did you
prescription
have any
medication.
kind of like marks or like?
No, but I found out later that if CIA had actually taken me to a hospital, you can actually get imaging that will show under the skin
Right.
actual damage.
Right.
Because not everybody is going to have
like micro tears
bruising
or
or-
whatever.
Yeah, they could see that.
Also,
External,
the CIA
yeah.
is smart about that, and they know how to do that.
Yes. Yeah. And so, but I literally looked the next day and I was like, do I have bruises from this or something? But no, I did not. And so, well, what I found out later is it doesn't matter. Like I know a woman that had her orbital bone smashed in, and they took her clearances and got rid of her after reporting
Damn.
it.
That's
Wow.
literally how easy it is.
Yep. So the
Misinformation campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, and she's still fighting it. She's absolutely.
Was it one of the same things as you? As
Similar.
far as like the orbital bone collapse?
Oh, for her?
Well, like, so she got beat up in a stairwell,
Not in a stairwell.
but somewhere.
Somewhere.
Some kind of incident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got stories for days because eventually, I'm trying to report at places. The CIA is basically telling me to go fuck off.
Right.
Stonewalling you with everything.
Yes. And in fact, they get to the point where they're telling me they are going to put me in prison for leaking classified information if I go to the police.
Yep.
What?
And that's how they pigeonhole you.
Yep.
And then you're going to lose your fucking clearance, and now you're out of a job.
Oh, you'll go to prison. Like they were going to full on
Yeah.
John Kirikou me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hands down.
That's crazy.
So-
what the fuck?
Yeah.
The fuck it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
That's
That's
normal.
So fucked.
That, and so
Wow.
this is why I ended up in Congress.
Yeah. No shit.
So this goes on for a little
Don't fuck
bit.
with a honey badger.
So this goes on for a while, and I've reported it pretty much anywhere I've been told The Sharp office, which, I mean, you guys know what that is from the military, basically told me, oh, you're a guinea pig case. We've never done this before, really.
Great, thanks.
The fuck I am.
I'm like,
Yeah.
Do you think
Okay.
sexual harassment and rape is fucking new to you guys?
well,
Yeah, that's fucking
for a while,
crazy.
the reason it was so new is because there was a group, there were all of these disparate groups that were trying to work on this issue for a long time, trying to get the building to do something about it because it was a serious issue. And they started posting stories of women who had been like brutally raped.
Who did the agency?
Well, this was like the Internal Women's Council.
Okay.
And so like they're posting on the intranet, like our CIA
Oh, so
intranet.
still internal, but
Yes.
okay,
yeah.
Everything's still very
Yeah,
much
yeah.
so internal.
yeah.
And
Which is where they want to keep it.
yes. And leadership was like, stop posting these stories and we will give you an office. And so,
And you're incentivized.
yes. And so they got their office, but the office had career finance people in it. They didn't have anybody qualified.
Yeah.
So I find out through a few different organizations, EEO being one of them, because they're federally required to give me, some of the reports, that the guy that attacked me had essentially admitted to it. This was not like a he said, she said, full denial. Nothing ever happened. This was, yes, I strangled her, or at least intended to. Yes, it was a sexual act. And there were differences in some of our stories, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But that core premise there was in writing.
So they did contact him. They talked to him,
Yep.
and he admitted it.
Yes.
And they're still just like stonewalling the whole thing.
Yes.
Because they don't want to be blackballed by the agency.
Well,
They
no,
don't want damage or any discourse falling on the agency.
Well, and they had gotten away with this for a very long time, doing this.
just like
for decades.
just
Yes.
like compartmentalizing and
Decades.
just
Yes.
like putting things away in different.
Because one of
pockets.
the things you learn is victims actually, they need a lot of resources. We learned this through the military. They need a lot of resources. They
Massive.
need support.
Yeah.
But if you just get rid of the victim,
Yeah. Out of sight, out of mind.
you're done. Like we're done. And so they had actually,
Which is why they kill them.
so sometimes
You're like,
I won't get into that part maybe yet, but because I got a few threats. They actually had certain lines that you would see in almost every case of sexual assault. We have to protect his privacy. We have to protect his rights. I mean, you just saw
It's
that.
classified. It's classified.
They're falling back on jargon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude,
And
that's
they're
so weird.
allowing their pigeonhole of OPSEC in order to prevent disclosure for attorneys or anything like that.
So, God bless my managers at the time, because, I tell them and talk to them about it, and I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem right. Like, and they can tell like something's wrong with me, like something's seriously wrong. And so they actually went out and found an attorney for me that was a former case officer.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So
Woman?
male.
Ah.
So there was a woman that I actually tried to get a hold of. She had unfortunately died, but her name's Janine. She actually was an
CIA
attorney.
probably had a hand in that.
I hope not. But yeah, male case officer, amazing guy. Fun Kevin is what we ended up calling him
That's
for
cool.
a while. Yeah.
We have a fun Kevin.
Yeah.
We definitely do.
And he gets involved, and he knows the deal. He knows that this stuff gets covered up, but
You need somebody read in.
yeah, to understand this. And so we get to December. He's like, we're going to law enforcement.
Wait, when did this occur? What month?
July
Oh, okay.
July
Wow.
13th.
It's like
That's how much
Holy
stonewalling.
fucking shit. So 6
Sorry.
months later, essentially, or 5 months later.
And you would see this over and over. Like, I had a young woman, probably 23, 24, who had an admission of rape on internal systems. Tried to go to the police. They told her, no, you can't go for this reason. No, you can't go for this. And they just, timed it out. They just drew it and drew it and drew it out until the statute of limitations was done.
wow.
Hmm.
I think that's 7 years.
In Virginia, it was like 2 or something. It was something really short.
2 years
Of course
for
it
rape?
is, too,
It was
in Virginia.
super
That's
short.
crazy.
It was something like
Yeah.
that. And they had essentially gotten the statute of limitations to where she couldn't actually go. And even so, like, Virginia is not a
Hope
good,
you have a lot of money.
yeah, well, and so December, talk to the FBI, talk to local law enforcement. They investigate. All right, you got a protector. Here's your protective order, Rachel, which CIA did not want to enforce. And he's charged. And so where this story gets interesting for most people is January, certainly after they were trying to combat the protective order. Like security's first question for me about the protective order was, well, what judge signed this? It wasn't like, hey, are you okay? Hey, we'll make sure we get this taken care of. It was, which judge?
Don't they already know that? It's on the paperwork.
They should.
Yeah, no shit.
All right.
Which
Weird.
means they're leading you.
That's a weird question to ask. Okay.
Like, you work for the fucking agency. They're leading you.
They were definitely up to no good.
Yep.
And so this amazing attorney had also worked on the Hill. He had gotten into some contacts and got a meeting with HPSI, so the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. They were like, yeah, we'll talk to her. Yeah, we want to talk to her. Like, oh, because they were kind of tracking how this was all unfolding. And sure enough, you won't be surprised by this. The day I was scheduled to go, you have to tell the CIA when you're going to talk to Congress. You can't just show up.
Yeah.
That morning, I have to talk to Office of Congressional Affairs, their attorney, and she tells me on the phone, she goes, if you leave this building, there will be consequences.
Wow.
Yeah, it started to get very real of like just blatant.
I mean, that's pretty blatant.
Yeah. I mean, you can't get much more blatant than that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And I just remember I was obviously terrified, but I was just kind of like, okay, click.
Yeah. I
Right.
mean, at a certain point, you got to just be like, dude, fuck you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, and I talked
It's
to
either
Joel.
tit for tat, though.
And that's what part of it was, is like, I'd get a blow in and then CIA would come back and just
With a bigger blow.
Yep. And they would, and
It's
then I
chess,
just
not
kept
checkers.
getting up. Right. And that was the thing
Yeah.
that was annoying the
Which
shit out
probably
of them.
And they
pissed
just
him
want to
off.
run
Yeah.
you down
Yeah.
and financially fucking ruin you
Yep.
to not counter
Oof.
accuse and just keep you to shut the fuck up.
And that's how they
Oh.
get most of the victims.
That's how they get all of them.
Well,
That's crazy.
so at
Aside
this
from you.
point, I've, my story apparently was, spreading across the agency, and I had people coming to me telling me their stories, other survivors. Hey, this had happened to me. Hey, this is how the agency treated me, and it's like I said, that's how
And
we
were
could kind of see
were
this
most
pattern.
of them supportive, or were some of them like, "Hey, watch your ass. This is going to happen to you"?
Yeah, right.
type
It was
thing?
both.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great question.
yeah, it was both. Because, for example, I was told, don't go to the CIA Inspector General because they're
paid.
they're so corrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to
Hands
the
down.
It's like kind of don't go to the Navy JAG if you're in trouble.
Yeah.
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 and so she told me, go to the IG and the intelligence community IG, call them. And I did that like in October and just basically told them what's going on. And
Somebody outside the chain.
yeah. And yeah, so I showed up to Congress, and a lot of people don't realize that Congress is really run by staffers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I met with a room full of staffers, and they were awesome. We went through everything, and I wasn't allowed to take any sort of paper out of the building, so I didn't have any notes. I had to do this essentially from memory.
Mhm.
Hours and hours and hours. I drank every single bottle of water there. I woke up the next morning with like wet hair, and I literally could not remember the rest of that night. Like, that's how traumatic it was, just like being.
Because they're making you relive the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're not making me,
detail.
but it's like
Which
if
is also part of the
Well,
plan.
they need to get the details out.
yeah, and they were really great. They were like, hey, if you need to take breaks, if we don't need to go into everything, but I felt like this is it. Like, you need to know everything that's going on.
Yeah.
And so we went through it, and Hipsy said, okay, we're going to start investigating. Because I obviously said, hey, I'm not alone.
Yeah.
So you're a full-blown whistleblower.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy that it took that much effort to get to the point where they're actually listening to you. Like, hey, you know what? This might actually be a problem. We'll look into it. That's wild because, like, in the civilian world, like running companies, especially in California, I'm like, man, you are under the fucking microscope. You do not have any leeway, especially an employer. Like, dude, you've got the smallest little, just the slightest little thing of like, oh, this might have happened. Somebody's up your ass as an employer immediately. So it's crazy to hear like a huge organization like that, number one, did not have the pathway to have an opportunity to even address this.
Yeah.
And then two, was like actively stonewalling it. That's nuts.
And they had been doing this for a long
The
time.
thing is like, I don't know if I'm the only guy here.
Or maybe
but, like,
that was the pathway they had.
I am not
Yeah.
surprised in any capacity, like
Yeah.
at all. Like people feel like the agency has your best interest in mind.
No.
And it could not be further from the truth.
The agency has its own best interest in mind.
That is exactly
And
it.
they are very, very fucking good at making sure that anybody in your situation shuts the fuck up.
Yeah.
And also, if it's damning in any capacity, they have no fucking problem killing you. None.
You want to know how messed
You're
up
gonna
I
commit
was?
suicide, or you're gonna do a shitty fucking bump of blow, and you're dead.
Oh, it was fentanyl. Like,
Yeah.
Mm.
No,
hey,
she was a
there's
cokehead.
some
No
weird-
way.
And
some
then they
weird
placated
stuff,
on
dude.
you,
Yeah.
even though you've never done a fucking drug in your life.
Yep.
And oh, whoopsie,
Yeah.
whoopsie daisy.
Yeah.
It's all
Well,
what makes
and-
the headlines.
To be frank, like I was mentally so messed up because you have to think about, I am being asked, I love the mission. I'm being asked to go into a cage with my attacker every single day.
Yeah.
So no one can guarantee my safety.
Right.
And I was fortunate enough to have male friends that, you know, some were former SOF that cared and were like, I'll walk you to your car. I got you. Like,
Yeah, that's cool.
we got you.
That's really cool.
Do you
Yeah.
feel like at any point in time, if you didn't have those friends, that your life would have been in jeopardy?
Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%. Because I got told at one point, and they thought they were being funny, but they were like, oh, you know, we just make people disappear.
But they actually said, like,
Yes, it was so corny. But I
that's
was
crazy.
in such a mind state where I remember just like looking at this person deadpan and being like, just put me out of my misery. And they had never had anybody say something like that. That is when I think they really realized like, oh, she's a major threat to us.
Right. Which is
Interesting.
actually almost a detriment to what you said.
I know.
Because when you're dealing with, like, this sounds so corny, but it's almost like a Jason Bourne fucking thing. To where it's like, if we know that we can't control you with like threats.
Yep.
And there's no threat that we can impose in order to control you, our only option is to eliminate you.
Yeah.
Some wild stuff. Can we take a break on this?
Let's
real
do
quick?
it.
Sure.
All right. Clap, clap. We're back
We're
in.
Wipers.
Holy shit, man. This is a
Yeah.
this is
Whole
a
lot to
wild.
digest.
This,
This
is
is
a wild
so much
story.
more than I thought it was going to be in
Mhm.
terms of
Is she funny?
no.
That's my number one
In
question.
terms of, I knew bureaucracy in our government was fucked up, and to an extreme level. But even this is almost takes the fucking cake. The
Yeah.
point where you're just like, what? Seriously? Like,
Yeah.
really? You're like our top fucking spy agency, and you're literally trying
Choking
to
women out.
essentially like offing or doing enough to enable one of your employees. You put enough stress on one of your fucking employees to basically make them fucking kill themselves, or that's why you
Quote, unquote,
see some of
so-
this shit to where you're like, okay, I get it now. When you see all these bodies around DC that have like these he
All
got
these
shot in the back of the
disappearing
fucking
scientists.
yeah, got shot in the back of the fucking head.
Yeah.
It's a fucking suicide. You're like,
He shot himself twice in the back of the head. You're like, oh, suicide. Yeah.
Actually,
That's
here
wild
is something that I definitely want to ask you is, fuck, I almost lost it. Like, what is your opinion on disappearing scientists? Or what is your opinion on the abilities and capabilities of individuals of notoriety that just kind of killed themselves on a whoops?
So before any of this happened, I would have been like, conspiracy theory, get out of here. But after what I faced inside the agency, not by everyone, I had a huge support group, but by certain individuals who were very powerful at the agency, I have no doubt there are plenty of suicides that are not suicides. There are plenty of people that are dead that, are dead
Also,
because they pissed the wrong person off.
One of the other things that I don't know that we really discussed.
We should
is,
caveat that too. Like, you're not suicidal, right?
No,
we didn't talk about that.
And to be fair, I at one point was very open with the fact I was suicidal. I was going to hang myself in that stairwell.
Holy fuck!
That was my plan. I had made the plan
to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got help very quickly.
No.
I'm on a lot of meds, but I'm not suicidal anymore.
Right.
So
Sorry, Nick.
Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I this is one thing that I don't know that we really actually like got to is what was the catalyst that caused all of this? Like, what was the reason that
we just
you
talked
brought
about
up? Well, no, hold on. I'm trying to get there.
Sorry. Go ahead.
But like the whole stairwell incident, like, and what were the repercussions for the government?
Oh, so this is part of the reason they had to fire me. I'll tell you this much, because I have a mentor at CIA. We were talking about this recently, and I was like, they really didn't have to fire me. They could have just put me in a war zone and kept me busy. And he goes, no, they had to fire you. And I'll tell you why. Because for the CIA, they ended up firing the director and deputy director of EEO. The head of security was pushed out.
Wow.
The head of the SHARP program was completely pushed out.
This is why I asked this fucking question.
The entire SHARP program was dismantled. The entire anti-harassment program was dismantled. Then you get into just the legislation.
Wait, is this because of this incident?
Because of me going to
Because
Congress.
of the whistleblower.
No
Because
shit.
of me going. And I will never take soul.
Don't fuck with the honey badger.
But also, like,
there were so many other women that came forward.
Right.
There were other groups that had been working on this. So I'm not the only one involved here. I was just the first through the door.
Yeah.
I was the first one to be like
the catalyst.
Yeah, I was the one that was,
The one that
all
wouldn't
right.
go. The one that wouldn't go away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it was. And so with from Congress to literally pass legislation was 11 months. And if you know anything about Department of War, DOD, that type of issue took them a decade to actually reform. So to do this in 11 months tells you how messed up this was.
So they fast-tracked it priority. Like, hey, they recognize, hey, this is a fucking problem. We need to fix it.
And I'll tell you, the CIA subcommittee in Congress was all men. And they were like, this is our priority. This is actually, the Republicans had control of the House at the time, and they were like, this is our priority. This is insane that this is going on.
So do you feel like they did a good job of handling it at that level once it got outside the compartmentalization of the agency? Do you feel like they did a good job of handling that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Congress did everything they could. And to give you an idea, when I went to Congress, I told them, hey, I'm not the only one. There's a lot of other people that are dealing with this and have been trying. So you got to talk to them. And so we tried to get that second woman in, and they kept stonewalling. They kept, we'll do this in a couple of weeks. She can go in a few weeks. And it happened like, okay. And so my attorney got back in touch with HPSI and basically said, hey, we've got another woman, CIA is stalling. And they said, give us her name. We'll go through secure channels. We'll call her up. that's when CIA realized, oh, this is not something they're going to be able
We're
to.
fucked.
Yeah. And then what I did is I put together a form that had, if somebody wanted to go to Congress to talk to them about what had happened to them, to call the ICIG hotline, and I gave them a script. And, fill in your name, and then, here's what you need to say at least. And then if you want to share extra details about whatever happened, you can, but let them know that you need to come. And so the ICIG hotline actually got overrun for a little bit there.
Holy shit.
And they had to go to CIA and be like, hey, you guys got to get your own house in order. You have to let these women come forward and talk to Congress. And so they did.
Look, what do you mean? We're not stopping anybody.
Well, and
Yeah,
that was the
typical.
thing. Early on, things got really hot for me after Congress. And then the press got a hold of it in March, April timeframe. Politico found out that there were a bunch of women going to Congress about sexual misconduct in CIA. So that blew up a whole other new door.
Fucking Politico.
And what's crazy about CIA that I think a lot of people suspect but don't know is the agency has a massive influence over our media. So
Yeah.
one of the things that I've learned...
You can see it. It's like the Matrix. You can see it if you read between the lines.
Yeah. And so talking to reporters since, they absolutely have told me, hey, yeah, our kudos to our news editors, because they were getting calls to the highest levels of our newsroom saying, don't cover this story. That's
Wow.
how crazy it was getting. And
Yeah.
so kudos to the reporters and news agencies that covered it, which became every single major news outlet.
Having the
Yeah.
balls to say no, and like this is
important.
to stand on the line.
Yeah.
Like no,
Yeah.
this is right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like your whole incident like had the potential to go sexual as far as like misconduct?
It was. It
Well,
was.
He wasn't trying to strangle her to have a high five.
No, and so to be fair though, like
There's a tit for tat there, motherfucker.
I didn't know what to call it afterwards.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't until that Friday, I got strangled on Wednesday. And that Friday, when I was talking to the chief medical officer, she's the one that said sexual assault. She's the one that
Like,
put
was
the
he
label
trying
on
to pull
it.
your pants down or like anything like that?
He had said some kind of like sexual connotation things.
Right.
And he, like, to be fair, like he said, yes, it was a sexual act.
Mm.
Like, you don't have to believe me.
Yeah.
He made
Yeah.
that very clear.
So ultimately, what happened to this fucking donkey? Does he still work for the fucking agency?
He resigned a few months after he was convicted.
Probably full pension.
Well, that happens a lot, but he ended up resigning. And I don't know much after that. He did end up getting an appeal. That's a Virginia state law that they can have an automatic appeal if they want to go in front of a jury. And he did get acquitted on appeal. So I want to lay that out there.
Yeah.
But one of the things that, we were talking about over
How the fuck
break,
do you get acquitted after
admitting
yeah. That's fucking weird.
I have to be careful like how much I share here, but to let you your listeners know, none of those admissions or none of those statements made it into the appeal trial.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
It's classified.
Gotcha. Yeah.
CIA.
Redacted.
Get the fuck out of here.
Redacted.
Yeah.
That's some
And
fucked up shit.
you can
dude.
see the timeline of the CIA trying to figure out what's going to hurt me the most, right? Like, what buttons do we have to push to get rid of her?
And then also, correct me if I'm wrong, Shin, right? So they're going to throw in nuances, potentially calling you like a whore.
Yes. That was the favorite one. And I have to ask people, let's say I was the biggest whore in there. Let's say I was did I deserve to get strangled at work in a stairwell?
If you don't
No.
want, not if you don't want to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, no.
Who's next?
Everybody's got
No.
their fetishes.
But
yeah.
also to your point, where they're I don't feel like that's an argument on prosecution side because there's no other grounds to like stand on, right? Like if you'd slept with like 3 or 4 other dudes, they're gonna bring them front and center, and then they're gonna pressure them and be like, "Oh yeah, she's a slut."
They would have brought it up.
She sucked my dick in the fucking.
Well, they
thing,
did.
right?
They tried to. They tried to.
Really?
And this poor. I mean, it was the guy that I called right after. It was the guy encouraging me to report it.
And they fucking pressured him.
And they tried to frame it as if like it's this other thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So what did he
Of course
do?
they did.
What did the attacker
the guy
or the guy
that you entrusted
The guy you
that you called
confided
after? Did he ride with them, or
No.
did he ride with you?
He rode with me.
That's awesome.
He. But also, I mean, one of the discussions I had with him, he's a contractor, so he ended up having to leave the agency.
Yeah. So they pushed him out for
Oh,
taking
yeah.
your side,
Yes.
which is
Oh, yeah.
fucked.
But and I've kept his privacy. I will never disclose his name. So he did not come to the trials, and I've done everything. And this is true of anybody that's helped me because
Yeah.
it became very clear that the CIA was going after anybody that helps
Yeah.
me. I mean, you want to know how terrible this got. At one point, CIA was okay with the full name of a former Green Beret paramilitary officers being released in a subpoena.
Oh, of course.
Who's actively like
He was so helpful.
operational.
And yes, he was completely operational,
Ooh.
helping me. He was one of the ones that would walk me to my car, very supportive, married with 3 kids, right? Like,
Because they
super
also
nice.
want to blackball him.
Yes. Anybody
They
that
want to
came.
make a statement.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
God, man.
Yeah. And we talked about like the
And now that's
destruction.
his career.
Yeah.
Yeah. And granted, Fun Kevin had, folks that were amazing that worked over the weekend to get those subpoenas completely sealed and out of it like as fast as possible. But that was something that like I had to have done.
Yeah.
This wasn't CIA saying, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't do that." I mean, they've got videos of me where they're literally blurring out my wedding ring. Yeah. Literally.
Oh, to imply
Or removing
something.
it, implying that
Yeah.
Yeah.
she's
Oh,
sleeping
She was
around.
asking for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, man, dude, that's fucking.
But I will
That's so
say
crazy.
this. I also went to DOD with this, DOW. And I went in the fall. I needed help. And so I was put in touch with a SHARP representative. And I didn't know anything about this, anything about the process. And I will say, for all of DOW's flaws, and I know they don't get it perfect every time, but they took care of me.
Yeah.
That's cool.
They-
That's good to
That's
hear.
Yeah, like they did everything they could to take care of me. And I've learned a lot about the processes in DOW, and that's helped me be able to advocate. A lot of the changes that we made in legislation for CIA are modeled off of DOW. I'm helping with some legislation packages right now that are for Congress itself because they've had some sexual misconduct issues.
Big surprise.
Yeah, so sad, but I've learned a lot through that, and DOW was amazing. And it's been really interesting to visit places like 8th Army in South Korea and hear. I mean, this was with the 3-star, the 2-star, the 1-star, and Peninsula leadership, and they all showed up. They all had questions. They all wanted to know, and they did
Yeah.
a great job putting on those types of events because you don't just learn about sexual misconduct. They're talking about things that impact everyday veterans because there's a lot of overlap
Mhm.
with sexual assault victims, and you suffer from PTSD, you have trauma, you have anxiety. These things overlap, so they're learning things that will later help them either support themselves or support their buddies. So it was
Yeah.
it was pretty wild to watch.
Well,
and-
that's glad. It's good to hear that at least like once you broke out of that, I won't call it a cage, but once you broke out of that framework of this, that the rest of because we all want to believe that the institutions
Yeah.
that we fought for and believe in work, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's disheartening that the agency was acting in this way, but also it's not fucking surprising.
Yeah.
But also it is, in the other side of the coin, is that it's nice to hear that once you broke out of that, the rest of the mechanism of the U.S. government was try to do the right thing and supportive.
Yeah, they were. I can't say enough good things. And granted, I'm a more recent victim, and I know that, you know, there's a long history there and it's not perfect, but the DOW was the kind of the litmus test that I had to compare to CIA eventually. And so I didn't know what was normal. And so going to DOW and being like, oh, they go through a safety sheet and write with you like, okay, if I see him, I will do this. If I'm in the car and this happens, and I will do that. Right? They go through like this weird safety plan.
Yeah.
It's not weird. I shouldn't say that, but it's I just never done one before.
Yeah.
And I remember going to CIA with a blank one, being like, hey, this might help you guys. I was trying to help, right? This might help you for your next victim. I found this effective. This was what DOD gave me.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding you. This was in the fall before I went to Congress. A few weeks later, I'm meeting with security, and security slides a single piece of paper across the desk, and it's a blank safety plan. Said, we think you should fill this out. And I was like, I gave this to you guys. Like, what?
Yeah.
No.
Like, thanks.
Yeah. And so that was some of the head scratching that was going on, but it also spoke to how ill-equipped they were to deal with this.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to kind of ask, like, this, you said this happened in July. At what point did you talk to Joel and like your parents and everything?
Yeah.
Like, how did that unfold?
So me, I guess, being a rule breaker, I told Joel pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It was like within 2 weeks.
Well, because I was going to ask about this, and the same question, just in a different way. Because we're all husbands, right? So I think we can identify from that aspect of like, man, what would we do if our wives were in the situation? That's
nothing disgusts me more than rape, and you will not see, like, I don't know that there's like a version of myself that I've tried very hard to like hold back.
Yeah.
Up until this.
Yeah.
Like, if you were my spouse, I'm going full born.
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially,
and I'm talking like blind red.
Yeah. And the two elements too, right? So one that we can all identify with as spouses, like, man, if this happened to our spouse, we're like, bro, that, and I think our audience too is like, can identify with that. But
Hold
the
my
other,
beer.
right. Yeah. And then also the team guy element too is like, you're supposed to be this protector. You're supposed to be this thing, and you couldn't protect your spouse from this. But then also the other element of that is your father's also a team guy.
Yeah.
And not that I'm much of a fucking father, but
Aw.
but I mean, like, you still have that protective element.
Yeah.
And so how did your father react, and how did your husband react when this whole thing was unfolding?
Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah.
And were you and Joel like co-located, or was he off doing?
He was in law school.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was in Texas. And
Even worse.
I know. And so talking to him about this, I mean, I had just talked to SOCOM Care Coalition at Walter Reed, and I was like, I have to tell Joel about this. And he's like, go call him right now. And we knew him. We knew the Care Coalition guy from when Joel was hurt and whatever, processing out. And so I was at Walter Reed, and I called Joel, and I was like, I got something to tell you. Like, this is, like, we got to talk. And Joel was, I think the best way to describe him was almost like dumbfounded, because we'd been married for 8 years. And like I said, I've worked with men my entire life, and I've been around tons of team guys, very heavy testosterone culture, and never had any sort of even attempt at anything like this.
But you had the same trust that you did.
Yeah. And Joel's reaction, the one thing I do remember him saying to me was, this guy shouldn't be in the Navy. and I know that's kind of a weird thing to say. My attacker was a Navy reservist at the time. And he was just kind of like this. I think that speaks to kind of like the service element of both of our families, where we're both, very patriotic, very protective
But also
of
compartmentalized.
the military. Yeah. And for him, I think that was kind of just like something he knew immediately to say as he was trying to process it. I think he had the same reaction that any of you would have, but to your guys' credit, he's also has that element of training to understand, okay, we're going to let the institution take care of this because this is what we fought for. These
until
institutions. Until it doesn't.
Exactly.
And that is the heartbreaking thing, is because at that point, I thought
At that
this will
point,
get taken
you're
care
a
of.
fucking felon,
Yeah.
Like,
right? Like, if the institution doesn't handle this problem with my fucking spouse, which I'm going to let that run its course, in the event that it doesn't,
And then I'm a law-abiding citizen.
cowabunga, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah. And Joel is definitely a credit to the teams and to the Naval Academy for how he's handled this. Because, I completely understand that. But and I had these conversations with other guys in the building that had the same type of reaction, and they knew me too. They could see the change very quickly. And they had that same, okay, like, we're going to let the institution that we fought for and protect, like, figure this out.
Instead of smashing this dude's fucking teeth down his throat.
Yeah.
They're like,
Shit doesn't work like that at Langley.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, and that was kind of the eye-opening piece for everyone in my life was, oh, this is not only bad the way they handle it, it's destructive and it is life-altering.
Yeah.
And for me, a lot of people ask me like, oh, well, why didn't, Joel and your dad just totally wreck this place? Or
Oh, I'm
it's like,
sure they wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But you have to be sensible.
That'd be the easy option.
Do you want to spend fucking a life behind bars? Or do you want to play fucking chess on checkers?
and
Yeah.
that was the thing was it shouldn't matter who my dad is or my husband. This system should work for everybody.
Yeah.
This should work for every
100%
single
right.
American.
You're
Exactly.
completely right.
Yeah.
And that's kind
But
of
also-
what we went through.
Ain't the case.
How did your
Yes. So to my dad.
yeah.
So for my dad, it was I had not told my dad that I was actually CIA at that
really?
point.
This whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, because you're still in training at that point.
I'm still-
long in training, but yeah.
And we're talking like the things that I wanted to do were probably the best that my parents don't know.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's important my husband knows.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
And my parents would have been fine, but so I had to wait until December around Christmas time to tell my parents that I'm CIA and that this happened. And that was one of the hardest conversations I've ever had in my life. My mom, who's just incredible, like she started crying, obviously, and it's heartbreaking to think about. But my dad being my dad, he said to me, he goes, you do not quit that place. You make them fire you. You hold every one of those jackasses accountable.
There we go.
Yeah.
That was my dad's attitude was, this is unreal.
It's true.
And yeah, you do not bow out.
Stay in the fight.
Yes, exactly.
That makes sense.
And
Mm-hmm.
it's now looking back, I was like, that's such a team guy thing to say, but it felt like that moment of,
It is a
okay.
true thing, though. Like, to your point and, like, to what you're doing. If
Yeah.
you would have bowed out, like, that's what they want you to do.
yes.
Yeah, they want you
And-
to take the easy out.
Yeah.
That's why they
Yes.
give it to
and
you.
they want to threaten you, and they want to fucking do X, Y, and Z.
Which is the route that most people take, is the easy out.
Hands
Yes.
down.
And
right?
I do not blame any of them for taking that route
Yeah,
because
for sure.
one of
No,
the
you can't.
no, and I was in a very unique situation to which I could say, hey, all right, CIA, you want to fire me? Okay. You want
Hold my
to
beer.
take my clearances? All right.
Because as soon as they don't have leverage, A, you kill yourself, or B, you fuck them over.
And that was what I could start to see, especially after Congress, that they were really concerned about, like really, really coming after me
Mhm.
for. And most survivors don't have that infrastructure and support.
That leverage.
Yeah, and I'm older, I'm more established, I can go back to my old job. And let's say I don't go back to my old job. My husband, is disabled veteran.
Yeah.
Also, they're
In law
terrified
school.
of your husband.
Yeah.
Terrified of your husband.
And exactly. And let's just say
And your background.
they take care of my husband. Okay, cool. I'm going to go be with my dad. And so you're going to have both the SEAL and my husband to deal with. And
Yep.
so,
And they knew that.
and they knew that.
Yep.
And that was, and honestly, I knew that.
They knew they fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
And there was nothing to do about it other than A, you miraculously killed yourself,
quote unquote.
or
Yeah.
B, they could try to silence you in any capacity.
And that was what they were trying to do.
Yep.
I mean, right after I went to Congress, all of a sudden I have a time card investigation going on.
Yeah.
And I tell everybody this, the only reason I lasted as long as I did was because of what I was working on and the type
Yeah.
of leadership that I had in that small section.
Yeah.
The
Like pour yourself into work type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those leaders could see my value. And I mean, it went up the chain to where I remember like one of the highest ranking guys was like, you do whatever you can to protect her while she's here. Cause like, I'm so sick of seeing this happen over and over and over again.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's so cool to hear that people at certain positions are willing to draw that line and be like, no, this is fucking right. This is wrong. And stand up and be like, no, fuck you. This is where I draw the line.
Yeah. And so I had a ton of that support. Unfortunately, there were a lot of powerful people that were very angry at me for a lot of reasons. I embarrassed them very publicly. And so let's say, and so we can get into this, but I let Congress know I'm starting to bring other survivors. On the 1-year anniversary of my attack, Congress announced, hey, we have a bill, we have legislation. And that let me know how supportive Congress was of me.
Yeah.
Like they were making statements.
It's pretty quick for Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had a hearing in September. So I was at the farm at the time. And so I had to leave the farm to testify in front of Congress in closed door sessions. I actually had to be smuggled in because the press found out that I was going to be there, not knowing my name, but figuring out, oh, this is about the whole sexual misconduct thing. So that was kind of interesting. But got in there, testified, took questions, and, a few months later, they passed that bill. And a month after that, that's when they fired me.
So
Wow.
going through all this, like your background growing up, your experiences growing up with Soph, being married to Soph, not that Soph is it's just one dynamic. There's also military, there's first responders.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a mentality type, right? Which I think most type A men and women have. But so you're going through this and you're going through this whole cycle and this whole ordeal. Is there any like lessons learned that you've taken from it as a whole, as far as like, I don't want to say life advice, but for lack of a better term, that. And also too, if anybody is going through a similar kind of experience in their own life, do you have any advice for them to navigate that?
Yeah. One of the things that the CIA did early on that worked was making me feel alone.
Mm.
And to anybody listening, I can guarantee that no matter how unique the circumstances might feel to you, whether it's whatever pain you're feeling, you're not alone. You are 100% not alone. There's somebody out there that has maybe not gone through the same exact thing, but has the same feelings, has the same health issues, I can guarantee it.
That's
You're
the
not
main
alone.
tactic from perpetrators too, make you feel alone.
And I was literally about to say that is like that's like their double entendre, right? Like they make you feel so like elitist because you can't tell anybody what you do.
Yeah. It's
But
totally
at the
helpless.
same time, it's leverage because you can't tell anybody what you do.
Yeah.
So they make you feel like super dope, like sick, like, yeah, you're like, I'm with the agency. But at the same time, you can't tell anybody either out of fear tactics and like fear mongering, like or like the Ground Branch TFO dude that I met in Afghanistan. He literally had a business card that said that he was a fucking plumber
Mhm.
in Colorado Springs.
That's awesome.
And if he had to hand that out, the phone number on there, which had the same fucking area code in Colorado Springs, went to Langley. And there was an operator at Langley, and it's like, Mike's House and Plumbing. And they're like, hey, I'm trying to schedule. And they're like, no. And they would just hang up.
Mhm.
Right? So what they do is they make you feel
Can you
elitist,
clean
but
my
they
pipes?
but they isolate you. They completely isolate you.
Yeah.
And so like you feel good about being isolated.
Well, you feel like you're an exclusive group and you don't want to lose that because it's part of your
Yeah.
identity.
Yeah,
And,
And-
also like you have this like
Yeah.
coming down on you where it's like
Yeah.
the second you fuck up, like you're fucked.
Yeah.
So
And that's hard. And
Yeah.
I will say that as part of the agency, you know you're under the thumb of this really powerful organization. I
The
mean,
most powerful.
the most
organization.
powerful. Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think that was a little bit of why I just felt like, well, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, what are you're going to off me? Okay, cool. Like, really? What's
Can't
that going
hurt
to
me.
accomplish?
You
There's
can
like,
kill me. You can't eat me, bitch.
there's 24 other women
Yeah.
that are going to just step right into my
Yeah.
shoes. And that's because as these women retire, I mean, they're going to
Yeah.
have stories.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're going to have stories that,
head of the Hydra.
oh my
Yeah.
God, like,
I mean, as bad as it is, you're not one in a million,
no,
right?
yeah. And I think with the CIA in particular, there can be a lot of loneliness, and you see people that compensate with that with a lot of alcohol or what have you. And so it's just a kind of it's a culture that I did not expect going into it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, in the military, it's very team oriented. We do this all together. You need support. Like, I got, logistics. I'll get you this.
Yeah,
CIA is
sure.
not like that. It's very lone wolf. It's very,
Very lonely.
yeah, it is. And it can be a very lonely life.
So when they fired you, like what rationale was it? Some kind of
So the instructors at the farm hated me especially once they found out I was testifying in front of Congress, and the CNN all the major outlets were covering what was
Yeah.
going on. And so I made it to the very end of the farm and they wouldn't certify me. And there's this rule that's not actually enforced that says, okay, if you don't certify at the farm, you have to find another job at CIA within 90 days or you're gone. Now, had that ever actually been implemented before me? No.
Mhm.
That it was on the books, but it had never been,
Yeah.
because you have to think about the enormous amount of resources that have been poured into someone like me.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think
Yeah.
about the years of recruiting, all the testing, all of I went through all the psych stuff, the polygraphs, and then all the training we just talked
Yeah.
about.
Well, even
Yeah.
to get there, the apex of like all these different Venn diagrams, like you fit these exact markers. That's
Yes.
a very rare person, and then you put them in this pipeline. How do you replace that?
Yeah.
And so why would you let that go? Why not just place it somewhere else in the agency?
Because you're a fucking threat.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Well, and
And-
it's fucked up too because I don't know where I was going with this, but the fact that essentially they pinned it as, oh, you washed out, you didn't.
And that's part of the game,
Yeah.
right? Is let's make her look as terrible as possible.
Yeah.
Let's attach a
And-
label to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
dumb bitch that we misrecruited.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
That's
Right.
kind of how these things operate. Is like a headline, because most people don't read the actual stuff. They just read a headline and create their opinions, and they NPC their way through their life on this
Well,
stuff.
and so to Congress's credit, this obviously pissed them off to no end when they did that. So Congress actually publicly released the report that they did on this investigation.
Wow.
The legislation was already passed.
Yeah.
The investigation was done, and they put out publicly the findings, and there are 8 findings that mirror my experience. Nobody's trained. People are not encouraged. They're discouraged from coming forward. This happens, and there are no consequences for perpetrators.
That's not just you. They're verifying this through everything else.
Yes.
And that's their report. That they
Yes.
found. That's
Yes.
crazy. Yeah.
And it so incensed Congress that they actually passed more legislation on, coming forward whistleblowers that next year because
Wow.
of what they had done to me.
Yeah.
So that tells you, the dynamic of Congress had a lot more information than the public ever will. And they were just like hammering CIA
Yeah.
the whole time.
Yeah.
And so when they publicly released that, every single news organization in this country, right, left, didn't matter, covered that because it was damning.
It's a very bipartisan issue.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
As it should be.
Yeah.
It was,
It's not
it was obvious.
It's
Yeah.
not political. It's American.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Right.
everybody should be concerned about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Nobody should get choked out in a fucking goddamn hallway for what, disagreeing?
yeah,
Or
for whatever
bringing up,
reason,
like a different, like opposing, like, what is this?
it shouldn't. Yeah.
It's not like you're a fucking communist.
And then
No.
once that happens, they have no pathway to deal with it. That's mind blowing.
And that was
Yeah.
it was such a swimming sea of trying to find help and having people say, oh yeah, this happened, let us know if he does it again, in writing.
They're like, thanks.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait to
Yeah.
find out.
Totally.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and again, when I went to Congress, I may not have had notes, but we eventually were able to get all of my documentation to Congress so they could review it. And it had things like, oh, we don't work with law enforcement. Oh, you're going to have to tell.
Bureaucracy 101,
It was in black and white.
Obfuscated.
which is also what they bank on.
Yeah. Well, they
Because
never
now if you got to
thought.
go to the FBI, the fucking NSA, the agency, it doesn't matter. And now you're just getting turned around in a big old fucking circle.
Well, I'm so glad that these things are being unwound because they're for a while there, they were getting so just tied up in this obfuscation of self-fulfilling bullshit all the time, and that's not the American way. The American
Right.
way is clarity, continuity, safety, security, like that. You
Well,
want to
you
have.
employ politicians.
You want to have faith in the institutions that you fucking employ. You spend your decades fucking defending.
Yeah.
And you want to have faith that they're going to operate in good faith.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
And I will say,
detrimental to
there's
American
still
society when they
some
don't.
there's still some weird shit even at the congressional level because they just withheld a whole bunch of names of congressmen and staffers and whoever that have actually had allegations of
Yes.
sexual misconduct and were essentially paid off with tax dollars.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they voted to not release names of who a lot of these people
Yeah.
are, which is like, how the fuck?
No.
Especially
So-
you're paying the shit with tax dollars. I'm
Right.
like,
Yep.
we have a right to know that shit.
Right. Exactly.
Yes.
Not only you're using our tax dollars to do this shit, but at least let us know who the scumbags are in
Right.
office that are,
Oh, well, and
if you
Democrat,
really want
Republican, whatever.
Yeah.
like the truth should come out. The truth should fucking prevail, and any obstacle to that should be fucking absconded and fucking chastised.
Yeah,
and
the
fucking-
fact you had people
removed.
voting against it, you're like, what sense does it make?
Yeah.
What rationale is like, oh no, you don't know, we don't need to let our fucking constituents know what's going on the Hill. You're like, well, the fuck you don't.
Yeah,
So
dude, that's
I've
crazy.
had a few op-eds actually written by have been published recently, like National Review and Washington Examiner. And one of the things that people kept pointing out
Mhm.
is let's say we've got a guy or a woman that gets convicted of sexual misconduct. Literally, if they've done 5 years, your taxpayer dollars are paying their pensions forever.
Yeah.
Even if they are, I mean, Anthony Weiner's a great example. Pled guilty.
If there's any person that lived up to his name,
He's getting his pension, taxpayer dollars. Because the only way that you get that taken away is if it's a very narrow espionage type charge. So that's kind of Congress has a lot of work to do, and that's a lot of what I'm focusing on now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, dude, this has been, oh my God, what an amazing, like, life arc and character arc. So what's next for you? Like, what are you looking forward to next? Or what are you doing? Like, what's the next chapter of your evolution of Rachel look like?
I haven't necessarily figured that out yet. I really love where I work. I love working at the Pentagon because it's the place that I feel super safe. In terms of my attacker and all of that, like, I feel like they handled it exactly as they should. They've taken care of me. I feel safe there, and I love the people I work with, and I get them, and they get me.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna work there for a while and hang out with my dudes and gals.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and just and enjoy that. And in my limited free time, I'm still working the issue. I'm working the issue on the Hill.
Yeah.
We're trying to, find those gaps.
As you should push it.
Yeah.
For the people that can't.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And then I've really enjoyed going out to some of these military bases and getting to talk to leaders and having
And aliens.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
That's part 2.
But, having guys that are dads and husbands too and come up and say, oh my God, like that, like I've never had to deal with anything like that in my life, but if it can happen to you, it can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
And so, thanks for sharing that. And now I have a little bit more empathy for the next victim that comes forward, or I know about how to handle this a little bit better. So that's been, a little bit of my life, and we're going to see where it goes. I couldn't predict it. I couldn't have predicted being here.
Super stoked to meet you, and not only to like hear this, but also to like get it out, and especially like on our platform. And also, like, just point me in the direction of the people that need to die. I still got it in me. You're like, play fuck games and like, let's find out. But either way, absolute honor.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on.
I'm so glad. Oh, also, is there anything that you want to plug? Where can people find you? Do you want people to find you?
Great question. Best way and place to find me is on Instagram right now, Rachel.Cuda.
Okay.
And so that's where I've started. I never expected to be I was going to be an intelligence officer for the rest of my life. So this is all brand new to me, but I think it's important enough. So I can't thank you guys enough for
it's the next chapter.
talking to me.
I think that's one of the most important and valiant services you could do to the public, because service means different things in different ways.
Yeah.
But I think shining a light on the impurities and cleansing it is one of the most American qualities that we could all hope for. And thank you for shining the light of what's right. Thank you for being a fucking honey badger and bringing the fight where it needs to be fought. And thank you for sharing these stories with us.
Yeah.
Like, this is
for sure.
freaking awesome. Like it.
Yeah.
Fucking loved it.
Yeah. And
like hands down top 3 favorite podcasts.
Yeah. And thank your husband too for like, I know it's different. We have your spouse on, and like you're worried about, as a team guy too, you're worried about they're going to share, but please thank your husband for us for not allowing you, obviously, because you don't need permission, but for being okay with you coming on and putting up with our fart and dish jokes the whole time and all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that of all the communities, I'm going to absolutely give you guys a hard time. So
I think this is a message that needs to be brought to light, and not that we're the best platform to do that.
You are the perfect platform,
but
honestly, because you guys your listeners don't hear about this a lot.
Yeah.
No.
You don't get to talk about it.
Not at all.
And if anything, I've found that SOF has been the most supportive when I found it. And those men that are listening to those men are the most supportive. And, nobody likes to have this type of behavior going on.
Yeah. I don't think
it's also because we know behind the Iron Curtain.
Yes. And it's super helpful.
We're patriots, but also we call fucking spade a spade.
Yeah. And
Exactly.
it's not, I don't think it's even a soft thing. I think it's just like, an American thing. Like
yes,
whether you're
that is
soft,
totally right.
military, first responder, or just a patriotic American that is willing to draw a line in the fucking sand and be like, hey, this is right, this is wrong, this is where I draw the line. Fuck you, I'm willing to stand on this. And thank you for drawing a line and being willing to take a fucking stand.
Yeah.
It's been dope.
Great.
Thank you so much for sharing
Thanks,
the stories.
Yeah.
Fuck
Thank
yeah.
you.
Hell yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Peace.
Right.